lost by the avenue under the trees. She was safe in the song for everyone, drifting away like a whisper lost on the breeze. Ooh, yeah. She was the first of the high achievers, but she never seemed to belong. She wears roses to
Welcome back, everybody. It is DreamLeague Season 24. We've got the North American Closed Qualifiers final day about to begin. Kicking things off with Shopify versus Apex Genesis. Should be fun. My name's Cryptic here with the man Zach, Z Quixotics. What's up, dude? How you feeling?
I'm good, man. I'm ready. The final day of NA qualifiers. I think probably a lot of people would expect these teams, but you still got to go through it. There were, some close series, but now here we are, and I'm excited for it. I think yesterday's was really fun.
Yeah.
The Nouns for Shopify Rebellion. We'll see if they get that rematch because first you got Apex Genesis here, which did play Shopify Rebellion before. They did lose 2-0, but they were kind of close games, So hopefully Apex Genesis learned from it. We'll see what they bring.
Especially game two. I think game two, Apex Genesis actually had an advantage for a lot of that game. I legitimately thought they were going to win, but ended up going the way of Shopify, just a slightly more experienced team of players. So it's possible that as it just went later, just a couple things that they're just more familiar with. But yeah, this should be a fun series. Should be a fun final day in general, like you said. I want more games like that game 3 of Nouns and Shopify. Because so far in the qualifiers, a lot of the other games were stomps, right? Like we've had a lot of 2-0s and some fast 2-0s at that. So I'm wanting, I don't know if I say I don't know if I want like absolute max games. I don't know if I want like 8 games today. We'll see. But I want exciting games. That's the thing.
Yeah, I think today's the day we're most likely to get it. It is the reality of, qualifiers, which is that you have all sorts of different ranks trying it out, especially for NA, which, we get to admit it because we're from NA. You can't shit talk us if you're not from NA, right? We
True.
know we don't have the most teams, but we have a couple good teams at the top. And so through the qualifier, sometimes there is just that skill gap. But here we are, final day. So these are the teams that are the closest and should bring some of the closest games because of that, which should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I agree. I'm excited for the draft a little bit. I want to see these teams do something fun. Like we saw some adjustments, in the draft yesterday with Shopify and Nouns. Apex, they kind of steamrolled Grin a little bit yesterday. They actually pulled out a Terrorblade, a hero that we don't see that often. But I believe it was picked into the Broodmother is the reason. So one of those things that like that's like an old classic Sammy hero. It doesn't work that often nowadays, but in the right games, we might see them pull out some cool stuff like that. And Shopify is quite known for their Broodmother, so maybe that was like a little bit of a limit testing of like, all right, how good can this Terrorblade actually do?
Yeah, I think that's something because Shopify Rebellion, this is like the first showing of this team, right? The different
Yeah,
players. That Broodmother is to be respected, right? A lot of
yeah,
teams are first banning it. A couple let it through. It's like, you know, let's see. And it beat Nouns yesterday, right? So I'm curious if Nouns will try again. Maybe they went back and looked at it and it's like, okay, here's how we went wrong. Like, here's what we do again. Let's try it. Because if you leave it in, Shopify Rebellion's going to take it. They take it every time it's left open. So it can let you prepare for the draft, which is what Nouns tried and then lost. So we'll see if Apex Genesis tries it. I kind of think you shouldn't because this is still best of 3. I think
yeah.
of Nouns
Try it
like
again in
you
the
have a
best of
best of
5.
5. You have a little bit more room, which they kind of had in the best of 3 before, but that was also upper bracket, right? So it's like, okay, we lose, we drop down, we can still make it through and take another shot at it. But now this is elimination, and this is just a best of 3. One game could easily go either way, so I don't know if you really want to test the Brood and then put yourself against the wall where it's like, oh, if we lose this one other game, then that's it, right? So think you just ban the Brood, make it easy for yourself, and kind of, I don't know, do you like just copy what Nouns did to a degree? Like Nouns, after they tested the Brood, they just prioritized offlane heroes. Mangekyo as the youngest player, the one who has to kind of like fit in the most. They just targeted his hero pool. They were just bullying him, It's like you have to play someone you're uncomfortable with, and it worked for them. So I kind of think Apex Genesis should just copy that as well.
Yeah, I'd be down for that. I kind of like it. I think it was an interesting adjustment, like you said, to the first phase of the draft, and it made for like the ability for us to see a lot of these supports that we don't normally see in the game.
Hmm.
The fact that we were going into like final phase and there was still like an Enchantress open most games against Nouns is kind of wild. That just doesn't normally happen. But yeah, I think this will be a fun one. I think one thing to note as we get ready to jump into the draft, first pick probably going to be a big deal for both of these teams. And Shopify take first pick in game number 1. So we're going to see the Broodmother and the Sand King banned out from Apex right out of the gate, which is required. I think you have to ban the Naga Siren. Yep, there we go.
There's Tusk. I think you could just... So it's kind of up to you. Shadow Demon is in the pool. I think that's a really good pick. You could ban Shadow Demon, take Omni-Knight. Nature's Prophet's in the game. Yeah, there you go. I think you take Shadow Demon or Omni-Knight for now. Because you can then ban out... You essentially take one of the best supports in the game, and then you can ban out some of the others. If you want something that's going to find Nature's Prophet a little bit more specifically, you get something like Clockwork, scout him out, hookshot to him. This hero has no escapes, so if you can just find him and follow, that tends to just prevent the hero from really doing what he wants. Oh yeah, the Invoker. We saw this as a response too before, where Nature's is this global hero who's going to show around, possibly from the mid lane, but you might move him around. If it is in the mid lane, Invoker will be okay. Fast rotations. Once you apply that Cold Snap, Tornado, EMP, Ice Wall, it's just so many things that the typical mobile heroes in the mid lane, Puck, Storm, Void, they have tons of ways to dodge and deal with. But this Nature's Prophet, he's just screwed. So the lane is fine, but the actual interactions as you follow the Natures around as this super fast ghost walking Invoker tends to work out quite well.
Yeah, I love this pick. I think we've seen the Invoker have a lot of success against it, and a lot of the games that we've seen where Nature's Prophet does get picked, the Invoker ends up getting banned either between phase 2 and phase 3. So I think I kind of like the idea to just pick it up immediately for Wish. Now, you do need to kind of protect it here a little. Unless you're confident in this just being a mid lane Nature's, but I would probably still ban something like the Puck on Apex here because it is an Abed classic. There's just not really...
Yopaj classic.
Oh, did I say Abed? Yeah, Yopaj classic. I'm so
Think
used
of the
to
old Shopify rebellion.
It's SEA mid laners and Shopify. Name a more iconic duo. But yes,
Nouns
Yopaj...
versus Shopify and the NA qualifiers.
Okay, valid. That's fair. I think, yeah, you can just ban the Puck and feel good about it. Yeah, and that's exactly what they do. There's no reason to leave that one in the pool when it's not a great matchup for Invoker, and it's something that they're very comfortable playing. So they grab the Enchantress, very strong lane hero. I like this a lot. If it ends up being like a Nature's Prophet off lane, you can just take his treants. You could potentially aggressively lane this as the 4 into the Nature's Prophet lane as well.
Yeah, even if you don't do that, I think it is good just to be able to take over the treant, which is very annoying. And you can actually apply your own pressure with it, right? Enchantress is a hero that wants to show up, take some early towers using creeps to tank. Well, you can start with that, and then if Nature's there, you can actually steal his treant and use that as your own like catapult siege versus the tower. So it's pretty cool to bring some early pressure to what the Natures will also be trying to do, right? Natures wants to teleport to these lanes, get some kills. So if you pick strong lanes, that makes it hard for Natures to find a target anywhere. All right, we see the Tiny. I think that could just be Tiny mid versus the Invoker. So maybe this is the Nature's carry potentially. Protected a little bit by this Bat Rider, who does tend to do quite well versus Nature's. Again, going back to that lack of mobility, you just can't get away from Bat Rider, and he can follow you in the trees, doesn't care about Sprout. So kind of protecting the Nature's, but it's also good versus the Enchantress, who with her Untouchable and the heals, right, she can be very hard to kill with right clicks, but Bat Rider, just as a support, brings tons of magic damage. However, there is technically some flex here. Like, Yopaj does play that Bat Rider mid. I don't think the matchup into Invoker is that great, though. But, I guess it's on the table, at least.
Yeah, I mean, they ran this Tiny Bat Rider yesterday, right? And it was for Hellscream. on the Bat Rider, getting like a super early Drums Blink Dagger. It was a better Bat Rider game at the time, though. Like, they had seen the Underlord. I think they actually might have 24 picked it, now that I think about it. But either way, he saw some like heroes that he could definitely abuse in the lane. It was against a double melee of like Tusk Underlord or something, and like they just couldn't do anything to this Bat Rider. They grabbed the Beastmaster Dark Willow, so that's going to be your offlane duo. I feel like this is pretty good. Beastmaster at least has the slow from the boar to combat the Bat Rider if he is in his lane. And then Dark Willow, of course, has the Brambles. Enchantress, actually pretty decent against Bat Rider, right? Because Enchant is, he can't get on top of you.
It can, yeah. It depends like what happens. If you've already got a creep and he knocks you back, then it's really annoying for you. But if you're saving that ability, then if he tries to commit, you use it then. So kind of, there's like some play both ways. But I think Bat Rider is more annoying. Well, maybe that's not true. I don't know. I just think like Enchantress who can't use Enchant is limited, you know? Yeah. But Bat Rider can still be very annoying with Napalm. But Enchantress is decent right click too, so I guess it can potentially work out. But we see this Visage picked up now. So we weren't sure like, oh, he's a Brood Specialist. Like what else is in his hero pool? Seems quite comfortable with the Visage. The new offlaner for Shopify Rebellion, and they made good use of it. I think they did end up losing the game versus Nouns, but they had some nice momentum around this hero. And it'll pair well with these high damaging supports, which could be the Bat Rider. Even if you do end up deciding to run Tiny 4, Tiny is actually a classic combo with Visage because of the Avalanche Toss, giving immediate max soul assumption charges. And that also pairs quite nicely with this Natures, who wants to show up to these fights, which should make it easier to get like a pick off here, get that death toll money just rolling in for this Visage.
Into the last phase of bans here, they get rid of the Omni, the Morphling. Omni would have been pretty scary.
5 seconds remaining.
Great at dealing with these heroes.
Dire team ban.
Treant Protector as well, a good body. Just two really good bodies to put into the Nature's Prophet lane. So for Apex, they need their carry. For Shopify, they need their 5. Ooh, Lone Druid ban. That would have been good. Could you go for an Alchemist here?
I'd be kind of
Not
okay
on
with
Shopify
it.
For clarity. In case, someone in chat
yeah,
why
yeah.
would they go Alchemist? For Apex, right?
Genesis taking it. I would be open to that.
5 seconds.
Bristles in the pool as well. That could be okay. For Shopify, I think you have a nice momentum draft going. I think you pick someone else who's just strong early.
There's not a lot of these like melee supports left besides like Clockwork.
I'd be okay with Clockwork though. I think it's
ooh, okay.
Chen.
He's like a pseudo melee support, I guess, because he's got a bunch of creeps he runs around.
I kind of keep forgetting about Chen as a possible strong support just because there's been so many others above him. But because we've been in this this banning phase lately where like tons of supports get banned out, he's starting to see more play again.
All right, we're gonna see the last pick of the Bristleback here. I'm with you on that. It seems like a very good Bristleback game. So I'm curious to see how they're going to be able to turn this one on Apex. Like, if Bristleback has a lot of momentum from this Visage lane, I think it's going to be very scary. But it is into a Bat Rider. So you gotta respect that hero's damage, and he is going to go Arsonist again, which he did yesterday. A lot of Bat Riders in the support position we see go Stoked, which is the increased movement speed when dealing magic damage. Mm-hmm. But Arsonist will help them take towers, and when you have things like the Nature's Prophet, the Visage, the Chen, like these are all really fast pushing heroes.
Yeah, I think that's the idea. It's just like more all in on if you win a fight, say goodbye to your buildings. I wonder if it's overkill, but it's a cool idea if nothing else. And I believe they won the game. They did that yesterday.
They did. Yeah, that was the first game with Broodmother. It's a very similar idea.
It's a cool idea. Yeah, in this game you have, so you got the Visage, who I'm gonna guess the Visage is gonna do the drums and the pipe, or maybe Vlad's. Chen could do the Guardian Greaves because that's one of the auras that Visage doesn't really like to build. So you could leave that for the Chen, who's pretty happy with it. So between Chen and Visage, you'll get a ton of auras. This is a little bit of the scary part for Apex Genesis, is that Beastmaster can do auras, but it's often a little delayed because he typically wants like Arcane Boots, Ags, and then he can go for the pipe potentially, or Crimson Guard. But kind of also wants a blink if you want him to be the initiator, which he sort of needs to do this game. Like maybe you have Invoker, but maybe you need this blink roar, right? And that means your auras are coming quite late. These supports don't really build a bunch. You'll see like the solar crest from them, but
yeah, we saw yesterday when Fade got his offlane Beastmaster, he had a really fast Aghanim Scepter, but he did have a Mirana who was bringing like some early auras to the team. You don't necessarily have that this time. Is Big Num actually might just be giving up first blood here. They're going to do their best to back away, but Skem, he walked way too far forward, and it's going to go to Yamson instead. Hellscream trying to chase down this Dark Willow. They don't have the damage, and it's now 2 kills for the Enchantress instead.
that is not at all how I thought that was going to go.
Did he take over the Treant, by the way? I think he did.
Maybe, because I saw they were trying to body block with the Treant. I don't know if that was just Tomato Yamato here, or maybe he shared control. Maybe they just didn't expect everyone else to be hiding in the trees, and they just took a really aggressive path. But yeah, that led to Skem actually being the first blood. And I thought maybe it's still okay if you at least get the death toll kill. But they didn't even get the death toll kill, and now you're showing up to lane with no mana. Although, I guess because so many heroes there, he does have 7 stick charges, which is actually quite a lot. But still, no kills for that. And in fact, you lose 2. That's a pretty rough start.
Yeah, that's a great win there for Apex. We'll see if they can transition this into anything useful in the lanes. Of course, level 1 mid lane, Yopaj is going to get as many denies as he wants. It's just the nature of the Tiny. But it gets a little bit easier as he gets more levels on the Invokers. This hero has so much damage scaling.
Yamson picking up both kills means he actually just straight up bought a Bracer in this lane. And in the draft, we were talking about, okay, Enchantress can be a very squishy hero versus some of this magic. You know, maybe you're looking to kill her, get those death toll kills. Well, now you got to go through an extra Bracer of health. That's like 1 extra soul assumption you're forced to cast to try to kill her. So that can make a really big difference.
He's like learning that as they trade there. He's like, dude, this Enchantress has as much health as I do.
Tanky. Yeah.
And it's, Batrider, for those of you who don't know, I think you told me this, has like the highest base HP in the game of any hero or something.
He's definitely up there. I forget who's the highest.
It's like it's like base HP, not including the strength, right? It's like his regular starting HP without strength is actually absurdly high compared to most heroes in Dota.
I'll double check real quick. Analyst job.
Yeah. I don't know if it's definitely not the highest starting HP of all heroes, but he is very high HP for compared to the majority of heroes in Dota. It's pretty cool. Top lane, Big Num and Skem just having a good time, duking it out. Mid lane, things getting a little bit easier for Wish as he's gotten a few more levels here in the Cold Snap. Still has Tornado at the ready to try and secure some last hits, and that's exactly what he does. Unfortunate high ground miss there, but Yopaj, he's still fine. He's got a couple bottle charges.
Batrider, so there's actually quite a few heroes above him, like about 10, but they're all melee. So he's the highest ranged starting strength at 25. So pretty tanky. But yeah, with that Bracer, equally tanky on the Enchantress. Gotta be careful. There's a lot of napalm stacks on him. But I guess there's a lot of quill sprays going the other way too, so both sides just gonna back off. Should get the Lotus for Yamson, it's really important to get this. Visages actually really want the Lotus just because it costs so much mana to spam out soul assumptions. So you see them buy a bunch of mangoes, buy the wands, but you try to get the Lotus as well because that's another, free soul assumption. might be looking at Samson in the bottom lane. I think with that Lotus,
Ooh,
he's...
they got
Oh,
him.
he's not okay.
Soul Assumption
Samson
from
actually has it in the
downtown.
backpack. Oh, I thought he was going to be fine because you could heal him, but yeah, unfortunate on that one. Maybe didn't expect them to make a go of it right there when the lane's pushing in.
You know, I feel like the Lotus should not be on the Enchantress, personally.
Me too. But maybe just hadn't had a chance to pass it over yet. I don't know. Unfortunate. That's going to be the first death toll kill over to the Visage.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire are
Mid lane is going okay for the Invoker. Tiny still winning the CS battle at the moment, which, again, not super surprising. He obviously has the pick to see the Invoker first and, you know, feels comfortable with the matchup. I think for the most part, the Invoker is... If it doesn't get, like, completely bodied in the first few levels, it's still going to have the impact that we want this game, which is being able to kind of chase and punish this Nature's Prophet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god,
very
dude.
annoying with the EMP right now.
Wish his high ground missed like every single auto attack against the Tiny when he cold snaps him.
Sometimes you get unlucky. The nice thing about hitting these EMPs is that you're not too scared of ever being killed if the Tiny doesn't have
that's
spells.
A nice kill. Wait, is this 2 kills actually?
2.
It is. Whoa.
It's a very nice find.
Maybe they just got caught off guard by Nasal Goo. Did he not have it at level 3? That's the only thing I can think.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm not sure there, but I saw a mana burn creep. Maybe they lost mana in the middle of the attempt, and a lot of the damage from... Wait, he's just TPing straight in.
They
Maybe
can
a
do a
dive here?
lot of damage here. Up to 3
Nature's
Nasal
is
Goo.
coming.
Okay, Nature's is going to help out a lot. Plus Yopaj, the Avalanche, the toss. They get one more attack. They're going to be able to take down the Visage. They force 4 heroes into the bottom lane. Yopaj, does he have another spell to cancel the TP? No, he's out. Okay, I mean, that I think is decent for Shopify just because it's Nature's Prophet rotating where he can just go right back to his lane.
Mm-hmm.
But this does give some space to the Invoker, and now Visage has to, you know, walk of shame back to his lane, which is going to take him a minute.
Are fortified.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I don't think he even had a soul assumption onto the Bristle, so I don't think he got a death toll, any gold from that either. I guess it did help Tiny, who just never has any mana in the mid lane. Oh, speaking of which, actually, they're diving Yopaj in the mid lane.
He doesn't have any health, bro. He's dead. That's an amplified damage pick up there for Wish. Turns it into a kill onto the Tiny. That is fantastic. As now, I mean, Invoker with that rotations to the bottom lane and now this solo kill mid.
Tower is under attack.
He's chilling. I guess kind of solo kill. The Dark Willow helped, but he is going to have plenty of space now as they're going to be able to grab this mid tower. The amplified damage and the catapult still standing. No one from Shopify able to help defend this, and
Middle tower.
not really what you expected. Invoker taking mid tower at 6 minutes, but Yopaj goes top, takes down Fade in the process. So they are finding things on the map, which is quite nice.
Yeah, both teams interested in restricting the enemy's map. I mean, I guess that's generically true, but... Oh, Scam in the mid lane. Gonna fall here. Another kill for Wish. They're rotating in, see what they can find. Looks like it's gonna be Yamson. Although maybe with this tornado save.
I mean, it
Never
takes a
mind.
long time to kill him, but you got the magic damage, so not too bad. I mean, again, it's a 1-for-1 overall and a much bigger rotation from Shopify, right?
Yeah, I think, again, it's like sort of okay because it's the natures. Though in this particular case, he actually doesn't have his TPs. He's going to drop by home to heal up and then show back up to the top lane where Wish is actually already up here looking for Skem. Going to find him near the tier 2. Can he make his way to safety? Yeah, it looks like he should be okay.
A lot of bonus armor from the tower there, so he's going to be just fine. I like that Fade has used this moment to try and push super aggressively top lane. Like, anytime the Nature's Prophet leaves his lane, he is
Is under attack.
trying to bring down this tier 1 tower. And he's very close to getting it at this point.
Yeah, we actually see Nature's had a lot of denies. He was having a good time in the lane. Oh, Invoker,
That's a
toss
big
back.
kill. So Invoker, he's gonna need some space, but in comes Yamato. Tornado comes out. Wish, not gonna escape. Kill goes to the Nature's Prophet again. So Shopify, just the gank squad right now, they're not even, like, who cares lane? Just kill heroes.
Yeah, the only downside is Death Toll is not involved in that. I think they would like the plays to be bottom if possible, but for now, just kind of responding to what Apex Genesis is doing. I mean, you take kills where you can get them. But if they can eventually make the plays more towards the bottom lane, that would be ideal. But it is a bristleback, and that's kind of tough. But maybe not for Apex Genesis, where Invoker's down here once again.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Scouts the Visage.
The EMP doing a lot of work, but it's not a ton of damage quite yet. He's still pretty low level. I think for Wish, I like his build. I think we've seen this a lot on these types of invokers, especially against heroes like Nature's Prophet, where you just go the stats. You're going to buy yourself treads. You're going to get yourself double Wraithband into the Witchblade, and you are going to run at this Nature's Prophet in the mid game. And it will cause a lot of problems for this hero because he can't reliably escape ever against an invoker. You have to just kind of stand your ground and hope that you get some help. You have the Chen heal, which does work a little bit, but if they are rotating towards the Nature's Prophet rather than the Nature's Prophet being able to rotate into Apex for like pickoffs, I think Apex will end up pulling really far ahead in this game.
Is under attack.
Yeah, it's also nice to have the Hurricane Pike versus the Sprout, or just to get away from like a Bat Rider running at you, and to tank you up for some of this magic burst from like the tiny combo, right? I'm sure we'll see a Honda later. So just getting some extra health to make sure you're not instantly deleted in a fight. Big stacks here for Fade. Should help him out with his Ags timing, which he was having a little bit of a slow start. I'd say he's mostly recovered off of some of these rotations and being able to take some of these early towers.
They are closing in on the Blink Daggers here. About 200 away. Oh, should get it unless Bat Rider takes any of these. Okay, he doesn't. All right, so there we go. Yopaj, another quick Blink Dagger. I think we saw yesterday he had an 11-minute Blink. Gets it again. So if he's able to start snowballing off his tiny, making space, finding kills, I think that's his best case scenario for Shopify.
Radiant
He's really good at playing around his Blink Dagger. So we'll see bottom lane. Oh, what a Bramble. Beautifully caught. Good drop on the Familiar. The Tornado not coming out. Just the EMP to get some damage in. A Skem's going to TP to safety. I don't know if they saw the Tiny. They didn't. So they're going to actually smoke up on the side of Shopify and try and surprise them instead. Did you have a good ward here, though?
They should have seen those illusions just spawn.
Ooh, they're going to grab Yamsun, but he's kind of tanky, the Pavis. He's going to survive. This is where that, like, 2 kills at the beginning of the game make a huge difference. He's got as much net worth as the Visage. He's just taking a tower.
Yeah, he's a tanky Enchantress this game. Earlier than you might expect. So in the end, they, again, still don't really find much for Shopify Rebellion. That was the Blink reveal as well. So Apex Genesis will know to be careful of that going forward. And it's another tier 1 tower. So to get back to that point, like, restricting the map versus these aura lineups is very helpful because they want to be doing that to you, close you out. The Bristle who just wants to like farm a bunch of stacks, Beastmaster wants to farm a bunch of stacks, right? If you don't have access to all your camps, now all your farming heroes, their timings get massively delayed. But if they're the ones opening up the map, now you have extra space to farm while you're still working on your auras, trying to get things going, and you're supposed to be winning at this time. So this is a really good spot for Apex Genesis. You've got to find some kills, because Death Toll is kind of ridiculous, that if you start just getting a couple kills, you're just kind of like back in it. Again, not with his team for this, though.
Yeah. Ooh, dude, no way Bignum gets out of this, right? Okay, yeah, tree toss from downtown, Yopaj. Will secure the kill. Aghanim Scepter done on the Bristle. All right, that's a good timing. Where are we on the Witchblade for that Invoker?
Radiant's bottom tower is
I think that's the big one that I'm also looking for, as well as the Agnituptor on your
About
Beastmaster.
250 for the recipe.
I feel like Beastmaster's got to be close to his Ags as well. Amaterasu in the bottom lane. They are coming through the Twin Gate, but I don't know if they're going to make it in time. The roar into the Sunstrike. He's gone. Now you just got to dodge this. They see them behind the smoke. They're going to run for the hills, baby. They want nothing to do with this. They'll get the D ward. Hellscream obviously knew about that from the last gank. That's not bad.
That kill did give Fade enough for the Aghanims, though, of course, he used Roar for it, so they'll have to wait a little bit
Bottom tower is under attack.
before he has that again.
Yamson. Smokes pops. He's not going to go up there.
He was kind of thinking about the
hoping for
Wisdom
the
Rune
wisdom.
invade.
Yeah.
But too scary.
There's a big old stacky here. Just tosses in the Chen. Why not? Hellscream's going to help clean it up once. Just like what we keep seeing from these two. They're doing a decent job at trying to keep the Tiny and the Nature's Prophet in this game, but my gosh, this Visage has nothing.
Yeah, I think... So I know the lane was tough, right? Batrider, Enchantress, especially after Enchantress got the 2 first kills, and, you know, maybe that's the point you really look back on. It's like, wow, that lane was way harder than it's supposed to be. We're supposed to be able to get free kills on this Enchantress, and that was totally taken out. So to be fair to him, he was given a rough start from that team play at the beginning. But I also feel like, I don't know if it's him who needs to join his team or his team who needs to make plays down here, but I really feel like you have to find kills with the Visage for the death toll. That's how we see Visages either snowball from a strong start or recover off a bad start. We'll see if we can make it here for this Enchantress.
Okay, yeah, they bring enough this time. Wrath of Nature to secure the kill. Something typical that we see a lot with Beastmaster teams is the pre-15-minute Roshan, so they do manage to grab it right before it was going to shift to the Dire side, so Aegis will be on that Beastmaster for now. The Roar just catches the Chen. That's a freebie. Yeah, no chance of surviving the damage from this guy, and that will defend the mid tower. Well, maybe. They still
Ironwood
get it with the
Treant, too
Never
good.
mind. I was like, oh, it's just a catapult, but never mind. There's an Ironwood Treant there.
Might as well be 3 catapults. Do you think it'd be too crazy to bring back the days where you could control catapults with Chen and Enchantress?
Too good, man. Those were ridiculous. You would just take the enemy catapult and instantly take the lane.
Despite them having the Aegis, looks like it's Shopify who's clearing up a couple towers here for themselves. Though maybe really just equalizing it since they'd already lost their tier 1s earlier.
Dire's top tower.
If they can get this top tier 2, I don't think it's that bad. They've still got the catapult here. Samson can tank this a decent amount, and if Enchantress brings like a creep or 2, should be doable. Fade will just tank the tower, try and clean up the creep wave. All right, they got it. There comes the fort. But they'll just come back in, finish this one off. All right.
Yeah, I don't think you're interested in directly fighting, not only because they have the Aegis, but if you imagine a Visage having a better game and maybe Beastmaster a little bit of a worse game, he is going Ags Blink. He just finished the Blink now. We'll see if he can get a surprise kill with it. Oh, wait. Smoke on smoke just broke right next to each other.
Oh, close, yeah. I think that's a shield. Was that a shield rune on Dark Willow, though? That, like, had just expired or something? It might have been.
I'm not sure. I want to make my point, but it looks like they're about to fight.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. They're going to jump in. Avalanche toss. Fades needs the roar, but it's just going to be the Aegis, I think, that gets claimed here unless they can give us... Oh, they accidentally barriered the Hawk instead of the hero. Oh, that hurts. Fade would have lived.
That is unfortunate, but I guess that's kind of what the Aegis is for, keep you alive.
Oh, okay.
Gets a free 100 gold on the familiar.
I mean, you could still go for like a Blink Roar play, but there is the lasso
Dire are scanning.
at the ready. Wish here, Invis, but they've got sentries placed. They get the D ward. Very nice from Yamson.
Bottom, it's a haste rune for, it looks like Tiny should get there in time.
Ooh, Toss up onto the high ground. Enchantress kind of in a rough spot. Lassoed really far back. Gonna take him a bit. They should be able to clean this up, no problem. And they do. Yopaj now gonna pop the haze with no enchant available. Can't get this dispelled, so he's just gonna look for more. Avalanche up onto the high ground. Fade's just gonna pop the roar. The Terrorize is there, the Bramble, but the guy just runs away thanks to that haste rune. You can't actually stay on him, and they're just gonna continue to chase Samson here in somewhat aggressively. The Hairball did a lot of work. They're so clumped up, and now Invoker just gets free reign to do whatever he wants to this Nature's Prophet, but they finally turn it around. They find the kill. Yamato trying to get to safety. The Hairball continues to slow up these heroes, and Samson gets himself his third, the triple kill of the fight, looking for Hellscream. Does he get the blink out? They might have the damage. No, okay. TP's to Fountain.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Tiny staying alive thanks to that haste, but his team not so fortunate to get out of there. And this is where the Visage, finally back to that original point, Visage with a better game and a couple death toll kills already has the pipe, which would have lined up with the blink Ags timing of the Beastmaster, and that heavily reduces what damage the Beastmaster can do, and you're happy to fight into it. They managed to find a couple smaller pickoffs before Apex Genesis really grouped up, but you see once they're actually clumped up right now, you just can't deal with the damage from the Ags on the Beastmaster, or the Bristleback for that matter. And this is... I was talking about the aura difference, like, oh, Shopify Rebellion builds auras, the other team doesn't, so you should have an advantage. But those auras aren't out yet because your heroes were struggling from the laning stage. Now, at some point, you will finish those auras, and that might be the turning point for Shopify, so they may need to just slow down the game a little bit, finish up the pipe, finish up some kind of armor item for the Bristleback. Looks like Greaves is in the works on the Chen, and that might start helping you out. But right now, there's just an overwhelming amount of damage, physical and magic, coming from Apex Genesis.
I will say the Hairball actually owned that fight as well. The instant 2 Nasal Goose stacks and an AoE when they clumped up like that, the whole team had to just disengage, and they couldn't. So it was a really cool pickup from Sammy early in this game, just grabbing that shard. Speaking of shards, both teams finished up the Tormentors, so one goes to the Dark Willow. Who got it for Shopify? Was it? It is the Chen. Okay, nice.
That will be pretty solid, actually, because you upgrade the level of the creeps.
Oh, they've got the Tiny. He has an in... I was like, for some reason it looked like he went invis there. I was very confused, but that is plenty of damage. Well played from Fade. Bottom lane. Wish is gonna find Skemp. Okay, that's not fair, bro. Leave him alone. This is the Invoker we've been seeing more and more. Just such a cool pick-off hero.
Yeah, the Quas Wex change to him, or the Ghost Walk change to him, really helped this hero out. It's just such a quality of life change to be able to run around the map, set your spells up so that you can find these ganks. You essentially have an extra spell when you pop out for these ganks compared to what you used to, and it just makes him so much more effective at finding, especially supports, right, who just, oh man, you know, you're so poor, you have no way to remove Cold Snap or get away from the Ice Wall. It's a tough life if the Invoker's having a good game.
They're smoked up on Shopify here, looking for maybe a wraparound. I think they saw them moving into the triangle there. What's our cooldown on this roar? Well, they're going to get a nice toss back on Fade into the lasso. Yamson's trying to get in range, but they can't do it. The roar does come out. A Terrorize hits the backline, but here comes the Bristleback once again, just trying to lay down into Yopaj. That Hairball hitting a lot of heroes here on the backside. Invoker's just got Scam's number again, takes down the Chen. They're going to grab the Tiny as now Yamato has to TP to safety, but they got the Bramble on top. 3 heroes about to fall, and maybe more as Hellscream gets caught from the tornado. He's got no way out. Sammy, well, I guess you could just fly over the wall, but is Sammy going to stop? I doubt it. Bristleback into the enemy base, pops the Bloodstone, lets the Quills fly, and the Sunstrike on the mark to just continue the chase. Now looking for the Visage. He's going to be able to drop the Familiars, buy himself a moment of time, but it is it, baby. This base belongs to Apex.
They threw everything at that Beastmaster. Managed to kill him. The roar comes out, but not enough, right? He wants to be a little healthier so that you can actually heal off of it. but they do finish it up. But that means you were just ignoring the bristleback, who was getting those quill sprays going along with that hairball. I think I saw Tiny had like 12 quill sprays on him, right?
Yeah.
So even though it's a 4v5, they realized, you know what, we've got so many quills, we can just go. Like, just send me in, stand behind me, guys. That's exactly what they do, all the way to the
roar.
fountain.
Instantly deletes the Chen again. They do not care. They just want any advantage they can get to try and close out this mid lane of Barracks here. They get this and back away. That is really good for Apex. They just got a couple more attacks. The hairball's out to try and slow up the chase from Shopify. Ice wall to disengage as well, and that's it. Apex cracked the high ground at 23 minutes and are now up 14,000 gold.
Things are looking very good for them right now. Roche will respawn in 50 seconds, so I think you just hold the map. You just got a ton of money from taking the base in that fight, right? So spend your money, reset, get this next Roche, and that should enable you to just run it down to finish this this tier 2, last tier 2, open up the barracks. Maybe you want to fight, you just end the game. Now they're going to try. Shopify Rebellion are smoking down here.
Roar's up.
I mean,
man.
this is
1
kind of your
second.
last chance. You need to get a winning fight here.
So this skin might be baiting them. It's actually baiting them super hard because Roche isn't up. Apex figured that out and they left. They are now setting up on the other side of the map through the Twin Gate for the dire side Roshan, which the real question is, well, no, they're smoking back across the map that way. So they're trying to find anything. They only see the Nature's Prophet, which if you find the Nature's Prophet,
Coming
he does
back to
not
the
have
mid lane.
buyback. He's coming into the mid lane. They know this is about to be a Blink Roar, and this could
They've
just
got
be
him.
curtains for Shopify. The Blink Roar is out. The Sunstrike on the money. Nature's Prophet goes down for 50 seconds. And they say, screw Roche. Pings the top tower. Let's end this. He gets the Greater Treant, and this is a much stronger one from the Enchant as well. Invoker here at the bottom side just to maybe cancel some TPs.
That's exactly the plan.
Just gonna sit here in Invis.
They're going straight tier 4s.
They're gonna try and TP out. Look at this Greater Treant, dude. It's
Told you,
solar
you would
crested.
steal him.
It has
You would
bonus
steal
50
him.
damage. Look at this thing. It just
Betrayed by the trees.
Barracks. Oh my goodness. Well, yeah, they tried to get a tier 2 tower and lost an entire lane of racks in that time thanks to the Greater Treant.
Could have been a game too. Wish was looking to cancel TPs, but obviously you can't go too crazy 1v4, otherwise you'd just feed. So he isn't able to get anyone, but if you do cancel some of those key ones like the Tiny, Apex might have just won right there.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised he backed off as much as he did, but if they put like a sentry to scout, it's very easy for them to kill him, so they
Yeah.
end up getting what they want.
You're already winning. You don't really need to make that play. It's just like a cool play. But if you didn't do that and you just get pushed back to Roche, right, you'd still be in a good spot. So I think
Yeah.
taking the safe road, not feeding away your mid invoker, right, that's a good call for them. And they still, right, they get the Aegis. This has been a cool play, right? The reason they get Tomato in the mid lane is because you tried to contest Roche, you realize, oh, they went through the gate already, you know, they're going to get it on the nighttime, quickly shove out the lanes, right? But they didn't. They actually smoked to the mid lane, and that's what caught him off guard and allowed for that whole sequence of events.
So we're now up 17,000 on the side of Apex. Let's look at the items that we've picked up since then, right? So Yamsun's almost got a Hurricane Pike. Oh, he does have a Hurricane Pike. My apologies. Fade's BKB is on the Courier. Wish going for the Parasma, which he also has on Courier. So these are some massive damage boost items. We've been seeing Wish specifically target the Chen in the back line, like just ghost walking past the team fight, finding the Chen and just deleting him. And it's just going to get so much worse now that the Parasma is done. It amplifies so much of this hero's damage output.
All right, last lane here. If you get Mega'd, it will pretty much be the end of the game.
Well, that Treant's about to be given to the enemy team. The toss back into the lasso. This is, of course, your best bet, but the Roar ends up just deleting the Tiny, and that Treant, well, it's getting the work here. Sammy seems borderline unkillable with this newly completed AC, just sitting so aggressive on the front line. The barriers come out from his team as well, and yeah, you dropped him to about a third of his health, but with the banner down, They get back to work on the racks. Samson. Very close. I mean, who do you toss back? Is it the bristleback again?
He's got Aegis.
I mean, that's it. That's Mega Creeps. They're going to just pop the Aegis, but the damage is done. Can you stop the push is the question. Sammy playing really aggressive on the bristleback, and Amaterasu gets deleted by Yamsun, as well as the Invoker tossed into the fountain. He's going to pop the BKB and the Bloodstone. Here come the Quills, baby. Can you escape? I don't think so. Sammy just trying to heal as much as he can through it. Dang, you went a little too ham. He's gone. So maybe Apex, you might want to back out of this one. Bramble's out. It's going to find the Tiny. He's actually kind of low. Big Gnome wants to go in with the Bedlam. Does he have the damage?
He has no buyback on that Tiny.
He's dead, actually. Very worth it. Like you said, no buyback. They're going to go back into the game here on the Visage, but Wish doing some work. The Fade TP's in with a roar. Catches the Nature's Prophet, and the rest of the team nowhere to be found. That's going to be GG. Game 1 going to Apex Genesis.
As you get to that end situation, you kind of do need a toss back to have a chance, but I don't know if it can be Bristle. They did kind of get close, but he also kind of got close to solo killing your whole team. So
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to be too critical of that just because, I mean, the game was already at such a rough spot, right? I think as you settle down after this game, you're thinking about game 2. I think a lot of this came back down to the lanes, that the Enchantress got the 2 kills to start, got a free bracer, just took away so much of the chances to kill her in the laning stage, which really slowed down your Visage. And the whole draft is this whole momentum aura kind of draft between the Chen, the Visage, pick up these fast auras, run at the enemy team, and yet you just never got started because the laning stage, it wasn't a total disaster, but you need to be winning, and you were actually behind. I think that's where they should focus more so than the execution mid to late game. I think Apex did make some really cool plays, like that whole smoke play off the fake Roche. I think lots of cool stuff from Apex. I think they do the same stuff going into game 2, adjust the draft as needed, but they seem to be playing really well. I think this is some of the best I've seen them play this qualifier.
Yeah, and I'm going to bring it back to just the first pick response, right? Nature's Prophet overall first. The Invoker slammed from Apex Genesis, and we've seen it, dude. This Invoker build, going just this, double Wraithband treads, looking for things like Pike and Witchblade. It makes Nature's Prophet's game so difficult because he doesn't want to rush a BKB, but if the Invoker ever finds you, you are removed from the fight. You don't get to do anything. So it's really cool to see them have the confidence and Wish to just say, like, yeah, you're going to be blind into your lane opponent, but we already know it's a good Invoker game because it's going to be a Nature's Prophet core. So we'll see how it goes, and it worked out great. So really well done from Apex. I think everything kind of went to plan for them, but I don't know. I'm curious what Shopify can do to adjust in game 2. Maybe you don't go for the opener of the Nature's Prophet, but Apex are going to have first pick most likely.
I think if you do want to go back, because Nature's is strong, right? I don't think a hero is just totally ended by one counter pick in the Invoker, but you either can ban the Invoker and then pick your Natures, or maybe you leave the Invoker in knowing it's coming out, and that way you pick a stronger counter pick in the mid lane. I think that's kind of the idea behind the Tiny, but at the same time, Invoker got what he needed, right? So maybe you can pick a stronger matchup to punish that Invoker, who really did enable a lot for his team, right? We saw him have a decent lane, but then we saw him all over the map, especially like going top. Beastmaster was struggling, so came top, helped him get kills, went bottom, dragged heroes away from the Beastmaster, right? So Beastmaster got to catch back up. I think that Invoker really was pivotal to the way Apex played. So if you shut him down in the mid lane, or just take him out of the game by banning him, then we're looking at something very different, and Nature's is able to do more, either because Invoker's not there, or because the Invoker's just poor, and so not as much of an issue for the Nature showing up to these fights.
Yeah, I agree, man. I absolutely agree. It's going to be an exciting game 2 coming out from Apex and Shopify, but for now, we're going to go to a short break, everyone. We'll be back for more here on Dream League Season 24. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everybody, here to the North American Qualifiers for DreamLeague Season 24. We've got a series on our hands, man. Apex Genesis versus Shopify, and Apex currently up Game 1. So we'll see, man. They've surprised a lot of people here, I think, today. And you and I, we've had hope for this team. We said that they took Shopify for a run in the previous series against them. They looked pretty good, but they ended up dropping 2-0. So now they're getting a little bit of revenge.
Yeah, I think we know that they can take games off of Shopify and Nouns. The question is, can you take series? Now, if
Yes.
you keep playing that way, I think it looked really good for them. I also think the start of the game just started off really strong. Like, you can't always guarantee, you find 2 kills to begin your game. So that is now my question going into game number 2. Maybe you run the exact same drafts, but you just don't get those first 2 kills. Does it still look the same? Of course, you're going to adjust the draft a little bit. That Nature's Invoker we were talking about. But also the way you play around the Visage, I feel like that's somewhere Shopify could improve on despite the start of the game. I really just didn't feel they enabled the Visage ganking into that lane or bringing the Visage to the ganks to make sure you're actually taking advantage of death toll. It just felt like Visage fell behind and then stayed behind. But we'd see games where Visage, who has a rough start, it's like, oh, is he missing the timing? But you pick up like 3 kills and you're like, oh no, he's totally on track now, right? Like, that's just the power of death toll and why a lot of teams like it. And I just feel like it didn't come into play there. So I don't know exactly what happened, like what Shopify thinks is the core issue, but coming into game 2, we know Shopify can play a lot better than that. So whatever happened, I hope they are talking through it, and game 2 will be a little closer. I kind of feel like after the lanes, Apex really ran away with that.
Yeah. I think they really just, once they got their double ags as well, right? The Beastmaster and Bristleback ags came out around similar times, like Bristleback's a little bit sooner. But as soon as those were online, we saw them start to group. And then I think Hairball was a lot more potent or a lot more powerful than I thought it was going to be in a game. Like, typically we don't really see that be the case, but Shopify also is a team that wants to group up and fight early, like you said. Like, that's the whole idea. And when your whole team gets hit by 2 nasal goo stacks and a quill spray, it makes the fight pretty dang hard when you don't have BKBs.
Yeah, especially because he didn't have to be the main focus. He could wait for the Beastmaster to go in. We saw that happen in a couple fights. And the Hairball just kind of lets you sneak in a couple quill sprays, like, oh, I'm just poking. But then the Beastmaster comes in and roars, and then you run in, and you've already started the fight with a couple extra quill sprays. You get to throw another Hairball, do your own quill sprays, your ags, right? And suddenly it starts building up real quick, tick, 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 tick. And that's where having the armor auras helps a lot, because it's protecting everyone from the AoE quill sprays. But if you're poor and you're lacking in those auras, then, the Bristleback hits a very strong timing, and you just can't deal with it.
Yeah. I will say I think that the Bristleback ended up kind of doing everything it needed to do. Like, it found its timing really early. It shut down the Visage lane, and then it was like the kind of end all be all carry, right? He got a little cheeky in the fountain, dies for it. Part of it was like he turned around a couple times, which stopped his quill sprays.
He didn't commit to the bit, man.
Yeah.
I think if he commits, he dies, but he gets like 4 kills.
Yeah, it would have been worth it. It would have been funny. You would have been like, all right, I'm taking you all down with me, type of thing.
The NA qualifiers we come to expect to see is the bristle in the fountain.
When it comes to like NA quals, it's not as much about like beating the enemy team as like it is more rewarding to drag the enemy team. So yeah, if you're Apex, they did it game 1. Well done. So we'll see as we get ready to jump into the game 2 draft here in just a few minutes. But something that's a little bit surprising, Apex actually prefers second pick, which it worked well for them in the last game. So they will have that, and Shopify will take Radiant side. So we'll see how that ends up adjusting, the kind of flow of the game. But overall, second pick, I think Shopify probably aren't going to open with the Nature's Prophet again, would be my guess. Or if they are, you either have to ban the Enchantress or the Invoker. You can't let both through.
Yeah, we'll see what they end up choosing. I think another approach that we had originally been thinking is, okay, there's a lot of supports left in the pool, so you're all going to get a broken support, and then you go from there. But choosing the Natures, which is understandable, it's something a lot of teams like, but that Invoker response is just proven to be very good. So I do think it's something you got to consider. I'd be okay just going back for broken supports. It's like we get Shadow Demon, you get Tusk, everyone's broken, so it's balanced. Kind of. We'll see if that's how they want to adjust to.
Yeah. All right, let's do this. It is time to jump into the draft as Shopify will start things off again with the first pick, the first ban of Sniper, then Monkey King. So far, the same bans as before from Apex, so they're going to give them the option to run the Nature's Prophet if they want. But Shopify could adjust this bans accordingly to try and help it, or like you said, you just go for the Shadow Demon. So, all right,
Round 2.
Here we go, baby. Run it back. You said if the game maybe didn't have the 2 deaths at the beginning, it could have been very different. I think you have to ban Enchantress. There it is. I think that was also another main issue is the fact that every time he wanted to go push a side lane, the Enchantress can very easily just take the Treant and run it back the other way. So that hero does cause quite a bit of problems, not only for the Nature's Prophet in general in the game, but also for the Visage lane.
Yeah, last time they banned Primal Beast Mirana. So now the Enchantress in here. I'm okay with either of those bans. Primal Beast, very annoying for natures in general. Doesn't care about Sprout, can always get to you. Mirana, similarly, can just leap away, but also arrow the Ironwood Treant to just take that away from you in the lane. Looks like they're going to prioritize the Mirana. Wonder if we'll see that Primal Beast come out. I think Apex Genesis, so you lost the Enchantress, but I think you still go for just a strong position 5. I don't know if you take the Chen yourself, but I think the idea of the Enchantress was not only being strong, but also dealing with the Ironwood Treant. And now that she and Mirana are banned, I like Crystal Maiden is like the next one who can deal with the Ironwood Treant, but she's not that popular. Okay, they're going to just move the Beastmaster up in priority. You need a pipe builder. I don't care who you pick, but you have to have an early pipe versus Invoker Beastmaster.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they could still go for the Visage, I think, if they want to go that route, but in general, you're either putting the Nature's Prophet mid against the Invoker, or you're putting it safe lane against the Beastmaster, right? We don't really see support or off lane Nature's Prophet at all. And if Shopify, if they really want to get wild, they can try it, but I don't know if with your back against the wall, that's the best time to kind of experiment with something like that.
Yeah, now that you have your Beastmaster, I don't think you can't draft Visage for yourself on Apex Genesis. So if Shopify wants Visage, I think you could wait till 18 to grab it and make sure it's a good Visage game. The auras, they're fine, but make sure you can get like a free kill on a support potentially, or a carry if Apex decides to reveal that, though I kind of think they should probably save that for the last pick. Maybe don't want to reveal all your cores right away. All right, for Shopify Rebellion, so when you're taking a Natures, you do want strong lanes to set you up. Last time they took Tiny to counter that Invoker. We'll see if they also want to try to take a stronger counter pick in that mid lane versus the Invoker, or maybe Tiny is a playmaker, so you grab him again. Looks like, yeah, they're doing it for now.
Oh my goodness. All right, they take the Dark Willow.
Take the Dark Willow.
So I think this hero is quite good against the Tiny as well as the Nature's Prophet. Like, neither of them like to build early BKBs. The magic damage is pretty substantial at helping go through Tiny's like HP pool, right? He's super high armor, very high HP, but Dark Willow kind of melted him a few times. They're gonna go back for the Snapfire, a hero that we've seen rise in popularity recently. I think a very good pairing for the Beastmaster lane as well.
Cookie also very good versus the Sprout, either getting away or getting into the Sprout. And there's another strong position 5. I'm telling you, man, if you do not pick a hero who can build pipe first item.
I hate to break it to you, that is not a hero that builds pipe first item.
He does cut trees at least.
He does at least cut trees.
I'm worried about this. You got Invoker, Beastmaster, Snapfire ult, and all of Treant's damage. He's not like a high damage hero, but like it's also all magic, It's worrying. I guess at least something you have going for you is that Beastmaster, like we talked about in the last game, also not someone who rushes auras. So at least to start, one team will not have the advantage or disadvantage from auras. But I feel like it's such a good pipe game.
Yeah. I'm
Can
trying
you
to
pick a
think.
support now? I mean, because this is probably the core lineup here, right? So maybe you can pick a 5, like go back for Chen and he goes pipe first. Or you just aim to win the lanes and try to snowball before you need auras. I mean, that's kind of what Apex Genesis did, right? Like they just had a good time in the lanes.
10
He
seconds
went
remaining.
blink Ags on the Beastmaster, so it's not like they had a bunch of auras. They just managed to snowball
Seconds
before the
remaining.
enemy team got their auras. So if you can win in the lanes hard enough, which is the idea behind the Timber into the Treant, he's got a Dark Willow too. I mean,
Radiant team
that is a
double.
strong lane. Let's see what carry they can come up with to deal with that. Luna would have been good.
They're actually worried about them moving the Nature's Prophet out of the carry role. I don't think it's going to happen,
Support.
but they banned out a Bristleback just in case, and now they ban out the Omni Knight. So,
10
uh,
Oh, Bristle
I,
would have been good.
yeah, Bristle would have been a pretty cool pairing. But in terms of heroes that are left, maybe consider the Lone Druid ban here. Oh, the Morphling again. That one makes sense.
I forgot about the Lone Druid.
Dire team pick. Crystal Maiden.
They
Hey,
actually
there
do
she
get it in
is.
the end.
Interesting. I mean, it's a Beastmaster counter, one of the classic ones. It makes sense. You can just play
Ah.
for axes though, which is quite strong.
Yeah. She's got to be careful. Like if she steps too far up, the cookie full bore axes, like that's a dead Crystal Maiden. But you will be able to deal with the boars, like you said. I don't know. Axis build is like fine though. You can kind of skip it. I mean, even when you go that build, you usually get like 1 point in boars at least because they can stack for you. So I guess you'll have that.
There's options like Shadow Fiend here, which you could do. You could opt for. Gosh, I don't know. In terms of, it's like Lone Druid, Shadow Fiend are like the top of my list in terms of like potential carries that you could pick.
I think someone to just wreck this Timbersaw off lane because we just saw Invoker did fine versus Tiny in the mid lane. And if Nature's has nowhere to go, then like what's
How is she
happening?
still in the game? Okay, Wind Ranger makes it all the way to 24 pick.
She does well versus Timber. Not like a hard counter, but you're so fast you just stay away from the Timber, so he doesn't get to bully you in the laning stage. And you're usually fine. Like between power shot, you like do enough harass to keep him away and eventually get through the lane. Whirlwind later on.
So this one of the things we talked about a lot when it comes to Wind Ranger is the fact that this is not an early game hero, right? Like this is a hero that needs like about 30 minutes, 25 to 30 minutes to like really start contributing to the team. Like she's going to spend a lot of time jungling and farming up her Gleipnir, BKBs, and her Daedalus. I think eventually it'll be enough, but it is going to be kind of weird early on because Beastmaster also really wants to farm some early ancient stacks, so they might be competing for kind of territory here on the map.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking through. Like, I think the lane is okay, but usually something we see picked earlier. Like Timber came out early, so like, okay, I don't know where Timber's going. I'm gonna just pick like a generic matchup like Wind Ranger, who will do fine in either lane. I thought they would look to shut it down more, like I was saying, but I guess it does outscale as well, right? Like Whirlwind with 3 items and then more as you keep farming. Like, I don't think you can deal with that on Shopify. So maybe it's the late game potential for Apex, or I should say like late game insurance, right? Like if you do well, you can kind of join with Gleipnir BKB and like be useful, especially if the rest of your lanes have been going well. But if it does end up like the game drags out, you still feel okay. You're like, okay, it's fine. Get that Daedalus, get whatever other items you want. And I don't think Nature's can kill you before Whirlwind kills everybody.
Yeah, definitely not. The hero is quite interesting. But here we go. We're going to jump into game number 2 now for Shopify versus Apex Genesis here. And, well, Oh, that's weird. He has the Kid Invoker portrait at the top, but he managed to switch his hero at the last second, so he's actually not Kid Invoker. That's very weird.
I've never seen that. This is the tech I want to learn from the pros.
That's good stuff. That's good stuff.
See if the first bloods happen again. You know, actually, I forgot. It looked like Shopify Rebellion was going to get that first blood, actually, at the start of that last time. So if they can do the same stuff, get another kill, or get a kill this time, I mean, that would get you off on the right start. We see first bloods make such a big impact nowadays.
30 seconds to battle.
Early ward by the twin gate on the bottom right side by the Dire. I think the idea there is that Timbersaw does typically like to be left alone, and versus this Treant, like once a couple trees are cut, I think you feel very safe about leaving Timber. That frees up Dark Willow to potentially go through that twin gate, show up bottom, try to help out there. So kind of a cool idea to already scout it out.
I actually really like that. That's true. All right. Well, another 2-for-2 trade on the bounties this time, and the mid lane, we'll see if Yopaj can do a little bit better this time around versus Wish. Wish has opted for EMP at level 1 as opposed to the Cold Snap. He went Cold Snap last time to help secure the first blood, so this should actually help him the first couple of waves, but overall, should still be a lot of denies coming out from the Tiny in the first wave or two. I feel like this Treant is going to have a hard time.
Dire's turret.
Yeah, I think you focus on healing, and you just heal up Wind Ranger, focus on pulls, stacks, and maybe do one of your own rotations. There's not as many trees in the side lanes as there used to be. It used to be pretty hard to cut everything, and you could approach either from the left or the right, but nowadays it's pretty sparse, especially versus a Timber.
Yeah.
So it's tough to walk in. Yeah, and like they'll bully your Wind Ranger as a response, but you just keep trying to like heal her with Leech Seed and Living Armor.
Nice body blocks bottom here. Getting a lot of damage into the Snapfire. Generally just a lot of harassment coming out in these lanes, but not really stopping them from farming too much, except the Beastmaster. The Beastmaster has been completely pushed off the wave. He is sitting at 1 CS, mostly just because of the threat of this Crystal Maiden as well. There's just a lot of damage from these two, plus the Treant as well, just constantly running at him. So Fade's struggling, not going to have as good a start as he did in the last game, but
I'm kind of surprised it's that bad, but it is still early, and it looks like the lane's pushing, so maybe it'll start to recover in a moment here. This did kind of happen last game too, and the Invoker came and helped him out, so
yeah, that's true. He got some space is what ended up happening, right? The other lane started to struggle, and they started having to rotate the Nature's Prophet to help, and he just got that time to kind of go farm the lane and push and get as much as he could during that, you know, 20 to 30 seconds even. It's not even that much time because Nature's Prophet can TP back so quickly, but another body block coming out from that Nature's Prophet, which is causing a lot of problems. And there's going to be first blood topside for Amaterasu on this Timber, taking down the Treant Protector. Kind of an inevitable death, I think.
yeah, I mean it's just annoying. Playing the Treant versus Timbersaw, it's a very rough laning stage. Like a lore counter.
Yeah.
What can you possibly do?
It's like this guy literally murders your kind.
Yeah, you're a tree, he's a tree cutter. It just, what can be done?
You just gotta hope for the best, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you typically just like don't engage. That's why you see him barely approach the lane. Like that's what you do. You just pull and Drag creeps if you know, you can avoid the lane into the timber saw. Yeah, we see he's gonna go for like another half pull here. Like, this is all you do. There's no playing the lane.
Sammy's at
Water
least
rune.
getting a decent amount of space to farm. Wish, yeah. Chasing down Yopaj here. Did bottle the water rune, has a fairy fire, so he shouldn't die. Yeah, it does get a good amount of damage and sticks onto the Tiny here. EMP, trying to body block. He has to outrun this, but he's also looking for a...
I don't know about that.
I was going to say
That's-
maybe a toss back, but he couldn't bottle at all.
That was really bold.
All right. Wish, just with the solo kill in the mid lane, going even better this time around.
Did he? It's like he used the water rune and then he forgot he used the water rune and maybe thought he had another like birth heal. Maybe he just
lane.
wanted to die. I don't know.
Prophet, great shackle out for the Wind Ranger, but I don't know if she can actually escape. 3 seconds on that Wind Run, and Timbersaw just closes the gap. It's pre 5 minutes, 4 heroes in the top lane here from Shopify. Part of this, the reason you can do it is because of how good this Nature's Prophet lane is going. And they might just stick around and try and finish this one off. Oh, wait, Yamsung got found. Okay, that's a nice kill from Skem. Or a good scout from Skem there.
I was gonna say this many heroes for just the Wind Ranger maybe is not worth it to give space back to the Beastmaster, but a second kill does help, and maybe if you can take the tower, but it really is a lot of space for Fade, who was struggling up to this point, and he's pushing in a pretty big wave and catapult into the tower. So you are gonna have to go respond to this. It looks like they should be able to finish the top tower and still have time to go defend, so I guess with that in mind, maybe it is all right for Shopify.
It's actually really good.
Just remember how much Beastmaster did last game off a similar start, and I'm a little worried about giving him space for Shopify.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have the Ironwood Treant there, there's no way that works, but you're able to just push that tower so quickly as a result.
Kills that courier, but that actually just baits both supports to walk back up here. They have the magic damage to kill a Wind Ranger. Frostbite into Brambles is plenty of lockdown.
Yopaj, avalanche, toss, sends him back. Well done, but you've got to get this Invoker. If he actually can close the gap here, he might be able to finish the job. Trying to bottle up here. Wish going to cut him off. Gets him on the slow. There's going to be the cold snap, the EMP, the boar from downtown. Yopaj goes down again.
Making sure to get the Wisdom Rune. Oh man, there's some big stacks from Fade on this Beastmaster. He has been very consistent. There's some large stacks in the last game as well.
Oh my lord. That's a jump scare right there, dude. That's 6 stacks. 6
Yeah,
or 7. Hold on.
He's very consistent about stacking camps, which is an amazing skill to have when you're playing Beastmaster.
Is that 6? Yeah, I think it's 6 stacks. I'm trying to see, but everything keeps moving too fast. But it looks like 6.
There's too
That
many
is
creeps. It's like that
wild.
mini game where creeps are walking left and right, like Mario Party, and you have to click how many there are there. You need to stand still.
Yeah, Fade was just biding his time. He's like, yeah, you guys are going to put this pressure on me in the bottom lane. It's whatever. I'm just going to stack my camps with my boar. I'll be chill. No big deal. I'll recover. And to be fair, he's actually not that far behind currently in net worth, and he's still got a lot of the big creeps to clean up from this stack. So, plus he's going to grab level 7 axes. Or, you know, level 7, level 4 axers. And he stacks it again. All right, yeah, this guy's gaming. This is peak Beastmaster performance for sure.
Master tier. He's got the timings down. Yamato in a bit of danger here. This is a hasted Invoker.
Ooh, well, top lane they're gonna find a kill on the Treant, but yeah, bottom lane they find a better kill. Well, did they actually? He just TP'd out on Treant
He
Protector.
TP'd
Never
out?
mind. Okay,
The
yeah, that's a
superior
rough
tree.
one. Timbersaw was not close enough to finish the job. If he was there, it's a pretty easy kill. But the supports, the 2 of them, after using the Frostbite, just not a lot you can do. And Fade is now almost dead even with the Nature's Prophet. Bro, come on. Come on, he can't keep
Beastmaster
getting away with
Gaming.
this.
Yeah, they didn't pick anyone who could invade this easily, right? Like, Nature's is not a hero who clears stacks prior to a Gleipnir, and Tiny can sort of do it, but it takes a while, takes a lot of rotations. Timber maybe, but I mean, it's just like a little bit of an awkward rotation to go from the top lane over to the enemy triangle. So it's just not easy to contest these stacks, and Beastmaster's here freely going through them. I do like when teams draft this. Like, as soon as you see a Beastmaster, I know, you know, everyone in the audience knows, like, Beastmaster's gonna do stacks and he's gonna clear them. So I like when teams draft to be able to steal those. Not every team chooses to do so because, of course, there's risks to it, but I do like that approach.
I'm also curious what they end up doing with the Wind Ranger in terms of her being able to clear stacks, because right now, like, Beastmaster definitely needs to play towards his Aghanim Scepter, but at some point your Wind Ranger is going to need space on that side to farm as well. So I don't really know what the play there is going to be quite yet. Maybe they leave the Ancients, but this is exactly what he did last time. He was doing this like smoke to clear both of the stacks mid lane. They're going to try and make a dive here onto the Invoker with the Tornado. Buy him a little bit of space. Nature's Prophet coming in as well. Oh, the Roar. Wait a minute. Do they have detection? They do. They drop a sentry, but not quite level 6 on these supports. They don't even need it. They get the damage, but in comes the Timbersaw trying to finish off this Invoker. They got him. That is a massive win. The question is, can you get out? Sammy seemingly not having enough damage here on this Wind Ranger quite yet. The Frostbite into the freezing field. A nice 2 kills here for Shopify, as that should turn into the tier 1 tower as well.
Looks like they will find Yamson. Oh, maybe not. Okay, Timber is a little low. He's feeling a little scared to go further. Fade's just trying to clear these stacks. I mean, once you lose this mid tower, it's much easier to invade this area. So he's just trying to quickly take this time to finish this up before the enemy can get here. Oh, didn't get it quite fast enough.
They got him. Yeah, crash landing to finish the job. So they are invading slightly now. I don't know if they can get this. Oh, they're actually pretty low. They can finish off the Ancients here. In comes Treant, though. Invoker's not that far away either. Tornado. EMP. Cold Snap. There's going to be the Nature's Grasp as well. Very annoying for Yopaj, and the Mortimer Kisses are out. Is it enough to finish the job? Absolutely. So punishing the greed there. You go for potentially 2 Ancient Creeps and end up losing your mid-tiny for it.
This'll come in handy.
See, where's the Ags? About 1,000 gold off from the Aghanims. I think you do prioritize the stacks on the Beastmaster till he finishes the Ags, and maybe the next item like Blink or an Aura if you want, because you really you need to make space for the Wind Ranger, and if your Beastmaster's not strong enough, he can't make space. So I do think early stacks should go over to whatever hero is going to be active first, and Wind Ranger, her identity's kind of shifted with Whirlwind, but she really is like a late game carry now with how powerful Whirlwind is. So if she's not farmed now, it's fine. She wasn't gonna do anything for you anyway. She was gonna farm till she finishes all her items.
We're gonna see a potential movement here onto the bottom lane. Timbersaw doing quite. Oh, that is an amplified damage, but they cannot stop the Timber Chain. Ooh, that would have been a really nice kill if they could have found the Timbersaw there, but Invoker will just head back towards his mid lane.
It's stack time, baby. Get over to those camps. Fade's racing Bignum. He's like, this one's mine. He's close. Like 200 gold for the Ags. I think you don't want to fight too much. Like, they could have maybe chased further, but I think you really just want to hit this Ags timing on the Beastmaster. And considering the start he had, I'd say this is a pretty good timing. You sometimes see faster Ags when you pick up a couple kills and stuff in the lane, but he had like 1 CS 2 minutes into the game. So
yeah, dude.
The
actually,
fact that he's now
CS,
second net worth. Yeah, that's not
like
exaggeration.
exaggerations, dude. He actually had 1 CS. Like, that is wild. And there it is. Aghanim Scepter is done for Fade. The drums of war begin.
So you can either look for kill with the Roar. Maybe you just go for Roche. Like, you make a team play bottom, take that tier 1. just go straight to Roche. You have about a minute to do that before it switches over. So that might be a bit of a tight timeline, especially because it looks like he just wants to finish this stack here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of curious if they want to go for like the pre-15 Roche again, or if they would rather wait for Dire side.
You got to go like now if you want to do that.
Yeah, it's just a lot more difficult for the Dire team to make that, pre-15 Roche call without having the tower down. So I think you're right. Maybe they wait for the Dire side and then look for Roche on top.
Yeah, I don't think you can even do Roche on Shopify. It would take literally all 5 of your heroes like a full minute.
He's going to scout some heroes here. He is going to walk underneath the sentry, though. The tornado is actually not quite invoked yet, but Yopaj goes in. That's
so much
ton of damage. Wish, does he get out? He does not. Samson's going to come in with a whirlwind. Just going to try and bring down Hellscream here. He's able to do so. Yopaj in as well. Nice toss back. There's going to be the freezing field, but an overgrowth, and he has to cancel, try and run away as the Mortimer kisses are coming through. They want Yopaj. They'll settle for Skem as the buckshot, or rather the full bore, comes in to finish the job. 2 for 1, but I think overall for Shopify, that's not that bad. Because your Nature's Prophet's still farming.
Yeah, it's a mid kill to 2 supports, and that was the full team of Apex, but like you said, free farming Natures, who's getting pretty close to his Gleipnir, and I think that's when he's interested in joining a little bit more. So just waiting for their own timing. I think you're okay with that. Pipe's pretty close on the Timber Saw.
That's a really good bait. Yopaj overextending, not realizing that they were just ready and waiting on the side of Apex, and they get themselves a freebie. He's feeling forced to make plays right now, it feels like.
I mean, I think it's the idea of picking the Tiny. We see again, he didn't really crush the Invoker, but the matchup goes okay enough, and you pick up your Blink and you go make plays. Like, I think that's what they've assigned him to do this game. That's why he feels that pressure. But yeah, maybe that one was just like a little bit too far. We weren't sure. Like, I was saying I wanted a pipe builder. We saw the Timber. We're like, oh, not the most common. But he did do it. He got the pipe. It's really good. It matches the Aghanim's timing from the Beastmaster, who is actually also choosing to get a pipe, though his is still further down the line, of course.
Oh, no. He just barely didn't see him. I mean, this is what we like to see out of the Invoker, right? You want to be roaming around playing into where this Nature's Prophet is. They don't manage to find him, though, as they're going to look for this D-Ward. They're not going to get it. Okay, so they're just going to have a lot of information here on Shopify to know exactly what's going on.
Wind Rangers. Oh, she did just finish her Gleipnir. Okay, some big items being finished up here, so I feel like we should see a clash pretty soon.
Yeah,
maybe over that Roche.
It could be. The thing is, I feel like Apex, I don't know if the Beastmaster wants to move to the top side of the map right now. Oh, smoke's gonna pop. Amaterasu gonna find Big Num here on the bottom side of the map. They are rotating in on the side of Apex. Question is, will you make it in time? Cold Snap is out. There's gonna be the EMP. They managed to find the big one on the backside. That's gonna be the Beastmaster. He's trying his best to heal through it, but he can't. He's all alone, and now the chase gonna go back the other way. Yamsun forced to pop this overgrowth. That ward from earlier that they didn't scout out just gives them all the information they need, and Shopify get a triple kill on the Nature's Prophet. Absolutely massive.
That's huge. That's exactly what they wanted out of their item timings. And they're actually going to find a couple stacks here to steal as well. They already took these tier 1s, so I'm wondering what the play is. I kind of think maybe you just keep looking to fight. It's not like Tormentor time. You're not really a Roche team. I guess you just slowly hit tier 2s and look for pickoffs.
Ooh, Wish. That's probably a dead Dark Willow. The tornado comes out, but Wish is stuck inside the Sprout. The crash landing just deletes them. Samson can't do anything either. A 1-for-3 trade. Oh boy. It's all coming up Shopify now. Apex are a little bit split in their decision making this time. Last game, it was all gas. They found these heroes well. They're going to find Yamato topside here. Nature's Prophet has the Sprout, the Gleipnir, but he's dead. That is 1,000 gold into the bag of the Beastmaster. He's still got the drums going here as well. He could look to play aggressive if he gets a little bit of help. The Frostbite is out. Yamsun coming in to try and do what he can, but no. Amaterasu, he's providing some extra help. Toss back. Well, maybe to the wrong target. Timber Chain's back the other way. Fade, dodge it. Wait a minute. No way.
He's in so many trees. No way.
Tornado. Chakram. Can he dodge this? The
Is there a
slowest
way?
stuns. Amaterasu. He's down to so little HP, but he's gonna die, and now Fade gets out. Shopify on multiple different pages here.
I think they're reading different books.
Dude, yeah, you might be.
Okay, that was like all or nothing. So like if you toss Beastmaster to Treant, in theory you can get both at once, right? You like go over, you hit them both. But I don't think they were on the same page on that, and
Dire's middle tower
it actually just leads to the Beastmaster getting away. At that point, you should just cut your losses because too much time has passed and rotations could be coming in. But he still tries to finish up the kill because he's so low. It's so tempting. But the Invoker's there just in time with a Tornado save.
radiant are scanning.
Yeah, you needed something like that for Apex. It felt like they were really losing a lot of momentum. Those last two fights were disasters for them.
I mean, the fact that he gets 1,000 gold for the Nature's Prophet killed nearly and survives, and then gets more assist gold, like, that is the best thing Fade could have asked for. He has a full pipe and nearly a blink dagger. So this Beastmaster is going to be very scary. We're going to see a Kaya, I believe, coming out on the Timber Saw here. Typical item for this hero. Wants to get that mana cost reduction, but also just the spell damage goes a long way on this hero.
Yeah, I think he rushed the Ags, but that means he didn't get the pipe, but that means he doesn't have his usual item, so kind of working his way backwards now.
Can you go on Timber Saw? I mean, this is not the hero you want to start the fight on. Fade needs to be a little bit careful as well. If you get like tossed back, or you get like tossed back into the enemy team, even though he's tanky, he doesn't have the pipe active. I don't know if he'd survive. Do we have a
Blink
BKB
is on the way for
Windrunner?
Beastmaster. That could be huge because the fights they lost, Beastmaster was getting killed before the roar could come out. It was like way too late of a roar. His couriers.
Ooh, they're gonna scout
Last
them. They're gonna
second.
jump, but they actually
The
cookie
cookie
right on
Nature's-
top. The Natures get shackled. He has a BKB.
He needs to
but
get the
Fade,
roar off.
He's gonna try and roar him. He ends up roaring the Tiny instead, and Yamsun with the whirlwind just rips through the side of Shopify. What an unfortunate TP for the side of Shopify. The Nature's Prophet. They were trying to bail the Beastmaster out, and instead he just perfectly time stuns the Tomato.
Man, look, sometimes no matter how good you are, you get unlucky. And that, like, sometimes you just blink into the stun, you know? That is exactly what happened there. He did not get to do anything. Cookie stun into... He ended up not even being roared. The roar went on to the Tiny, but that was fine because Nature's had already taken so much damage. He just had to BKB, try to TP out, and did not make it in time.
Wow. That is a really unfortunate turn of events for Shopify. It is now a 2,000 lead for Apex. They get themselves the Aegis for the Beastmaster. And top lane Wish, he's taking a little bit of
aggressive.
damage here. But yeah, you're right. A little bit aggressive because Fade, he's coming.
2
He's
seconds
got
on
that
Roar.
Aegis, pops the pipe. Yeah, 2 seconds on Roar. He might
Gonna
just be
lose the
fighting his
Aegis
time.
right away. That's
Okay,
like a
this
30-second
is a-
long Aegis.
Yeah, that is a really dead Aegis, and then Beastmaster's dead again. Okay, Shopify, turns out, nothing to be worried about. They baited. Fade just gives a huge kill bounty back over to the Nature's Prophet here. And they were just not prepared to come to this fight. Like, your Snapfire's bottom, your Wind Ranger doesn't have ult either. Well, I guess she could have, but she was farming elsewhere.
Dire's structures
They just did not expect the 5 heroes from Shopify.
I mean, I guess I didn't either. I have full vision. But good find there. Now, I mean, that Aegis did not get anything done. I guess they got the money for doing Roche. They might find Invoker.
Nice tornado.
Tornado?
Wish. The question is, can he get out? There's going to be the overgrowth from Yamsun. Mortimer Kisses are in. Deafening Blast is there. The Mortimer Kisses, they finish off the Tiny. Big Num manages to get it done. And it's a 1-for-1. I think you're okay with that.
It's a great trade. Snapfire for Tiny.
Such a good cookie tornado timing as well.
That was another one. The tornado comes out just as Tiny blinks in, so he's immediately lifted up. I think if you avalanche toss that Invoker literally a fraction of a second sooner, then that's probably a much cleaner Invoker kill.
Top lane. Yamato's going to pop the BKB, but here comes Samson with the Whirlwind. Can he actually finish off this Nature's Prophet? Oh, that's an amplified damage on the Timber Saw.
Shopify so back. They're so back.
There were two heroes there. They just instantly got deleted.
There were 2 core heroes there. Yeah. Oh man, there's so many trees as well. How much was that?
Dire's middle tower
17. Not as much as I thought, but I guess that was enough to just like finish off both of them in that fight.
I mean,
That'll
Sammy
help
took
him finish the Crimson
1,000
Guard.
pure damage.
Yeah, that'll
immediately.
help him finish the Crimson Guard, which is huge against Whirlwind.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
He just needs like another 100 gold for it.
All right, for now, I think Shopify had a little bit of hiccups, but they are still in firm control of the game. They've got only 1 tower remaining on the side of Apex, so a lot of the map still in control for Shopify. If they can find a couple more picks, they'll be in a really good spot. They have the BKB now being completed, or at least being delivered. Oh, Fade goes in. He finds the Timber Saw, the Roar. The Mortimer Kisses are there. He's not going to be able to get bailed out. The Root comes in just in time, and Terrorize not there to save him. All right, that's a nice turnaround. Both teams had like a ward to try and scout some heroes, and it looks like Apex able to take advantage of it first.
Yeah, and I do want to say, going back to the draft, we mentioned Wind Ranger versus Timbersaw is like a fine matchup, but you don't shut them down, but that she scales better. And this has been a very back and forth game, keeping it quite close, but that does mean Wind Ranger is approaching her late game timing. She's working on the Crystallis right now, and as that finishes into a Daedalus, that's when we see Whirlwind become absolutely ridiculous. They try for a play. They all TP bomb to try to catch the Wind Ranger, but she must have sensed it coming. She just backs out. Oh, they actually had a ward here that actually scouted out from the earlier Roche, I think.
Fade really wants... Oh, there's the Gleipnir out. Shackle. They kind of stack the Roar into the Sunstrike. Is it going to be enough? He pops the pipe, but... Overgrowth there just for safe measure. They take down the Timbersaw a second time.
It's under attack.
You can't fight without your Timber. Not only is he so much damage versus some of these tankier heroes, but he did buy 2 of the auras for his team.
Dire
Yeah.
You do not want to fight without them. So they'll just try to split the map, but Apex wants to match this. They're rotating
know.
down here.
Good disengage from Shopify. They see the TPs coming through. The Wisdom runes will be split. But also good read from Apex, not wanting to just give away these Wisdom runes at all.
What's Tomato working on? MKB to be able to actually hit the Wind Ranger. That's a good call. Tomato is at the top of the net worth. He's not outscaled quite yet from the Whirlwind, especially depending on how the fight happens, right? If you can lock her down, you should be able to kill her in time. She's not the tankiest hero until she finishes Satanic, Got about, what, 2,200 health right now? Right, so it is possible to get her killed if you can find her first.
Huge avalanche toss initiation, fades onto the backside, gets the roar here once again onto the timber saw, but Yamato is in, just shredding through this guy, and they've done it. One hero dead, BKB's out from both cores. Samson trying his best to just delete these heroes onto the backside, but there's too much coming in from the Nature's Prophet. He's gonna have to bail out to safety. Avalanche comes in, Sunstrike on the mark, no, Force-staffed away. No one dead yet on the side of Shopify in a really nice freezing field. Curse Crown stunning up Big Num as well. Amaterasu wants to chase, but will give it up on the high ground. So Shopify, really clean fight there. Just barely surviving on several heroes.
And great avalanche toss to start that off. They're kind of clumped, but yeah, you need the Daedalus on the Wind Ranger. She's just like not quite enough damage into the Crimson Guard without it.
Wish, bottom lane, stuck inside the Sprout, thanks to the leash, and cannot go anywhere. So really good pickoffs once again.
Both teams actually have so many observers and sentries in this bottom lane, and that's why they both think they can make plays there, but they're all just missing each other. It's actually really funny. I've never seen this many in close proximity that don't actually overlap.
They're like, haha, they definitely don't have vision.
I've got 3 sentries down here. But it's been in the favor of Shopify because of that. And in particular, I think Natures, one of the hard part about playing core Natures is that teleport takes a while and then you're there because you have no other mobility. Now, he actually built a Hurricane Pike, so he's got one potential chance to move. You have to pick the perfect spot to teleport into. And if you're in a bad spot, you're stuck in a bad spot. If you're in a good spot, then you're set up to win the fight. So actually having vision here does help you pick the best point to teleport in and make sure you're not like accidentally getting cookied into roared, right? Like we saw in that bottom fight earlier.
Yeah. We're closing in on some big items here for both teams. The MKB is done on the Nature's Prophet, which this is a huge one. We can see him just really pulling away from Sammy on this Wind Ranger. And I think part of it is because you had to spend a lot of time recovering earlier on this Beastmaster, right? Like so much of the stack game was given to him that there wasn't much for Sammy to kind of focus on himself. When he gets his Daedalus, you still might have enough damage output to where it doesn't matter because this hero, I don't know, attacks 11 times for each other hero's 1. So that's what makes it so dang strong.
He's also got his 20 talent, which is the 10% focus fire damage reduction. Or less damage reduction, right? So he's doing more damage. So that lines up really nicely with this Daedalus, which is just like 100 gold off. So they really want to delay this like just a little bit longer before this fight. Just trying to like power shot one more last hit. The courier's already at the side shop.
It's just tossing it as Oda Lucians.
Guys, it's totally the real me. Jump.
All right, that's the Daedalus. That's a big deal.
Shopify should know. I think the Illusion should have been able to scout that.
Definitely, yeah.
Right. Roche is up. It's got the banner.
I mean, they can take this really fast. The Radiant are going to scan it, so they know that this is going on. The question is, are they going to respect the strength of Shopify and back out of the pit or not? Looks like they will for now. Fade gets cookied to safety. Nice little disengage. They're going to sit behind the pit. Amaterasu, he just goes in. A shackle will hold him down for now. A nice jump in. The terrorize is there. The roar, though, catches the tiny. Samson so damn low already. He needs help. The Curse Crown's going to summon the Whirlwind. Not doing a ton at the moment, and he's dead instead. Mortimer Kisses comes through. Ooh. It's a 1 for... I guess they lost the Natures on the backside. Gopaj goes in. Avalanche toss. Big Num. He's going to go down. Fade, he's got to do some heavy lifting here with the help of Wish, but they buy back both supports, and Shopify is going to bring them right back into this fight. Wish cannot escape. He has to stand his ground. Amaterasu now with a triple kill, looking for Fade on the Beastmaster, and they've done it. Shopify going to clean house here in this fight. It's an Ultra going for the Timber Saw.
The Roche Roar doing so much work for Shopify there. The MVP of that fight. It increases damage by 25%. And that allows the Timbersaw to do so much. Whirlwind was in a decent spot, hitting multiple cores. But actually, 2 cores is not so great to hit. Are the Timber, who's going to get armor, and then the Tiny, who has a passive that's actually going to reduce your damage once your BKB ends. Plus the Crimson Guard. It just means the Whirlwind didn't hit quite hard enough on those 2 heroes that are particularly good versus it. It was a trade because the Nature's, he was on the backside, I guess. And I was actually watching the win range. I didn't see exactly where Nature's died. But then it ends up on a 4-on-4, but also still that Roche Roar coming in, helping the Timber and the Tiny just do extra burst damage.
This is huge. They're going to get the enemy Tormentor after the Roshan, so another shard going their way. This one for Timbersaw makes it even more difficult to run away from this guy now. You're now up 14,000 gold. It's looking like we might have a game 3 coming up soon, because at this point, I think you're lacking damage on the side of Apex Genesis.
The Whirlwind needs to kill the supports and Natures. Like, that's
Agreed.
where it can actually do work. It's Tiny and Timber need to be kind of like, okay, we killed everyone else. Now we get those heroes. So you need to find the Blink Roar on Natures, who's the main guy who can kill the Wind Ranger if she's not on her own, like in that last fight. And then you go from there. It will be the high ground, right? That's where you have the advantage again as the defending team. Maybe it'll bait Shopify to go in a little too far.
Immediate ward drops there. They're just going to jump in. Tiny looking for the avalanche setup. They do manage to find the Nature's Prophet. The Roar's going to come out in Sandy with the wind run. Again, not really finding the supports quite yet, but he's just tickling these heroes. Nature's Prophet finally goes down to Fade as well as these Mortimer Kisses, so you're up 1 hero, but this Timbersaw is so damn tanky, and Yopaj goes in. Avalanche toss onto 2, Terrorize, not really gonna connect, but a nice freezing field.
Right on the Wind Ranger!
100%.
Oh my god.
Dude, no way. The supports on Shopify just solo off the Wind Ranger. Such a sick play.
She took 2,300 damage from freezing field. That placement was so good because they fall in quadrants, but if you're close to Crystal Maiden, you can get hit by multiple, and she was right on top of Crystal Maiden, so she was getting hit by everything. "40 seconds, no Wind Ranger." You lost your Natures, who's your main tower damage. I guess you got the Timber Shard. Maybe you can poke a little bit. Looks like for now they're satisfied with just getting map control. And they actually there's no vision on the map for Apex Genesis. There's a gem on Skem, and they took this time to just move around, de-ward as much as they could.
We just haven't really seen the scary Wind Ranger, right, that we've been seeing in previous series. Like, he's going in, he pops the Wind Run, but Timbersaw just doesn't seem to really care. He pressed the the reactive armor Aghanim Scepter that he has, so he just doesn't take damage at all. And he's not able to find these supports on the backside. And I think that's such a big deal, especially since they're on buyback cooldown. If he's able to just run past this front line, find the supports with the Wind Run, like, maybe this fight goes way more in your favor. But the team has a hard time following him, I think, is the issue.
I think you're right. This Crimson's doing a lot in this game. I thought the Wind Ranger would be doing more. I know it's tough into those 2 heroes in particular, like Timber and Tiny, but it is not quite doing the damage into the Crimson. I guess Timber just is a really tanky hero. It's blocking like 150 damage per auto attack, and I think they might find Samson again here.
Cookie just barely off the mark, but yeah, Samson terrorized into his own base. Nice Force Staff to bail him out for now. Tornado, Cold Snap, EMP, Sunstrike on the mark. Yopaj is low, but he of course does have that Aegis to play with, and a BKB if necessary.
Nature's with his own satanic. Means that he should be able to heal up through a whirlwind. Maybe a Snapfire ult being dropped on top of him.
We've been seeing it more and more, but you have a Timber Saw issue for sure. Like, I actually don't know how this Timber dies at this point. This guy is so freaking tanky.
Yeah, maybe you need like the Parasma from Invoker, but that's still a whiles away, assuming he's saving buyback, which you probably should.
Top lane,
Nature's...
Avatos, they find an easy kill. Curse Crown to chain stun up that Wind Ranger. Yamstone on the backside. He has no overgrowth. He's got no way out of this one. That's going to be 2 kills for the side of Shopify. Right outside the Apex base, and that's not a good sign.
I think you have to buy back or you're losing at least 2 sets here. If not 3, because this is a Nature's Prophet with Ironwood Treant.
Yeah, I don't know how you slow this down. Oh my lord. Yeah, that base is dead. All right, jump in. Fade's going to immediately hop through the roar. They pop the BKBs as well. The Aegis, of course, it's not there, but they just don't have the damage. They're lacking so much. Wind Ranger does catch both supports on the backside, but she's stuck inside of a Bramble Maze. Finally pops the BKB as well as this Whirlwind, but there's just no damage. That's it, baby. This game looking impossible for Apex Genesis now as Shopify just run over them in their base.
I guess this Whirlwind plan just did not quite pan out. I think that was the idea behind this Wind Ranger. I think they also thought it would outscale, but Tomato, always an exceptional farmer, massively in the lead. I know he's got like the base gold now, but even before this, he was like 5,000 gold at least ahead of the enemy team. Look, he's even TPing back away to go buy some stuff and just show back up again. Divine Rapier to finish it off. Let's go, Tomato.
Classic. All right, well, do they fight or do they end? The Roar's going to come out. They cast a nice overgrowth, but BKB to dispel the Timber Saw, and look at the damage from this guy. The Whirlwind
the stats
just doesn't even matter. It's just so much overwhelming damage from the side of Shopify. They glad themselves game 2, and we've got ourselves a game 3 on the horizon.
That was a really scrappy one. For a long time, that was very back and forth. I think that game broke open where they were going for the second Roche on Apex Genesis, and I think they just didn't put enough respect on the Roche roar. I think it was really cool when they added that in. For most people, it's just like, oh, they know we're doing Roche, but it is 25% more damage you are going to take. It's like there's a 6th hero in the game. Yeah. And they were all around the Roche pit, so they were all affected by it. They're all hiding in the trees in the back, which means Timber actually does an insane amount of damage over there that's being amplified by the trees and Roche. And I think that's what got them. It kind of broke open the game for Shopify, which prior to that, it was like, oh, we get 3 kills, you get 3 kills, right? The gold lead was staying within like 2,000 for 30 minutes, I would say. And then that's where it just changed massively.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that this Wind Ranger pick didn't end up working out. The other thing that I noticed is a lot of times we see the Invoker Wind Ranger, they like to take advantage of the Alacrity buff during Whirlwind. I don't even know if I saw that happen this game. And I feel like that's kind of like a pretty big missed opportunity. Like that extra damage goes a long way in that Whirlwind. But the other thing is Beastmaster's lane was so bad from the get-go, and if he had a better lane, maybe that gives Wind Ranger the ability to farm that big ancient stack, in the triangle, as opposed to like having to feed the Beastmaster and give him his items, because he was in big recovery mode for a long time.
Yeah, I was still kind of okay with that though, but I think right after he finished the Ags and then eventually the Blink, we never saw that connect too well. Where you get the clean Blink Roar, take another tower. Okay, it's back up, Blink Roar, take another tower. Like they weren't quite able to find that this time. I think Shopify did a much better job of playing together. We saw far more nature's rotations into the fight than in the first game, right? I don't know what happened in that one, if it's the lanes, the first game of the day, whatever, but they really stepped it up here in game 2. I don't think Apex Genesis played worse. Maybe you see more mistakes from them. I think it's more Shopify forcing those mistakes. So they really upped their game from game 1 to game 2.
Yeah. I like the idea for them to take the Dark Willow as well, because it gives them the opportunity to go for the Timbersaw. We've talked a lot about Timbersaw being this hero that needs to kind of get past this like mid game. He's very good early, but he's exploitable early with magic damage, and Dark Willow is one of the best heroes at doing so. So they grab the Dark Willow in the draft. They then leave the Timbersaw, something that they can grab as another pick as well. And yeah, everything turned out great for this draft. I liked it a lot. We'll probably see a similar run back, at least in the beginning in game 3, I'd have to imagine. But for now, we're going to go to a short break. Everyone stay tuned. We've got game 3 of Shopify versus Apex Genesis coming up after the break. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody, here to the lower bracket finals of Dream League Season 34, the North American Qualifiers. We've got Shopify taking on Apex Genesis, and a pretty exciting series so far, I would say so, right, Zach?
Yeah, if I don't see the exact same first phase opener, I'm going to be very disappointed. I got to see how this turns out. I need both teams to run it back one more time.
The same 7 bans, the Nature's Prophet and the Invoker. I mean, why not? But it seems like both of those are fine. Those aren't the issues with the drafts, like in either of the games. So I'm okay with it. I like the adjustment, though, to ban out the Enchantress, take the Dark Willow. I think those were really smart from Shopify, and I think that gave them a pretty massive advantage going into game 2.
Yeah, I think you maybe consider a different offlaner, or you just change the order. Like, I don't know if you need to pick Invoker Beastmaster as your first two. Even though we know he's a great Beastmaster player, we saw like the insane stacks he recovered. And I kind of get why they do it, because I know I'm pretty sure Mangekyo can also play it, right? So maybe worried about it being stolen. But I think because of the bans on some of the core heroes like Brood and Sand King, it does leave some of the stronger supports in, and I'm really surprised to see it being ignored, like the Shadow Demon, right? Just ignored in both series. But that hero is bonkers, right? In my opinion, I'm very surprised to not see it.
Yeah, same. I absolutely am. I feel like the hero is quite good, but they opt for the Crystal Maiden eventually, which great response to the Beastmaster to try and like slow him down just even more. And she's quite annoying for heroes like Wind Ranger, actually, right? Like, if she doesn't have BKB, the Frostbite and the Crystal Clone are great control tools, and then we actually just see her solo the
That
Wind
was
Ranger late game with the
crazy.
Freezing Field, which is absolutely wild. Yeah.
That was Skem doing it for all the support players out there. It's like I know the misery, the old just shackle shot into instant death from whirlwind or focus fire in days past. Like, this is for the support players who have suffered. Just solo kills her, man. That was crazy.
It was super cool. I hope to see more stuff in this game. That's a little bit different from last year, from like the last two. No chance heroes like the Broodmother make it through, of course. I think, especially when you are down to a one game winner takes all scenario, you don't want to risk giving Shopify what is arguably their best hero right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, another hero I'm surprised, and maybe it'll come out now, is the Lone Druid has not been picked.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I'm not a Lone Druid player, right? So I don't fully understand what that hero needs to excel at the pro level. In my own pubs, it's just like, oh, there's a Lone Druid, we lose because no one knows how to deal with it besides the Lone Druid. The pros, I know, have a little bit more nuance to it, but it seemed like decent Lone Druid games in some of these drafts, but they opt to not go for it. But maybe coming up here, like that Wind Ranger pick, I kind of thought the Whirlwind would scale. Clearly, in the end, it did not quite get there. But the other thing we were thinking about is like, okay, you see the Timber, you know your matchup, maybe just pick a strong carry who deals with the Timber and plays the tempo with the rest of your team, which I think Lone Druid could have been okay. Like, I know Timber does a lot of damage, but I think in the lane, the Bear is pretty hard to deal with, and you can hit a timing before the Timber. If not the Lone Druid, then, maybe another earlier focus. I think you mentioned like potentially that Shadow Fiend could have been an option.
Yeah,
just something that does better than the Whirlwind in the lane.
Yeah, I was also trying to find or think of any hero that just beats the Timbersaw, right, in the lane. Because I think if you win that lane, you're in a pretty good spot. And we could see like how much the Timber ended up taking over this whole game. He's definitely the MVP of game 2 by far. Like, he did so much work, found so many good kills, was just constantly in their face. And like you said, the Crimson Guard, his itemization, it just reduced so much of the potential damage output of this Wind Ranger. So I feel like if you're going to see that Timbersaw pick, you got to go for something that can just beat it in the lane. And again, I'm still trying to figure out what exactly that is, but I don't know. It's hard to say.
Yeah, I think I also liked his adjustment to the itemization in that game, because I really had wanted a pipe builder, and Timbersaw's, a lot of times they don't do it anymore, right? They get like the Kaya, they sometimes get like Eternal Shroud, Blinks, Ag, stuff like that. But he did go first item pipe, and I think it did a lot for his team to
Agreed.
like it didn't completely win the game at that point, but we see that the game kept being very scrappy. Like, okay, we get some kills, they get some kills. It kept them in contention. And I really think if you went a different item, it would be Apex Genesis winning those fights back to back and quickly growing past that 2K gold lead into like the 5K. Okay, get Roche, get the Tormentor, 10K, right? You just snowball it. But that pipe allowed them to fight back.
Yeah, it absolutely did. And as we get ready for game 3, the teams jumping in the draft. Apex Genesis are taking on Radiant. Shopify won the coin toss, and they chose first pick once again. So
Run
We'll
it back.
yeah, we'll see what happens. The same band's likely to come out.
All right, so far so good. There's the Monkey King. Naga Tusk next up. Then the Doom.
10 seconds remaining. Radiant team
Come on,
banned.
come
Dire
on.
team
All right.
Do it. Do it. You know you want to.
10 seconds remaining.
To be Doom, right?
5 seconds remaining.
Trying to think of other openers. Otherwise, Shopify has often opened with like the support, so we haven't even been talking about it anymore because they just keep doing the same thing. But Shadow Demon still being available, right? You ban something you don't want to play against, take that Shadow Demon. Maybe ban Shadow Demon, take Omni Knight. That's the support opener has been something Shopify has done a lot. Often getting Tusk or Shadow Demon because so many teams have been banning Broodmother versus Mangekyo and some of his other offlaners. So they often open with a really strong support. This Nature's is, a new angle, but you could go back for it. Then again, you did just win the last game that you did that opener, and it seems like that's what they're debating, already using reserve time for it, which sometimes I find a little concerning, right? If in the break you couldn't come up with how you want to start your draft and you have to use so much reserve time here.
Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Enchantress ban. Okay. They actually step up the priority of the Ench, which
Dire team banned.
means we're still going to see the Invoker pick here. We probably see a Doom ban here, would be my guess. Because, I do think the combination of the Invoker and Enchantress was kind of the secret sauce for making the Nature's Prophet game such a disaster game one. But,
Dire team
yep,
banned.
there's the Doom.
And then Mirana would be the same bans as last time.
Yeah.
If they want to do it again, they just kind of change the order around, which is funny. They thought so hard on it. They're like, oh, they're going to change it. They're going to do this. And Apex was like, haha, Invoker, third time. Let's go. Just instantly. But maybe they were going to take the Enchantress first instead, This one would be Puck.
Yeah, Puck's the ban here.
And then, so for Apex Genesis, I'd be fine pushing the Beastmaster somewhere else.
This is where I want it.
Yeah.
I was going to say, take the Dark Willow earlier. I think this is a huge deal. It gives you the extra magic damage and lockdown that you need against these non-BKB building cores. And can actually allow you to find kills on a Timbersaw early if they opt to go for the
10
Timbersaw.
seconds
So
remaining.
Tiny has been the pick typically here. We'll see if they want to go that route or not.
Dire team pick.
There he is, the Shadow Demon, finally showing up in the series. And they still go back for the Tiny.
Good
Dude, can you
old
imagine playing a
trusty
full
Tiny.
series and you play the exact same 3 heroes every game?
What's crazy is that whoever wins here is going to go on to Nouns, and it's going to be the exact same thing. We're actually going to see the same opener 8 games in a row. That would be a first. I don't think that has
10
ever
seconds
happened.
remaining.
Well, I guess they broke it already by changing the Doom ban into
5
a
seconds remaining.
Enchantress ban. All right, from here, I'm kind of okay if you go back for the Beastmaster at this point, but I do think Shadow Demon's pretty good versus that because you can save whoever gets roared with the disruption, and you're not doing any damage to them, so you're not healing either. So if the roar is coming out late, then you're quite sad. Versus the Shadow Demon, funny enough, I am more okay with picking heroes who don't build auras since Shadow Demon dispels so many of them. Okay, yeah, they are going to go back for the Beastmaster. I do think it's still overall fine. You just have to be a little more careful around that Shadow Demon. Maybe you're roaring him, or maybe you're planning to terrorize very quickly. Maybe Invoker finds him first, right? Cold Snap, Silence, whatever he decides to build. Take out the Shadow Demon while you're roaring somebody else.
Now, the real question of what type of carry or support do you want to pick up here? Because you could do the Treant Protector. You could do the Omni Knight. Both of those are still in the pool. Or you could opt to try and pick your carry, but I like that a little bit less.
There's someone strong has been
Team pick.
their style. Okay, yeah, they're going to take the Crystal Maiden.
Crystal Maiden. Okay.
Going back to game 1, talking about this, about how she can deal with the Ironwood Treant. And actually, she was good versus the Beastmaster, killing off the boars, which you could have put Shadow Demon 4 and then take Crystal Maiden for yourself for the position 5 into the Beastmaster. So protecting themselves with that. They're going to respond with the Timber Saw. He actually... It's a little annoying for Timbersaw versus the Crystal Maiden, but we did see how much he was able to get done throughout the game. I think you have to do that pipe again. Not only these 4 heroes, but in particular, it's now a Dark Willow who brings so much magic damage. Dark Willow and Crystal Maiden, as opposed to the Treant. I'm not sure if I believe in this Timbersaw as much this time around, because I think the fact that you laned into a Treant is what allowed you to have a better start. I think it'll be tough into these heroes, especially now with a carry pick. I don't think we're going to see that Wind Ranger again, especially because Shadow Demon's in here, but also that Tiny and Timbersaw who were just too hard to kill with the Whirlwind. I think we're going to see a different carry who should be more focused on giving Timber a hard time.
5 seconds remaining.
Man, it is crazy that Lifestealer is just such a dog hero that he can't get picked into heroes like Tiny Timbersaw.
Dire team ban.
You also don't really want to look for something like the Dragon Knight. That would be a little bit too difficult. It's going to be the Luna ban here, would be my guess. The only hybrid hero left that actually deals well with the Timbersaw in lane and in game.
Dire team pick.
Yep, there it is.
Radiant team
So Shopify going to reveal their full draft, the last pick of the clockwork. A pretty stable support, quite strong in general.
Helps to give you more playmaking potential too, because Timbersaw doesn't really do it, neither does Shadow Demon, so it would all be on Tiny. So getting a little bit more help from the clockwork.
10 seconds remaining.
And he alone, the nice thing about these supports, if you do find a disruption, it lasts long enough for teleport to come in. If you find a hookshot, power cogs, battery assault, right, also enough time for the teleport to come in. So multiple heroes who can help enable the natures to get active. And you're probably laning versus... Well, I don't know. I guess you could swap these guys around a little bit.
This has got to be a Timbersaw Shadow Demon lane, right?
I'm thinking through it. I think that makes more sense.
Choose your hero.
See,
Interesting.
last game, this slipped through because we didn't also really have much confidence in the Bristleback into the Timbersaw, but
This is an even harder game, I feel like, into the Bristle into Timber and the Shadow Demon. That's surprising to me. But if he does get off to a good start, I mean, it'll hit its timing faster than the Wind Ranger.
so hear me out.
Okay.
Last game, your Beastmaster lane was really rough. It should be much better this time around, I think. So if that's the case, your Bristleback should have some priority in trying to get some additional farm for himself. If Wish keeps just beating Yopaj lane, Yopaj in the mid lane, then that's fine. And Bristleback, yeah, should struggle to the Timbersaw a little bit. I think it's okay the first few levels. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen once it gets levels 4, 5, and 6. Because I feel like that's when this lane gets really scary for Bristle to stay in.
Crystal Maiden's going to have to do a lot. I suppose that is something going for them. The extra mana from Crystal Maiden means you can spam out more Quill Sprays.
Yeah.
Which in the early game, Timber, he's not physical damage tank that he will become later on, you can kill him by stacking up a lot of quill sprays. You got the negative armor from nasal goo. Get him killed off, potentially, especially with a magic burst from Crystal Maiden.
Prepare for battle.
Let's see, First Blood would really help you out. Both lanes, I guess, but especially for Apex Genesis, I think if you can find something to help you out, your Beastmaster hit a stronger timing, the Invoker get active earlier, the Bristleback in a, yeah, I'd say like pretty volatile lane over there. See if you can find anything here.
The smoke wraparound, we'll see. Ooh. Nothing quite yet. I mean, they do have the Watcher there, and the rest of Shopify is bottom, so I think they should be able to dodge this out completely.
Ironwood Treant gonna scout out the lone Bristleback.
30 seconds to battle.
A late smoke.
The Watcher does scout out what's happening. So now you have to make a choice if you're just going to get the 2 Wisdom Runes, go bottom, or if you actually want to fight top. And it looks like Skem's trying to scout out. Did they actually stay here or go somewhere else?
The battle begins.
All right. No real fights quite yet. Well, Skem's going to take a little bit of damage, but he'll be fine. Clockwork's annoying.
Manages to steal the rune. They should be able to get some damage into him. I don't think they'll kill him, but
Yeah.
it does help to get him low before the lane even begins.
Absolutely.
You should be able to get a lot more done with the boars this time in the lane. Last game was the Crystal Maiden, who was just farming them every time they came out. And they're actually worth a decent amount, so it gives a lot of gold back. Dude, one summon here is way superior to the other.
Yeah.
These boars cannot fight the treants. Just gotta put him down. It's so sad.
I'm surprised he's going for the boar summon at level 1 because of the treant, you know? Thinking, I thought to myself, like, maybe you just go axes or something, but looks like Fade prefers the boar. It also is a good tool at being able to slow up the clockwork so like he can't like close the gap.
Yeah, I think that's maybe a big part of it. I wouldn't have minded the axes though to like help you get some CS. That's maybe too scary to walk up to.
All right, the level 2 timing in this bottom lane is going to be really tricky. Dude, this Crystal Maiden set's kind of cool. She looks just like a witch almost.
Giant hat sets. Wasn't this one like an ultra rare in one of the recent ones?
I have no idea. It's definitely from Crownfall because it's bird themed.
I think it was one of the rarer ones. Yamson's flexing here. There's a level 2 timing. Okay, he's actually chosen to go for Arcane Aura level 2 on Crystal Maiden. This is typically the more defensive skill build. Like, you can either go QW and go for kills off of that power spike at level 2, or you go QE and just cast Crystal Nova more often while maintaining mana. And it's less about getting kills, but just securing all the CS and keeping the enemies low. And maybe it's because of the Bristleback as well, that Quill Spray.
Dude, Fade is dealing with so many things blocking him in here. Just the cogs, the sprout. Has to kind of burrow his way through those.
Ooh, Crystal Maiden in the bottom lane looks pretty dead here.
That's quite nice. Sammy's going to try and find a return kill, and he does, and that's
So
a
many
lot
wand
of stick
charges.
charges. That's 5 quills, though, on him. Sammy, almost gets away, but
That was
manages to
he
catch
had
him right on the edge of that whirling death.
He had 8 wand charges on the Bristleback. That was a second off from being off cooldown, and maybe he turns it around if he's able to press that in time. not only will you get those kills, but you'll also get the Lotus, which will help in the next close fight.
Wish is again doing quite well in that mid lane. Oh, well, a much more even lane stage this time. It's going a lot better for this, Beastmaster, which is kind of what we expected with the adjustments to the support heroes here. But Sammy is starting to struggle a little bit against the Timbersaw. Not necessarily in CS, but it's the levels, the experience after that, those 2 kills. Timbersaw has got like a full half level on him.
And this hero is just hoping to get to level 6 as quickly as possible, at which point the laning stage pretty much ends. Sammy's going to have to go jungle. Scam has rotated through. They should see this because he just de-warded them. But either way, it's going to prevent Samson from getting back to his lane safely.
He has to TP, yeah.
A good call.
An early mana boots on the Bristle, okay.
I mean, they're just looking to mana spam down here. I just don't know if it's in time. I mean, maybe if it hadn't been a double kill for the Timber, this could have worked out. I mean, we see mana boots on a lot of carries nowadays anyways who just farm with spells. Kind of makes sense. And he comes down to get the bounty. I was wondering if they might dive with him being over here, but and they're going to think twice about diving a Bristleback. And Yamson's actually going to leave to go top, and maybe they can kill the Natures. I think they're going to look to dive this Bristleback at the same time.
It's a nice pull on the wave here to make sure this catapult dies. But yeah, if the Nature's Prophet dodges this gank and comes bottom to kill Sammy, this is absolutely massive. And it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do.
All right, great read. Sammy... he's trying to get what he can out of that lane while the Crystal Maiden's gone. But Tomato reads the gank coming, steps away, and joins the fight bottom. Now they might find Yopaj.
He's not level 6 yet. He has no armor and Dark Will with an amplify damage. This hero actually hits pretty hard. Doesn't get the
right
high
before
ground
he gets
miss
the bounty.
this time. And Wish gets the kill. Bignum gets the bounty. That's a nice kill in the mid lane. All right, looking for Yamato this time. They have eyes on him, and Samsung comes through the portal. Will help find that kill. Now, in comes Hellscream. I don't know about this one. This amplified damage is still running on Bignum. Now looking for Skem, and Sammy behind the tower here just stacking up the Nasal Goo and these Quills. This is a beautiful fight for the side of Apex as Crystal Maiden's here now. Yopaj, we said it's still level 5. He doesn't have that bonus armor quite yet. The Avalanche, the toss damage is not quite there. You're gonna bleed 4 kills.
Stop coming up here!
Back to back. They're gonna TP in now on Yamato. Amateratsu's here on this Timbersaw. But do you actually find anything for this? They really just want to kill the Nature's Prophet. You're right, he is out of mana. They're just kiting him out. Wish is here on the Invoker. The Cold Snap finds the kill. Tornado onto the Nature's Prophet. This has just been 7 kills back to back for Apex Genesis. What a series of events, all starting with just a rotation of a Bristleback through the Twin Gate.
That's a really big mistake from Shopify. Like, if you just go back 1 minute before that all happened, things were looking pretty good, right? Samson was starting to get kicked out of his lane by this Timbersaw, like mid. Okay, starting to struggle there, right? But I think you were okay with where you were at, but all coming in one at a time. So this can happen with new teams, right, where the coordination's not quite there yet, but someone needed to call that off. Feeding so many kills up top, back to back to back. Wish just hit level 8. Yopaj just hit 6. Like, there's a 2-level difference in the mid lane. Fade now has Roar. right? There's like a 3K gold lead. Okay, maybe they're going to find Samson to get something out of all this.
The Wrath of Nature does a lot of damage here, but guess what? Fade's coming down. They do want to punish this Wish as well on the Invoker. Nice disruption. Tornado actually off the mark. They're looking now for the Nature's Prophet as Big Num dumps quite a bit of damage out here, but Wish, you're in a rough spot. Has to be careful. Great Ice Wall. Great Cogs, though. Zones them out. It's time for Shopify to return the favor.
The NA Uno reverse card.
That was the
This is like one at a time
Uno
rotation
reverse card.
down here.
Yeah.
Don't do it, Sammy.
Well, Crystal Maid's
okay,
dead
well, he
now.
could actually get a kill.
Sammy will get one.
He might be next, though, if he doesn't just, like, run out of here.
I like the fort on the wave. I mean, he's kind of strong. Demonic Purge, though. That's going to cause some serious issues. Skem's going to go ahead and block him in. Sam trying his best to get some damage out with the quills. He does. He gets at least a trade, but... My God, we're at 19 kills at 9 minutes.
All right, easy come, easy go. 3K gold advantage, get 3K gold advantage given away. I don't know what just happened, man. That was some peak NA Dota right there.
I can't believe that like this top lane tower dive happens and then Shopify's like, that looked pretty good. We should do that, but on their side of the map.
Bottom tower.
And it works.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
To be fair, it was a really nice play by the Shadow Demon. Like, a lot of time and spells were wasted going for the clockwork, and he just disrupted him at the best time, right? Like, Roar, completely, like, all the time for the Roar, doesn't really do much. Wish, throw through the Tornado and the Alacrity out at the same time, so, like, he's not attacking anything. It was good. It was really nicely done.
Yeah, but I also feel like Apex won that top fight, and so they felt really strong. But I don't think you should be able to, right? The reason they won that top fight is because Shopify came one at a time, and then Timber came without any mana. But Timber is still like a real menace for you, along with these supports, especially now that they finally hit 6 off those ults. So I think they thought they could take that bottom fight, but it was just a totally different situation.
Well, they really want to try and invade the triangle here. Nice Bramble out from Big Num, but Clockwork will prevent them from making it too far.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're trying to just finish off these stacks on the Beastmaster. He does not want these to get taken away, and there is a hungry Timbersaw coming in. He's just going to yoink all of these. Oh, he's kind of low. Roar into the Terrorize. The Tornado, EMP out as well, but there comes the disruption once again from the Shadow Demon. The Bedlam is out, though, and we talked about it. This is why you see the Dark Willow all the time against Timbersaw. It is so much damage.
Yeah, you do have to put yourself at a little bit more risk nowadays walking in there, but the Bedlam with the Throwing Shade does allow you to kill pretty much anyone, especially someone like Timber, who this game he's actually gone for Guardian Greaves, I think, because of all the roots from Bramble Maze. Still feels like a really good pipe game, though. I'm a little surprised he didn't go back for that one.
Demonic Purge here onto Yamsun. Frostbite comes out. Hook shot is in. Oh, that crash landing damage. Securing the kill.
Coming back in here. Man, this is a scrappy one. 11 to 10, 12 minutes in. Tomato down here farming on his own, though. Hasn't chosen to actually join any of these, which means he is climbing up on that top net worth spot. Same thing we saw last game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Where's the tiny blank? 450 gold away. Not quite yet.
Definitely slower than his previous games. Looks like he finished up Phase Boots and a Soul Ring, so a slight item adjustment potentially from Yopaj to try and give him a better lane. But it is slowing down his Blink Dagger, so we'll see, you know, when this comes online, once he has it, if they're able to find something.
I like Hellscream's going straight Aghanims because he knows how good it is this game. But it is a bit greedy. It takes a while to get there. I'll see if Apex Genesis maybe take some early fights while he's still just trying to make his way there.
Top lane, they have their eyes set on Skem here. He's just farming the wave, but Dark Willow
Trying to bait this.
and Wish, I think they got... Okay, yeah. They see this. There comes out the Bedlam. Cold Snap is there. She's going to try and just finish the job herself, but Tornado comes through. Will remove the barrier, and Terrorize does connect onto the Timber Saw. Will allow them to finish the Clockwork with the TP in here from the Nature's Prophet. Ooh, a really nice disarm Sprout there. However, going to make this very difficult. Cold Snap now onto the Nature's Prophet. He's trying his best to run away. They've got the Roar into the Timber Saw. He is dead. They won't be able to finish the Nature's Prophet, but they bring the numbers on the side of Apex as the double Ags timing of the Bristleback and the Beastmaster is here.
They're going to try to get a return kill on the Invoker mid. There's the Blinker. Oh, the toss on the wrong target.
Great Tornado from Wish. The EMP is out, and that might be enough for him to get out. He's going to survive.
I think if that toss is on the Invoker, that is probably a kill.
Radiant are scared.
That was your blink reveal. Didn't quite get much out of that. How are the other heroes doing? The Timber, we saw how quickly the Timber died to the Roar. That's why I really thought he would get Pipe again since he did it last game. But he's trying to finish the Grease first, and then he's going to have to go for the Pipe. It's going to be quite a while until his team has one.
Hook shot. Finds the Dark Willow. Bedlam is out. How many times have we seen this? Does make it outside the cogs for now. A nice avalanche toss on the Invoker. Wish taking a ton of damage as Yamato is going to come in. Great Sprout, but he does get out with a Tornado and a freezing field from Yamsun's going to zone out the rest of Shopify. It's just going to be a 2-for-1 pick for them. Yopaj, a deep blink there. There is a Beastmaster with a Roar, and now Samson coming in as well. You need to be very careful of these two. But without having too much vision, Invoker being a little low, they don't want to risk it.
These two heroes with Aghanims, it's so much AoE damage. You have to be really careful how you take the fight. If you're all clumped up, you're getting shredded by these heroes.
We are very even in this game. 14-13, almost no gold advantage. We are seeing Tomato slash Yamato or Yamato, depending on which game you want to say that his name is from. He's farming. Back to the top of the net worth once again.
Are scared.
Toss back, nicely done. Finds Yamsun here on the Crystal Maiden. That's a very easy kill. They're going to try and transition this into the tower. Hook shot in. They find the Beastmaster. Fade drops the Roar. They have the Bristleback nearby, plus the damage now from Wish. This should be a kill. Terrorize,
disruption
though.
save.
Game Pump Fade, a great disruption save. They're going to zone out the backside of the Skem. He's dead, but Amaterasu just dives to tier 2 and gets a massive win, taking down Beastmaster and Invoker. It is now up to Sammy, but a great Avatos from Yopaj. Gleipnir is out. He does not have the sustain. Once again, the Timber Saw is an issue for Apex as they get themselves a 4-for-1 rather, and the mid-tier 1 tower.
I wanted to just give up that tower after the Crystal Maiden got picked, but a great find by Skem makes Apex Genesis. They decide to try to fight around that tier 2, but right now they're just kind of hero countered, I feel like, if you don't have equal numbers. And the Crystal Maiden, she helps provide this Frostbite lockdown, the freezing field. Like, she contributes a good amount to these team fights. So without her, Shopify feels comfortable just diving this tier 2, especially with the Timber leading the way. What a tanky hero. Some of the magic damage already removed by that Crystal Maiden kill.
Yopaj hungry for more. Ward gets placed. I think they have a sentry that sees this. Yeah, Big Num's just going to take out that ward immediately. In comes the Avalanche, the toss. He gets the Shadow Realm off, and the Roar this time finds the Shadow Demon. No save for you, Yopaj. They get the kill.
Tornado catches Tomato.
Nature's Prophet needs to run. Really good Frostbite from downtown to jump in. Sammy should have no problem cleaning this one up. The hook shot does at least take out the Crystal Maiden, but Now Apex coming out big winners here as they get the 4-for-1, punishing Shopify for the overextension. A really good find from Fade in the back line with this roar.
So there was a sentry, but I think it's just a little bit too far back, so they didn't see that invoker. They thought they could just grab this Dark Willow, but it's immediately interrupted by Wish, and Timber was not there. So even though you rotate in some heroes, Timber is a big counter to the Bristleback, the Beastmaster, and he has the aura. So trying to take that fight without the Timber, just never really going to work out.
Really good usage of this haste rune, actually, from Apex. They use it to get 2 good deep wards placed on Shopify's side of the map. I guess not necessarily deep on the triangle one, but deep in the Radiant or in the Dire jungle there. And he just TPs on out. So they have a little bit of vision if they want to try and play for this mid lane tower. We're going to see the scan come out. They really want to be able to punish Fade here on this Beastmaster, but they're Radiant with their own scan. Do you see this coming? So it's a really good read.
They were hoping to find Beastmaster farming here and then transition that to the Tormentor at the 20 minutes. But good read by Apex. Doing their own smoke. I think they're going to see if anyone shows up to defend mid.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is falling.
I mean, Timbersaw is pretty scary, but this is where, like, the Bristleback, once he has all this Nasal Goose stacked up on him, it becomes pretty difficult for him to play the game.
Is under attack.
Yeah, but
Like,
they're
he
afraid to
can only
commit to him
move.
without knowing where the Shadow Demon is.
Yeah. I mean, you can look at the Invoker. He's actually just hunting for the Nature's Prophet, thinking he might be behind him somewhere, like farming, ready to TP. And that's exactly what he's going to do. He will eventually run into this Nature's Prophet.
Looks like it's about to happen. Yamato's heading top to farm these jungle camps. Invoker should see it.
Oh, he's got him. There's the cold snap right on top. The meatball. He's trying to TP. Hands in the air. He can't go anywhere, baby. Wish grabs the kill. Will get caught now from Yopaj. The hook shot comes in, and with this one, surely they have dust. Yeah, he's going to go down. So, I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, we know that this is what you want to do on this Invoker. It's why they pick it into this Nature's Prophet overall first. And, yeah, he gets himself a nice kill bounty, forces 2 heroes to rotate, and with this, they just can go right into Roshan.
Yeah, that's probably the last time that can happen as well, because Yamato is working on the BKB, so next time he could just pop it and then finish the teleport out. Roche will be finished. Almost sniped by that rocket flare, actually. That would have been funny. If he had more levels in it, I think he could do it, but it's still a level 1 rocket flare.
We'll see if they can get something more out of the Aegis this time. Last game, he died within like a minute of getting the Aegis, and it kind of killed what momentum they would have gotten off of it. Shopify's going to pick up their Tormentor. Shard will go to Skem, so Jetpack now available for the Clockwork. One of the better shards, honestly. I like this one a lot.
Yeah, I think in this game, though, you wanted it to be on Hellscream because the Demonic Cleanse, especially since he's building Ags and it's being delivered right now, you'd have 2 charges of that to throw onto, like, your Timber, who just wants to run in, and all these roots wouldn't matter anymore. So he might consider buying it himself. Oh, yeah, I see him. He's got a Q. He's going to get Blink and then the Shard.
That's a ridiculously fast Aghanim Scepter, actually.
I think he probably has not been buying much in the way of the support items. He's like, hey, Scam, you got this one, right? Like, Ags is really good this game, man. I'm just going to farm. Is that cool with you?
Radiant are scanning.
I say that, actually. Scam's actually richer. He's been involved in a lot of these fights. And getting a lot of the kills.
All right, Bloodstone done for the Bristleback. 4 staff for the Invoker. Absolutely necessary to deal with the Sprout nonsense, as well as getting in and out of cogs.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yamato finished his BKB, so the next fight he joined should have an easier time dealing with essentially 4 heroes who have crazy magic damage.
The smoke from Apex, I think they see him. Yes, he does have a blink and the roar available. He should go for this in a moment. He is completely out of mana. There's the roar. The TP is coming in immediately. There's going to be a nice sunstrike. Can they actually bail him out? Terrorize Fears on the back line. A huge save here, though, from Hellscream. Comes in with the disruption, but they've still got the damage. They finally bring down the Timbersaw Wish incredibly low as Yamato came in with that BKB. They're looking for Hellscream now. They see him. They know he's got this Ags as well. You got to be careful. You gotta deal with him. There's the break now coming through. Fade wants to find this guy. Yamato's gonna TP back, and he's actually stuck on the high ground. Yamsun trying to hobble away. He's gonna make it, but oh no, he doesn't. Hellscream pops him with one last Shadow Poison.
We talked about that earlier. The choice of where to TP is very critical. You only get to choose once.
Disruption's gonna save him, as expected, but in comes the Quills. Skem just dies immediately. You gotta be careful on the Nature's Prophet here as well. There is one more Demonic Purge coming in from the Shadow Demon if they want to use it, but that was just the Aegis. And now he's gonna go ahead and turn his attention on over to this Shadow Demon. Safe for the moment, a nice freezing field, doing some work. The break doing a lot, but Sammy will survive for now. He's trying to heal with the Quills, but he's not going to be able to. Ends up dying finally. Another buyback coming through from the Clockwork, but he cancels the TP as Wish. Ends up with an ultra kill in this fight, and the Aegis on Fade absolutely carrying Apex in these engagements.
If that original Nature's TP didn't get him stuck on the cliff. So he teleported up there because it looked like that's where the fight was going to break out, right? And no one can actually get to him up there. But they actually just disengage and his TP finishes and he's just stuck there, can't do anything. That means he didn't do any damage. I think Shopify should have just stopped there, but they kept trying to go find another kill. The next Nature's teleport comes in, but it just, I don't know, it just wasn't fast enough. Like you said, Fade just doing so much damage, especially without your Timber auras. I don't fight without these.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle
All right, that's going to be an RK rune for the Invoker, and a slight gold advantage here from Apex. Actually going to smoke up with this. How long until we get like a BKB on the Bristleback here?
About 1,400 more. Maybe just 1,000 now that he farmed up that camp. There's actually an amplified damage rune on Tiny too. Those rare instances where 2 power runes are in the game at the same time.
Oh, Avalanche. They find Yamsun. They're going to try and finish him off. They get him with the Gleipnir. And the Cogs actually zoning out the rest of Apex here, so they're not going to be able to take this fight.
All right, quick disengage after that. I think they actually, okay, they scouted that sneaky observer in the mid lane, or in the middle of the river. Get that with the jetpack. And Hellscream actually did decide to get the shard first before the blink. I think it's a good call. I think it's a really strong shard this game to just put on whatever core is going in first. And all the roots from Dark Willow, the Terrorize Fear, the Crystal Maiden, Frostbite, Slow. You can remove Nasal Goo, not the Quill Sprays though, but the Nasal Goo is a big part of amplifying his damage. Hold Snap, like, there's so many things.
Yep, they're going to jump in here onto Wish. He's got the BKB out, but the Nature's Prophet is too strong. There's going to be the Roar though. Is it enough to finish the job? The Toss comes in and it's got him. He's going to try and TP out. He should make it. But the Timbersaw left to Apex Genesis here to clean up. Oh, he jumps across, finishes off the Dark Willow in the process. A nice escape. He's out, actually. The breaks out from Hellscream. He's got 2 heroes left. That's a 4-0. Massive find here from Shopify. It looked okay for a moment for Apex, but yeah, Hellscream's Ags is doing so much work.
Along with that, the change in build, this is not the usual build we see out of Timbersaws, right? We often see like Kaya's, Blinks, Ags. He's going full auras, and that's making him a lot tankier than I think Apex Genesis is used to. So they try to kill him there, but he is just living so long getting out of there and allowing the rest of his team to throw in these Conda, tosses treats, throws, Nature's is tossing things around. I think it's a little bit of a bait, but Amaterasu just keeps running in first. Like, you have to look at me, otherwise I still do damage because I am a Timber Saw.
Radiant's top tower is
All right, there's a little bit of a similar experience to what we saw last game where the Timber maybe getting just a little bit out of control, but still, it's Tomato on this Nature's Prophet.
under attack.
Just massively farmed. And in this last fight, like, he perfect TPs, gets on top of the Invoker with his BKB, says, fine, I'm not going to let you just walk away anymore.
I think finding the Invoker was a big part of why that fight works, right? Invoker, as the hero with an insane amount of spells, you do want to cycle through them in the fight. But if you are the one being targeted and killed right away, then you don't get to do any of that. The mana burn from the EMP is actually huge versus the Timber Saw and even the supports. Right? If you can actually take away a lot of Shadow Demon's mana, then he can't do much. So you want Invoker to stay alive. You kind of want to start a fight off of a Blink Roar or just Samson being at the front, tanking things up. Next Roach gets to start to spawn, and or not start, it will spawn in 25 seconds, which is actually going to be in the bottom half of the map as it turns to day here in just a moment. Both teams need to get set up for that, but right now the lanes are really shoved into Apex, so they're falling back to go deal with it, but it should give Shopify the space to go set up. And every fight where they've had the vision and you can get the perfect Nature's TP, those are the fights that have gone well for them.
It really is. I think... Well... I think they just need to try and maybe gank the Nature's Prophet. It's one of those things where, like, you want to play for the Roshan. Okay, yeah, they're actually just too worried that they're going to take Roche on Shopify, so they're going to come straight bottom. I was like, it could be nice to try and gank the Nature's Prophet for, like, if you could catch him before the Roche attempt, but he's already made his way bottom. He's got himself almost an Assault Cuirass. He's about a little over halfway there. This wraparound is way too slow. They did not expect the Roche attempt at all, actually.
Maybe they did, and maybe they were just hoping for like a later Roche spawn. I think it was like only a minute time on the respawn time. But unfortunately, it was up. They're going to try to get someone on the way out, but for now, Shopify is just baiting the Timber Saw out first. They saw that Observer play, so they know the positioning of Apex. Pretty careful retreat.
The nice wraparound this time. Yopaj going through the tree. He's going to see what he can find. Wish is invis here, though, scouting it out. They managed to find Yamsun on the Crystal Maiden. The hook shot ends up getting tanked by the Invoker. The BKB comes out. They're on top of the Nature's Prophet, but there's the disruption save once again. I think they're cutting their losses. They are leaving with this one. The BKB TPs coming out from the whole side. Wish will make it out. That's actually everybody. They clean disengage. They only lose the Crystal Maiden, but still, it doesn't bode well for the future. Like, these fights are not going great for Apex now.
Yeah, it did cost some BKBs to get away as well. It's not too surprising that these fights are rough. That's why we were a little bit surprised to see the Bristleback come out, right? Because Shadow Demon's already in the game, and so is this Timber. The lane, you know, maybe those tools aren't in the game yet, so you can get by, but as we're now at 30 minutes in, and he has an Aghanims on the Shadow Demon with the break, Timber Saw is doing Timber Saw things. It's a tough life for Samson, who's currently being run down by neither of those heroes, just struggling versus the Tiny and the Natures.
Oh, yeah, he's just going to jump in and finish him off. What a sick TP there from Yamato. And now, with him being dead for 60 seconds, they also get the Beastmaster elsewhere. This game might have just come to a close. Like, that's 3 dead. They're farming you inside the base. And without buybacks, it's going to be really rough.
They have a couple creeps here. Actually, all the lanes are shoving in. Yeah, even if you deal with one with this Fortify, bottom and top are already here. They're going to drop a banner for good measure. There should be at least 2 sets of racks. You can maybe choose to end the game, but it's a little scary. because you don't know if they don't have buybacks.
Yeah, absolutely.
It looks like they're going to poke a little bit.
Radiant structures are fortified.
But that's your last fortify.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It looks like it's going to be 2 lanes, and then the heroes will be up to fight for the last. You still have Aegis on Yamato as well for 2 minutes. You don't actually need to back out here if you don't want to. Though you could go spend your money. I'm sure they're rich after taking 2 lanes.
Yeah, right. Tornado EMP is going to burn at least some of the mana off of this Timbersaw, but they don't seem to really care all that much. They've got themselves 2 lanes of racks, like you said. They're going to continue to try and lay into him, but he's got the Aghanim Scepter active. So he's tons of barrier. Samson walking in really aggressively. The Demonic Purge. He gets pulled back in, but there's going to be the BKB, the break, doing some work, but he's still surviving for now. And now with that Bloodstone, might be able to continue to heal up a little bit. The leash from this Nature's Prophet doing a lot as he's just taking down these heroes one by one, but rooted up finally will end up falling. Somehow, Sammy is still alive and distracting the side of Shopify while they try to bring down this Nature's Prophet scam with a beautiful cogs here. But a Force Staff down to the low ground. That's not really where he wants to be. Double Force Staff back away from Yopaj. Sammy TP'd back to his base, able to help his boys here. But can they actually kill this Timbersaw? I don't know.
I think he knows that was Skem's Force Staff in the wrong direction.
Bloodstone, gonna try. Oh
just
my
burst.
god, that burst damage. Never mind. I was gonna say maybe he heals a little bit, but they just delete him from the game. Wish. Gonna see if he
You
can
better hope
find
there's not a
something.
sentry here. He's gonna get deleted.
I mean, he's got a BKB as well. He's gonna jump in, look for the Crystal Maiden. He wishes like, maybe we don't have this. The BKB is out. Reactive armor active. That's a terrible way to say that. Pumped on the Timbersaw, so he can't die. And Yopaj has a full Aghanim Scepter coming out.
Shadow Demon on the way. I like that he's got an Aeon queued up. I don't think he's even a need to get to it, but he recognizes as long as I'm not deleted from fights, I do so much. Cleanse on my team, Purge the Bristleback, Disruption saves. You have to focus the Shadow Demon like they tried in that last game, but his positioning has been so good, it just forces you so far into the fight that the rest of the heroes are free to do what they need to.
Yeah. I mean, we expected this to be a pretty close series, right? Game 1 was really good for Apex. Good adjustments in the drafts here from Shopify in games 2 and 3, and they might be taking it to the grand finals to go up against Nouns once again. But a much better showing from Apex than what we saw in the upper bracket earlier, right? Like, Shopify did take the series 2-0. It was still somewhat close, but they made some cool adjustments. It just seems like this game, they're falling too far behind again.
I think Apex improved a lot in the way they played. I don't understand the Bristle pick. I think that's the part where I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think they just
Made this game.
didn't have confidence in anything else.
Yeah, I think that made this game tough. But with that in mind, I think Shopify handed it to them with that like 7 kills in a row top, which Apex then decided was unfair and gave it back to keep it be an even game. We got a close game 3, you know.
Oh my, the Yopaj just tossing trees in, nearly deletes the Crystal Maiden, gets a couple lucky crits there. But this is
Hard to see on his hero model, but he does have amplified damage.
Oh, that makes sense. I mean, this is mega creeps here if they can get it. They're getting close. Timbersaw taking a beating here. Tornado will dispel the Ags, but of course you still have the Shadow Demon at any point to go for the save. Sunstrike off. Ooh,
He ended up top.
really? He ended up
you know what I
there,
think?
huh?
I think it's because the Timber Chain was maybe going and he got disrupted. Maybe it put him where
okay.
he was supposed to be. That's my guess. Because otherwise, that's
Interesting.
real weird. All right. I mean, they didn't get it last time, but you just keep going. You just keep throwing treants, poking
Yeah.
away at these barracks.
I mean, Sammy's just dead. They didn't even need the break. They just killed him with the overwhelming damage from Yopaj. And now Yamato just getting to work here on Wish. BKB's out, but there's going to be the hook shot in to terrorize to try and fear out these two. But Hellscream, he's going to go in a little bit too far, get caught from the roar of Fade. Do they finish him off? They don't in time, and because of that, Fade kind of stuck here. He's dead. He's going to buy back into this game. They're getting a decent chunk of damage here on over to the Timbersaw, but it's just not enough. You're too far behind. Triple kill for the Nature's Prophet. You haven't even addressed this guy yet. Trying to go for anything else that you can find, but at the end of the day, Tomato is still the real carry.
Yeah, they're not going to GG out. I mean, this is your last chance, but I'm not sure I see a way back into this. You're going to need to bait some people into your fountain, perhaps.
That's
You don't
best
have the
kind of bait.
repositioning. Can you buy 20 seconds for Bristleback to come online?
I don't think so. You got 10 seconds, but this damage from the Nature's Prophet is just too much. Avalanche, toss, looking for the Invoker. The roar comes in from Fade. Do they have the damage to bring him down? The Bristleback with an aggressive TP. They're going to go on him as well with the Invoker, but can they actually just prevent them from losing the base?
Mono just kills
Nature's
Invoker
Prophet
first.
just kills Invoker. Yeah, the toss to try to get him out, but they do find the kill finally. He can just buy back TPN if he wants. Amaterasu trying to buy some space. Tornado fell the shield. Hell Scream at the ready. Will hit him with a Demonic Cleanse. Blink forward, but catches a Cogs instead. It looks like rather than all-inning here, they will respect the buyback of Wish. The kill on the Nature's Prophet. And kind of just chill.
So begins the greatest NA comeback for Apex Genesis. You're going to have to hold versus Megas, hold versus hero counters. The only way you do this, I think, is if you manage to find repeated pickoffs and just keep staggering the death timers on Shopify Rebellion. But I think as long as Shopify let's just back off, full reset, get all our heroes, back up, get Roche, walk down mid, like, I don't think that can be stopped.
100% agree.
Maybe Apex, if they know Roche is up, maybe they could have just gone in and stolen it. But it's very tough to do when you have Megas pushing in your lanes. All right, who's gonna queue up the Divine Rapier? Like, where are we at? What's the play here, boys?
Come on, Tomato. Do it for the fans.
Okay, if Tomato does it, that's like the one way they lose if they feed the Divine Rapier over. I see he's got it queued, though. He's got Satanic Divine Rapier queued up.
Who needs Satanic? Just go Divine.
I mean, he's about to get 25 soon. You're just going to throw these treants at the Ancient.
Yeah, we've seen what happens a couple times when Nature's Prophet gets level 25. The game very quickly ends. Because there's very little that you can do except watch these treants just end the game.
Supports are trying to figure out what items to drop to take these.
Uh-oh.
Roche.
Just BKB to kill the Crystal Maiden. Why not?
That feels a little unnecessary. But I guess he's got the Aegis, and they're feeling pretty strong here.
All right. I'm assuming he did go the big boy treant talent.
Yep.
We'll see. Yeah, okay. So
It's
there's
on the way.
There's the first one. Gonna get held in place by the Bristleback, but at some point they will reach the throne. Ooh. Yopaj doesn't get the toss back.
That's a cool combo, actually. Sprout the Tiny so he can use Tree Volley.
Infinite. Wow. Okay. Well, there was a Bristleback there for a split second, and he's dead. Terrorize is going to come out, zoning that, of course, Giga Treant, but the game finally coming to a close. The GGs are out, and Shopify will move on to the grand finals.
Very good recovery from Shopify Rebellion off of that game number 1. That was looking really good for Apex Genesis. But really good adaptations to the draft. Funny to say that when the opener was the same every time, but the rest of the draft, right? It's a whole process. They did learn what happened in game 1. Like, okay, we messed up here, fix it in game 2, and then game 3 is on Apex Genesis to now adjust. They tried, but I feel like Timbersaw really, this aura build that he went was really what his team needed. The Shadow Demon as well. Like, we were wondering, like, why didn't you just take Shadow Demon? They did. And then that limits your hero pool so much of like, oh, who does not get screwed by Shadow Demon? They end up going for Bristle, but Bristle is screwed over by Shadow Demon and Timber. So
Yeah.
I feel like they were on the clock this entire game.
And I think they knew that. I think they were trying to go for let's just run them over before, Shadow Demon gets the Ags, like before like Timbersaw becomes unkillable. And I can see the idea behind that. It's just right now the carry pool in Dota 2 is so limited. Like legitimately there's like 5 good carries in all of Dota, which is problematic for like the balancing. And like when you go to last pick your carry and there's 3 of the good heroes are banned and the other 2 are like countered heavily, it makes it very difficult to draft around. And so it's just good heads up drafting from Shopify, really good hero choices to try and put Apex in that position where they're like, well, we only feel confident enough to go for the Bristleback even though it's not the best Bristle game.
That's fair. Yeah. And maybe that's why we often see some of the carries picked earlier on in the draft. For example, Shopify grabbing the Natures in the very first pick. But many teams do pick the carry in that second phase and then ban out whatever's left to limit you if you have not also picked your own carry by that point.
Yeah. Well, that was a very fun and exciting game, but we're going to have about an hour break, if I'm not mistaken, before we jump into the grand finals, which of course will be Nouns versus Shopify once again for the 1 millionth time this year. And it is sure to be exciting, I would imagine.
Hope they have an answer for Nature's Prophet.
Dude, we'll find out, right? All right, stay tuned, everybody. We're going to go to, like I said, about an hour-long break. We'll be back with the grand finals. It will be a best of 5. Stay tuned. You will not want to miss it. We'll see you then.
anything to spend another day with you. Without your glowing light, I won't find my way home tonight. And there's no point of sleeping in an empty room. You said you want that perfect fit. If I'm running through your head, run back to me instead. There's only one thing I'm dreaming of. If I'm holding out for love, the reason the sun comes up. You're the light, I saw your signal in the night, a blessing in disguise. But we were doomed for a miracle now, paradise. It's not so hard for me to find. You're finally by my side. You're in my life forever. We're in paradise together. Paradise together. Why would I pretend to fall if I'll get hurt again? Your touch is just too much for me to let go. I would bare my soul, I'm not ashamed to show it all. I'll open up my heart if you guide me home. You're the light, I saw your signal in the night, a blessing in disguise. But we were doomed for a miracle now, paradise. It's not so hard for me to find. You're finally by my side. You're in my life forever. We're in paradise.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We hope you enjoyed the break here as we are jumping into the grand finals for Dream League Season 24, the North American Quals. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics, of course. Zach, how'd you enjoy your little break here?
I had lunch, got my energy back. Hopefully, Shopify Rebellion did too, because we are entering a best of 5. I always love seeing new teams interact for the first time. This should be really fun here.
Yeah, this is a never before seen matchup here in this region. These guys did face earlier in the upper bracket. It ended up going 2-1 for Nouns. A little bit of a closer series than we originally expected. Game 3 was an absolute blast, super back and forth. So I think, depending on what Shopify have learned coming into this series, they'll definitely be able to make it, even closer. That being said, Nouns also have a lot of research after just this last series against, Apex, where they ran a very similar draft in all 3 games.
Yeah, I think Nouns had some learning themselves, right, from that series, but also, like you said, the one that the Apex Genesis and Shopify just played. I think you have a good idea of, one, the brood mother that Shopify Rebellion seems very interested in grabbing first pick if it's available, but also this Nature's Prophet strategy. So you got a couple different ideas here. The Timber Saw offlane, Visage. These seem to be some of the main heroes that Shopify's been going for with their new offlaner. I'm curious, if you're Nouns, do you just ban all them out? Like, show me a 4th hero. What have you got? Or you let them have one of those because okay, it's going to come out. Maybe they're sticking to comfort for their new player. What is your answer to that, right? They tried to do that with the Broodmother, but she's kind of a tricky hero. Didn't quite work out. Maybe they got a new plan. Maybe let them do Timbersaw, for example, and you know how to address Timbersaw instead.
Yeah, I think the Timber Saw was something that did not really get addressed in the last series from Apex. Like, they just, rather than pick direct lane counters, they just kind of were like, maybe we out tempo it in the final game, but it just didn't quite work out.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm curious if Nouns are going to let the Timber Saw through, and if they do, kind of what their idea is in terms of dealing with it from the lane itself, because it does seem like Luna has been the only hero from the lane that actually deals with the Timber Saw fairly well. And maybe Morphling, I guess. But both of them keep getting banned, if it's picked on 18.
Yeah, I think Monkey King's another one who can kind of have an okay start. Later on, maybe gets a little dicey between him being able to cut your trees, but at least your lane could be okay. I don't know. Is Lone Druid just really bad versus Timbersaw? Like, it's not a matchup I get to see that often, so I don't know if that's just not something teams are willing to do, but it has been available as the other carries have been prioritized, like the Luna. I feel like at least at the start of the lane, you'd be okay. Similar to Monkey King.
I think it's a little bit difficult as the Timbersaw gets a lot of farm, but the ensnare is really good against this hero. I don't know. Considering he's also a Gleipnir builder and sometimes a Diffusal builder, I feel like those are all things that you want to have against a Timbersaw, but yeah, we'll see. Nouns are a team that definitely like the Lone Druid. It's something they could pull out, especially if it's not in the same lane. Maybe they'll be happy to run it elsewhere and then deal with the Timbersaw that way. But a couple different heroes that we haven't seen pop up in this last area was like the Pango, which I kind of thought might have been slipping into the draft a little bit to try and help with some of that, but didn't quite happen. I know Nouns can play it, so we'll see. I'm excited for what Copy does in this event, though, because he's had some pretty sick performances. Yeah, and I think he's got a lot of heroes to play with now.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see a throwback just to we're first picking natures. Would you like the Invoker counter pick? Which I think Copy would be pretty happy with. We don't see him play it as much recently. Like, they've been giving him a lot of Puck, Queen of Pain, but I know he can play the Invoker. I'd love to see it come out. We'll see if, Shopify Rebellion had an hour. It's like, did we like that exchange every single game? Nature's Prophet for Invoker? Like, how do we feel about it? I guess they did end up winning that series, right? So maybe they're okay with that trade. But it's definitely on the table. Now's got to see 3 games of it played out if they want to imitate.
Yeah, I think I really hope this isn't just like a 3-0 one way or the other. I would like a little bit of like a tug of war in this series, people, adapting a little bit. But I am kind of excited for game one because this is usually when teams are willing to kind of experiment in a best of 5. Is they're like, all right, let's see if we can maybe give them their broodmother and then beat it. Because if we can do that, it opens up a ban in the first phase for something else. And, then we have the ability to still beat one of their best heroes. So I'm curious if Nouns go back for that strategy or if they just kind of stick to the ban of the Brood, because it's fun to see the Brood Mother in the game. I think the hero is really fun to watch, but I don't know. We'll see.
I think if they do, I think they'll try the start again. Brood Mother, let it in, take the Mirana. We were testing if that interaction still worked, which at least yesterday it worked. Maybe it was sneaky hotfix overnight or something. But once you buy the shard on Mirana, the fact that you can leap in, press Q, and then everything that was supposed to go to the spiders, they're all dead now. They all go to find a new target, which Mangeki was doing a pretty good job of keeping the spiders away from him. I think he also knows that interaction, but it is just a lot of mental power you have to put in, right? It's like, always got to keep these away from me, which I guess maybe you're used to. You played against like the Earthshakers, but it is a cool interaction and a carry potentially that just deals with those spiders, which I think is something you need when playing against a Broodmother. So I kind of liked that, but I think it would have been better on Yuma. They ran it as a 4 support. I think run like the carry Mirana and then adjust the rest of the draft to deal with this Broodmother. I think that's where it kind of fell apart for Nouns in that game 1 versus the Broodmother. I think the supports it wasn't the best versus the Brood. I think that like Alk last pick was like a little greedy into the Luna. So if they want to let the Brood through, I feel like you can confidently say Shopify Rebellion is going to take that Brood and have a new plan for it. And I do think that's usually Nouns' strength, one of them anyways, that they usually come pretty well prepared. I'm sure they thought they had Brood answered last time. They didn't, but I know they learned from it. So game 1 of a best of 5, I don't know if you want to give the momentum to Shopify, like potentially let them have Brood, they beat you, and you're like, oh wait, now they're on like a 3-game winning streak, they're probably feeling good, right? Maybe you try to shut them out here, game 1. Game 2, you're like, okay, I'll let you have your Brood. Why don't you try it out? Break them there, then it's over, right? Then it's a 3-0. But
that's true.
Then you have a little bit more wiggle room, I feel like, because you're already up 1 game.
Yeah, I could be down for that. I want to see the Lone Druid. I really do. I think this is like a hero that both teams play. Specifically Nouns though, because they have 3 heroes. There are 3 people that can play this hero, but we just don't see it that often. But there's also in the back of Shopify's mind the Meepo for Yuma, which they actually respect banned out yesterday, being like, they could 24 Meepo us. We don't want to risk it. Just ban the hero. And I know Yuma wants to play it because I talked to him at TI about it, and he was like, yeah, I keep asking for the hero. They won't give it to me. It's a shame, the hero sucks, but he's like, I feel like I can still make it work. And, maybe we'll get to see it here in the grand finals.
Sounds like he explained why his team won't let him get it. That's him trying to ask for. He's like, guys, let me have Meepo. I know he's garbage. And like, why are you asking for that hero? I was like, no. Like, I know he's the worst, but like, I want to play him. Hero. I'm Yuma. It's like, when you can say it's a good hero, we'll pick it for you.
Yeah. I mean, he's one of the best Meepos in the world. It's like, without a doubt, he is insanely skilled on this hero. And when it ends up coming back into the meta, Nouns are gonna have that kind of ace in the hole that a lot of teams are gonna have to be worried about. So here we go. Drafts for game 1, the first ban of the snipers, Sand King. We're probably gonna be seeing heroes like Tusk, Naga Siren joining the fray there.
10 seconds remaining.
Bro, I've seen this before.
I've
Broodmother ban.
5 seconds
Next,
remaining.
then a Monkey King. All leading to a first pick Natures. All right, they're mixing it up. They're banning the Naga, but she was in the first phase of bans in that Shopify Apex Genesis series, so it can still happen. The question is, are you letting him have the Broodmother? Otherwise, you're probably looking to ban Tusk, Shadow Demon. Like, are you focusing on supports? Are you again focusing the offlane?
Oh, are they gonna
Is it
give it to him?
happening?
I feel like the Brood ban is coming. I feel like they're just teasing Shopify right now, but
Using all the seconds to make them think they're getting it.
5 seconds
I
remaining.
swear I'm letting you have Brood Mother.
Dire team banned.
oh,
They're letting them do it. Okay, so what's the
Okay.
new plan? What is the new plan? Last time they would ban Bristle here and then take Brood. So you could run that back, and Nouns ran the Marana last time. I'm okay with the Marana, but maybe they want something else strong for themselves. Omni's like okay. When he has Purification maxed out, which you usually do by level 7, that actually does one-shot spiders. The annoying thing is just Brood doesn't necessarily mind getting an Orchid and could just like run at you.
Dire team pick. Nouns
Oh, actually a Morphling.
there she is. We're all Zach and I are big supporters of strong single mothers. Brood mother being the primary one.
That one and only that one.
10 seconds.
No, Brood mother is gonna be fun, dude. This is Shopify's
Dire team banned.
pretty much first big hero every single time they've gotten the opportunity. They slam the Mars. That's what I'm talking about. No afraid. This is the hero I have been talking about as the Brood Mother counter, and every single time it has made it through versus the Brood, it has won in this event. And teams have started to ban the Mars immediately after the Brood pick. So this is cool. I like this adjustment from Nouns. We're going to see if it works. We're going to see if it works because it is still one of those things where, you know, we haven't quite seen this attempt at the draft. Maybe they still ban the Marana. I think you probably should.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, because I think Marana Mars, like that lane is actually decent on its own, but it could still just be carry Marana, pick some other supports. So it is something to consider. Last time they would ban the Bristleback, but it seems like they want to do supports like Snapfire, Full Bore, very good at sniping Spiderlings, as well as being a strong lane with the Mars. Good team fight there as well. This is Nouns and Fly, so maybe if Phoenix is in consideration, that's a classic combo with Mars. And now that Snapfire is banned out, I mean, that's one of the best responses.
I mean, or you ban the Enchantress, right? Which is something that... Okay, they do ban the Marana. Nice.
So maybe you can take yourself the Enchantress. Natures is also in the pool, who's been very popular. I don't think he loves playing against the Broodmother, but for Shopify, you could be willing to take the Natures. Broodmother will make you a lot of space, and you can show up
10
wherever she's
seconds
going.
remaining.
Endless summons. You use the spiders to tank the tower while your Treant does the damage.
See, but that's where the Enchantress becomes tricky now, right? Because I think you could just pick Enchantress next here on Nouns, which is a troublesome hero for the Nature's Prophet to play into. Now, it's not impossible. We've seen it happen, right? They've managed to make it work before, but she is definitely a nuisance.
Nouns
They ban out the
Esports.
puck.
Time to pick.
Oh
Dire
boy,
team
we might be seeing... Ooh, a Treant. Okay.
Well, you don't mind picking it too early because, well, I mean, Tomato can play Broodmother carry if they want.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Timber could be in consideration, but I think when Mangekyo is the
10 seconds remaining.
Brood specialist, you'd like to give it to him if possible.
Yeah, just let him
Okay.
play the Brood.
For now, they're going to grab Omniknight. Looks like the support duo here, which Batrider's really good versus Treant in the lane. You can follow him with your Firefly, and Treant is just so slow you can never get away. That's actually really annoying. There is a small chance of the potential mid Batrider if you see a favorable matchup, which is why I like it being picked here, because you're already happy with it as a position 4, but you still kind of limit the mid pool, because if you pick something really bad versus Batrider, they could just pick another support and counter your mid pick.
I'm trying to think what they want to do on Nouns here. I actually kind of like the idea of going for the Invoker, just because it is something that has like a little bit of dispel, but in general is there's such a strong laning hero right now. There's not many heroes that go against it. They grab the Luna early. Okay.
Do like that. I think something mobile for mid, not that you have to pick it here. Like Nouns is last pick. I think you're just
Yeah.
grabbing another support here.
Agreed.
Maybe something you could flex in the mid lane if you want to be sneaky. Not sure exactly what that would be. But right now you only have Lasso as your lockdown. So something mobile like, say, Queen of Pain that we've seen copy play a couple times already. That could be really good if you get to the Ags. Just it's literally the game mode at that point. You're just like throwing it on those spiders, the Agnum's Labyrinth for infinite Scream of Pains. Ooh.
That's a new hero. Not something we see often, but
Dire team back.
it's a really good game for the Soulbind. Like, there's a lot of cool interactions this game that you can get with the Soulbind. Also, just Broodmother in general hates dealing with it.
I would love to see him take fine art
10 seconds
and just
remaining.
absolutely snipe spiders, curve it into the team fight, and do 1,000 damage per Q. I don't think he will. It's probably more for just the boring shard counter to the Bat Rider. Very lame. Not nearly as cool as fine art, but very good. And it's what we're going to see here. Even though there's not a bunch of Grimstroke combos, honestly. Maybe like double Leech Seed, double Lucent Beam, which is kind of cool because you get some damage from it, right? But besides that, not really the best Grimstroke combos besides just using the leash as a leash.
I'm trying to think like where you want to go in the mid hero pool here for Shopify. They actually ban out the Earthshaker, which is actually something that copies ran quite a bit.
Nouns
I feel like
is
now that you see the
skirmishes.
Tiny, the Queen of Pain is definitely on the table. And like, is there any other heroes that I'm like massively? I mean, it's either Invoker or Queen of Pain. I feel like it has to be, right? We've seen this Invoker Tiny matchup 3 times in a row today, and every single time it favored the Invoker.
5
I
seconds
wouldn't
remaining.
mind the Invoker.
Shadow Fiend band.
Last
What
time
in-
we saw them run Alchemist versus the Brood. Is there a mid alch Tiny? Can he like stop you really?
Actually, mid alch would crush Tiny. It's pretty rough. I don't know if we really would see that, but it is something that can just crush the Tiny lane and just out tempo them. There's the Nature's Prophet ban. All right, nicely done.
Carry pool is getting quite small at this point. Who's even left? Like the Bristleback? I don't know if you want to run Alchemist into the Luna. I think she just kind of beats you tempo-wise.
5 seconds remaining.
Lone Druid also doesn't... I mean, it's okay in the lane, but Luna kind of just free glaive bounces for her.
It's decent versus the Mars and all stages because if once you're in the arena, you kind of just pop Lone Druid for him, and you're like, oh no, bite me. Like, you know, it's it's like Lone Druid doesn't really care all that much. Oh boy, a Huskar ban would have been kind of nasty. Wind Ranger going to be the last pick here for Shopify. An interesting one into the Mars because arena can be pretty brutal for the Wind Ranger to play around.
She will have the free repel, though, so she can go in and out of the arena as necessary, and she doesn't mind doing that as much as a hero like Sniper, who has no mobility. So it was one of the better carries still left in
Yeah.
the pool, and besides the annoying Mars interaction, it's like a relatively neutral Wind Ranger game. Nothing like horrific for her to deal with.
They have a lot
Besides
of
maybe the
options
leash
here.
being annoying.
They can go Timbersaw mid. They can go Invoker. They can do copies Queen of Pain.
I do kind of like the Timber. I think
Like-
something else that makes plays would be kind of nice. Grimstroke wants to be active, and if he can only play with the Mars, it's going to feel sad. If you can get someone who jumps in and you have like another Inkswell combo, I think that would be the best for Grimstroke's game.
God, if Ricky wasn't such a terrible hero, I would pick Ricky. Yeah, it's his Queen of Pain.
Now select
I think this one was like we've seen Copy absolutely own on this hero before, and then you made a really good point about the spiders earlier. If they are near the quap for more than like 5 seconds, you're gonna get double daggered on all of your spiders, and that is just a nuclear bomb waiting to go off, basically.
Yeah, I think it makes sense why they grabbed it. It's fairly difficult to catch her as well. You're going to have to use the avalanche toss on her into the lasso, which we actually saw them pull off a couple times the last time these two teams played. Shackle shot could help, but not always the easiest thing to land. And you will have to be careful. No way, Lelis! Lelis, my hero. Are you really doing fine art?
I was gonna say, I feel like if there was ever a case to be made for fine art, it would be this game.
remaining.
Do it,
Because you can, if you think the brood's like hiding in the trees somewhere, you can send him through the spiders and then try and like snipe him in the trees, right? No! Instigate!
Lelis.
This is the worst day ever.
Lelis, you're no longer my hero.
Dude, you have been theory crafting fine art and wanting it to be picked for so dang long.
It's
I was-
really fun.
Yeah,
I
it
think
is.
so. Some facets are very interesting and some are like kind of boring, but it's like, okay, I guess why that's good, right? But I think fine art is such a fun one. But compared to Instigate is so good. Like strong dispels in Dota are ridiculous. And most people with strong dispels are very save-oriented heroes. The fact that Grimstroke is an aggressive support who then also has one of the best saves, like it's so powerful. And yes, you can actually still get the shard without Instigate, but having the control for it versus Lasso, right? It's just so good. I'm not surprised he's doing it. I'm just disappointed that it's not fine art, which it really ramps up. And you know what? I won't even complain. Valve clearly is not good enough. Please buff fine art, and I will use it in my pubs. Buff it. It's not good enough.
All right, yeah, that works. I'm okay with that. All right. Everyone, you've waited long enough. It is time for game one of Nouns versus Shopify here in this grand finals best of 5. The teams meet once again. This is, for those of you who are fans of NA, does this ever get old? I have to wonder, watching these two teams always fight for qualification. But I will say this. This is Shopify's potential redemption arc, the beginning of the redemption arc. After being crushed by Nouns the last several set of qualifiers, not allowed to qualify for events, and Nouns just kind of becoming the #1 team in NA, this is where like Shopify starts that redemption arc. Can they do it, Zach? What do you think?
Maybe. It could start off as game 1 Broodmother win, Grandmaster Broodmother player. To be fair, we see Shopify versus Nouns, but this is a very new Shopify, and
Totally.
they're the underdogs coming into this, I would say. Just because they are such a new group of players getting together for the first time. And it did look close the last series, but part of that was Nouns giving the Brood. They've done it again. Have they formulated a new I forgot about this. Amaterasu just throws out the webs level 1.
Throws them everywhere,
does
man.
not
He's
care.
Like, haha. I mean, this was one of my biggest complaints about earlier when people were like, oh, like, they were like hesitant to like move their webs and lane. I'm like, bro, it's like almost no mana. The cooldown's like low. You don't use your mana for anything else. Like just do it. Like reposition your webs constantly. It makes it so much easier to play the hero.
Chuck him out.
40 mana? Come on. What else are you gonna be doing?
They should have a decent time here in the bottom lane as the Brood. You just want to get to 6. This Treant's not really going to be able to stop you. I don't think you stop the Luna either, though, so she should also get what she needs. Mid should be tough for Yopaj. Queen of Pain being very annoying for Tiny, and he has no way to dodge her spells, the E or the Q. So anytime you want to harass him, it's pretty much free.
He will win the level 1 wave, right? Just because Tiny gets tree grab and smacks the creeps, right? Gets a bunch of denies. But the longer the lane goes on, the better it's going to get for the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, he doesn't have supports that'll help him that much either, at least in terms of ganking the Queen of Pain. They might help with bottle refills and try to secure runes, but not these. They can't really get the Queen of Pain, right? Like a blink to safety will pretty much always be a getaway.
The infamous ganking Omni Knight. That's like one of my favorites.
Apply degen aura.
I got him, guys. Bottom lane, Yuma needs those stacks to fall off. They do. Fly, though, needs to be a little careful there. Waiting for those napalms to expire. I feel like this...
Careful with that courier.
Yeah, I was just about to say this. I feel like this lane should be okay for Nouns top side. Like, the Wind Ranger is going to have a decent time, but I think once you have more levels on the Grimstroke and the Mars, like, they can actually, like, probably reliably kill that Wind Ranger if he happens to walk away even for a moment on the Omni Knight. Like, that's a lot of damage between these two.
Omni does get a D ward top. Plus, actually attacked from low ground to high ground. Kind of revealing that ward.
Oopsie.
Though I guess in a way, it's also baiting the sentry to not be able to use it on camps. Maybe some big brain play there. Sacrifice an observer for the camp availability.
Aha, got him.
Copium.
That's like the... never mind.
Ooh,
I was gonna say, it's a
courier
stupid
kill?
name. Ooh, does he get it? Yeah, it's gonna deliver.
Does
but
deliver the items.
We'll get the Lotus as well. Lane's in a pretty good spot here for Gunner. It did crash into the tower though, so it's gonna de-push a little bit. Either way, I think he's pretty happy with the positioning on his lane.
So mid does look like Tiny has a couple extra denies, but last hits are about even. Bottom, the Brood is off to a good start. Now Luna's also at a good start, but like which hero is gonna participate first? It's the Brood Mother getting 6, starting to take your towers, place those webs over to the mid lane, just taking over your jungle. That's the scary part for Nouns here. And you knew this Brood was coming. It was literally a first pick Brood. So how are you going to deal with this?
I feel like at some point you're going to have to rely on your Mars to just come through the Twin Gate and kill her. But the other problem is, well, we'll come back to that thought, is Fly taking a lot of damage. Well, they're actually turning it back around. Hold on, Yuma underestimating the Luna. He's got a Lucent Beam in 1, and that is the first blood. That was so much damage coming up from that Leech Seed and the Nature's Grasp.
Yeah, was he tanking the tower, or was it just the Luna free to attack that whole time?
I don't think he hit the tower. I was trying to see his death summary, but I didn't make it. Yeah, I don't think he made it into the tower.
Only I think only one tower shot or something. So it really was just the Luna right next to him. I guess it was the glaive bounces, right? Just the two heroes next to each other. So
2 points.
A lot of glaive value right there.
Plus, of course, all Lunas pretty much go the facet that gives you damage based on Lucent Beams, right? So he was sitting at like an extra 8 damage during that since he had the 2 beams out.
Yeah, and a level 2 beam compared to old builds, right? That's an extra 80 damage he usually wouldn't have. I believe there were 2 Lucent Beams to finish the kill. You used to just have to put all your points in your passives, but now that one of them was moved to your innate ability, we're seeing Lunas go back to maxing Lucent Beam and getting the ultimate.
Nice shackle there from the Wind Ranger. Prevents the Ink Swell. I'm surprised. Skem's taking a lot of damage there.
Fine Art would have finished that.
True, actually. Does it increase the damage it does?
Yes. Not the base damage, but the damage per unit hit
unit it
goes up
travels,
an extra
right?
10 per level, or like a flat 10.
Yuma in a little bit of trouble here. Does have a Lotus to play around. A Wand's coming off cooldown as well. I don't think they're going to try and go for the dive, are they? Oh, looks like they are, actually. Being in from the tree in. Yeah, Glaive's doing a lot of work as well. Yuma's going to be okay. It will allow them to go for that 6-minute Lotus themselves, as the Leech Seed going to try and just top off the Luna here.
This is the annoying thing about Treant Protector. Like, if you don't get the kill and you commit resources, I mean, Treant, yeah, he's just going to heal the carry right back up, even if he can't actually play the lane, which is why teams feel so comfortable taking Tree early, right? Like, either you're this very strong laner who's just like high base damage, punching, being annoying, or you get hard countered by like a Bat Rider, and it's like, no big deal, man. I'm just going to go stack for you, and I'll Leech Seed heal you, and that's about it. You just play safe. Lose a couple CS, but it's okay because you'll have stacks.
Yeah. They're actually pushing aggressively here, and they're going to just force the Broodmother away from this tower. The Catapult going to do a decent chunk of damage. Copy making his rotation down here as well with a Haste Rune. Sonic Wave is available, and it looks like they might just be playing for that Wisdom Rune. They're going to TP on some heroes. Fly tries to... Oh, he does get it. Wait a minute. That's huge.
I thought he would rip the ult there, actually.
I did too, but
if
I
it's
mean,
just a full escape... Oh, well, he's just going to haste chase the Brood. He doesn't even need to use the Sonic Wave. Oh, okay, maybe he does. Are we doing it?
Insatiable Hunger. Flies dead on the backside. There's your Sonic Wave. I mean, this is a huge win for Nouns. They bring one less hero. They trade 1 for 1, the 5 for the 3, get both Wisdom Runes. That's a great rotation.
Yeah, that's big wins. Really cool play. So, like, when they were zoning the Broodmother, that's because the Queen of Pain was zoning the Bat Rider in the triangle, so you knew you weren't over-committing and then getting screwed over by a Bat Rider. And then transitioning that over into that Wisdom Rune sequence was very nicely done. Coordination of a team that's been playing together for a while.
Ward, it's going to be an Invis bottom.
Fly had to take it, but
Yeah.
it is denying it from Yopaj.
It's just a 50-50. Which support's going to steal it, you know? I think you're okay with that one. Copy now going to make his rotation potentially top. No, he'll just hold mid. Doesn't want to let anything hit his tower. As Fly will be the one walking top. Scouting out Skem. There's an arena available. Silence is out. Fear to pin him against the wall. Takes him out of the Nature's Grasp, but still plenty of damage to finish the job. So the Invis Rune ends up paying off big. Gets themselves a kill. They can continue to pressure this top tower, or I guess it looks like Yamato is just going to leave to the bottom lane. They know
but
about
they're reading this.
They have the ward. Gunner's just going to go follow him. He's walking in. He's got the arena. Traps in this Wind Ranger as there's the Eclipse to follow it up, and she is dead. Kill. Going the way of the Luna. That ward is paying dividends right now.
That's such a cool play by Nouns. They finished that Omni Knight, so they do want the Wind Ranger, right? Wind Ranger knows it. She's like, okay, I'm just going to go through the Twin Gate. I'll help Brood take bottom. They TP here first with the help of that ward. Now, it does look like they're going to find a kill onto Lelis, but I don't know. Your carry for the position 4, that doesn't feel the best.
They need to get this tower, like, quickly. It's still 30 seconds till the Catapult's going to come up, but the Broodmother can still pressure it pretty heavily.
They're going to dive Tomato again.
Yeah, I think they are. They have no idea that Yuma's up here. He's going to immediately pop the Whirlwind, try and just zone them away. But the Queen of Pain is on the way as well. Both teams look like they're just going to take the tier 1 swaps. Like, they're committing bottom. This tower's already dead. Again, this is Arsonist on the Bat Rider, so something that we have talked about. It's a Hellscream classic. He's the only 4-position Bat Rider we've really seen go this route. But they've ran it specifically with heroes like Broodmother, Nature's Prophet, and use that as their way to help assist these early pushes.
That's a cool approach to support Bat Rider compared to the Stoked we usually see. In the end, Whirlwind did manage to clear off the creep wave, so it's a free tower for Shopify Rebellion, and they could still look to defend their own. Though I don't know if Brood wants to show up for the defense, so you probably will lose that tower over time, but it's going to leave a lot of space for the Broodmother to accelerate. And it looks like she's going to go for the mech first, something we've seen Amaterasu do today. Just be the aura builder for his team.
All right, Luna back up to the top lane. She's going to go ahead and try and finish off this tower with the help of the catapults. Fortification was already committed. Their mid tower, though, taking a beating here from the Broodmother. Just something that seems to always happen with this hero, and Copy doesn't quite have enough damage to kill those spiders. He either needs the shard or a little bit of spell amp.
I would kind of like the Shard because
like the Shard
that
a
could let
lot.
you jump to the Omni Knight and silence him up. And it's not the longest silence, but you know, if you've got the burst potentially, could be enough to finish up a kill before you can get any of his saves out.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get it anytime soon. A lot of times you want to get to your Dagon. You want to get to, you know, mid lane. Avalanche comes out. Copy gets the blink away. Does have that Sonic Wave available. He has an Arcane Rune, right? I really thought they would put that on cooldown. But holding it, still got a decent amount of duration left on it, so might still be able to find something. Broodmother is getting owned on those Ancients, it looks like.
Is it the splash damage one? Yeah, the splash damage is very annoying for her.
Dragon. Not the fastest Ancient taker for sure, but oh, nice. Denies an illusion rune. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, Brood is like funny where for ancient camps, like you usually can either do them and do stacks early or you just can't. But Brood can do like individual ancient camps, but can't do the stacks.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a funny middle ground. At least for now, of course. Once you're high level, everyone can do it.
Copy, continuing to put some pressure here. I mean, he doesn't know this, but Hellscream was one creep away from level 6. So, potentially dodging a lasso coming out there. Some decent space for both cores, right? The Wind Ranger and Luna farming exceptionally well at the moment. The
Funny
supports
to say,
are struggling
usually-
on Shopify, though.
Yeah, in the past, Luna would be the one just farming way faster, but the way people use Whirlwind nowadays, it's kind of crazy to see a Wind Ranger carry keeping up with a Luna carry.
Radiant are scanning.
And they're looking for the Luna top, actually. This is a really cool smoke gang from Shopify, but they're not going to find the Luna. They're going to go through the Twin Gate bottom, and they might fall right into Gunner, who... Oh, the smoke pops! He sees Skem for a split second, and that's going to spoil the gank. Unlucky there for Shopify. He just turned the corner at the wrong time.
Is under attack.
Mid lane, though. Broodmother doing brood things, gets the tier 1 tower.
The spiders get low, but just not quite enough.
He's going the
And-
Sanj Kaya. He'll get it.
Yeah. But at the same time, when that finishes, the pipe will be out, helping to
Yeah.
give some magic resistance over the spiders. I don't know the exact tipping point, like what items you need on Quap to
Middle tower
surpass those auras.
It's a good rune. It was so funny when we saw the Mirana counter almost happen yesterday against the Broodmother, and he got the pipe off mid Starstorm, and the spiders all live with like 1 HP. Otherwise, he was 100% dead on the Brood.
Yeah, pipe's a good item. I like the offlane broods that in pubs, you know, you're more likely to see like just the Orchid carry type builds, but the pro scene, the offlane broods just get a bunch of auras, team fight items at a rapid pace because you're Broodmother. And it helps you use your spiders to keep them alive and actually work with your team to take towers, get kills, all that, so you don't have to depend on, you know, the Orchid, Echo Saber type builds. Big rotations mid.
I mean, this would be a nice little pick off. Gunner goes for the blink, has the spear sent back to the low ground, and he just gets popped. But a nice Avatos in from Yopaj. Copy had that shield room. Now going to look for Skem. Purification, trying to give him a little bit of space. They end up just dropping the arena. They don't want to deal with the pesky Omni Knight either. Both supports dead. This should open up the mid tier 1 tower.
Yeah, they got a catapult wave here. I don't see a way to defend this. They'll fortify to buy some time, but
That's
yeah, there's too many creeps here. Oh, Luna's here too. All right, that's
Yeah.
definitely a dead tower.
Dyer's middle
All right, good find.
Tomato does finish the Gleipnir, so maybe you can try again. That they were smoking. It didn't quite work out because Hellscream got found first by Nouns, who was also grouping up. But maybe you can just try again, since you didn't really use any major cooldowns in that last attempt. But Arena should still be down for, 50 seconds.
The one thing to note, like Shopify, like normally when Hellscream has this hero, he's pretty farmed a lot of times. We've seen him been getting like a 17 or 18-minute blink dagger on this hero. He is struggling, I think, for the first time on this Batrider that we've seen. And he is at least helping take towers. Like he's, you know, Arsonist does quite well at doing that, but tier 2 tower in the bottom lane. Is this just dead? Are they not going to be able to respond to the Broodmother push?
They're
Gunner
making
coming
their
through
way
the
in.
trees. Cool. They find the Treant. They're going to go and toss him out. Does he get the overgrowth? He does onto 4, but can they get out now? A huge Sonic Wave as well. Can they get Yamato to safety? No, it's the Eclipse. Oh, you tossed in the wrong hero, Shopify. That's going to be a massive win for Nouns as Yopaj on the run, hits an avalanche, but silenced up, trying to just TP to safety. He's going to make it out, but oh my god, the cost is heavy.
Man, they thought, well, they had taken so much of the tower for free. They're like, oh, they must not be contesting. Oh, there's a Treant here. You know, maybe he's just trying to slow us down. Let's just grab that. It baits them all in. That overgrowth catches everyone into the arena, into the Sonic Wave. Like, you don't even have a fighting chance at that point.
How many times when we saw this specifically yesterday, right? At the very end of the game, the double Sonic Wave into the arena, it just does so much damage. And I'm not surprised that it's working just as well early into the game. Like, these heroes don't have enough HP to sustain that kind of damage.
It's going to be difficult, especially with that last fight. The offlane Brood usually wants to get her team in the lead to start. Not really a hero that's looking to play from behind, but unfortunately, that's what's going to be happening here. They are now 6k down at 18 minutes. And you're now going to have to play this game where you delay things out for the Wind Ranger to really come online, which is unfortunate. She has the Gleipnir, but she's a long way off from the BKB and the eventual Daedalus, I imagine, where she really comes online. You got to drag this game out for like 20 minutes.
Gunner they're going to find Yopaj. Oh, just immediately lets the Eclipse rip, and Gunner comes in with the Inkswell. He's trying to find heroes on the backside. He's trapped 3 in the arena. There's going to be the Omni ult. But the overgrowth into the Soulbind double silence. The Glaives are just doing so much damage here. Yuma, he might die. They're going to try and do what they can. Avalanche toss back here from Yopaj, but here comes Copy. He's got the Sonic Wave, lets it go, takes down the Tiny, he cannot TP out. Buyback on the Omni. Might be able to get this Hellscream Batrider out of here, but we'll see. Inkswell up. Copy, he's going to blink, tries to find the Batrider, doesn't get him. Amaterasu quite scary here on the Broodmother, though.
Yeah, you got to be a little careful. Amaterasu's, he's just been whittling away enemy heroes this whole time, though no more spiders.
I think he needs to be careful now. Copy can just snipe him. He's got an Inkswell, jumps in. They will get the stun, trying to be safe from Skem, gets the repel, and that's doing quite a bit of work here. In comes Fly. He's trying to get the root. Doesn't find him quite yet. Holds him off to the side. There's going to be a dust. Dude, this fight's been going on forever. Wind Ranger is back, coming in. Power shot. They're going to lose the tree. It's time to call it quits, Nouns. They are done with this fight.
That was really close. If Quap, so she had to guess where the Batrider went. If she does correctly blink in with the Inkswell, finish that kill, makes the rest of that easier. But because she doesn't, it just kind of drags on long enough that Wind Ranger comes back into the fight after dying however many years ago. Oh, the blink toss on Luna.
Oh, very nice. Yuma gonna get caught from the Inkswell. The Dispel, it doesn't come out because of the stun, but they get him out anyway. Oh my goodness.
How?
I have
How did that
no
even...
idea how. It looked so good. You get the perfect grab, the Luna, but the save was just barely there from the Grimstroke. dispels that lasso,
man.
like you said, and my goodness, those supports are not tanky enough to deal with this damage quite yet. The spear out. Does Copy have the ult? He does. You might have tossed him in a little bit too far. Nice shackle. Okay, he's not chasing. Surely he's not
Go
chasing.
Copy!
Okay. He's got 12 wand charges. Spear not going to connect. He needs to blink to safety. All right, this
my
guy
God,
is...
he's allowed. All right, a little overkill. He actually killed it with just the Scream of Pain, but already ripped the Sonic Wave. But what a statement, man. Jumps in front of the tier 3. They don't even have a tier 2 yet. They're all still up. Copy is such a fun player to watch. This guy pushes the limit with some of these mobile heroes. His Puck, his Queen of Pain. It's actually so fun.
He just doesn't... He's just no cares. Like, he's not afraid. Like, ever. You know, is what it really seems like. And yeah, going for that play, managing to find the Wind Ranger... She might have died to the dagger anyway. I don't think he realized how low she was. This Tormentor is not happening at all. They need to back, right? Surely. Well, okay.
Again,
no,
one more spell combo. They got it. But Broodmother.
Into the Inkswell. Broodmother gets chain stun down, and just like that, it's going to cost you a big hero.
Yeah, maybe you get the Tormentor, but you're so low, you have no chance of even going to go help that Brood. Otherwise, you would just feed off more heroes. This should open up Roche now. Brood is the aura hero. With her out of the picture, you're not interested in fighting whatsoever. So free Roshan over to Nouns. Chat, get ready to ping the time. It's important. It's a good skill to learn.
All right. Well, I guess the real question for me now is, where does Nouns go with this Aegis? Because you still have tier 2 towers remaining on Shopify. You're of course going to put the Aegis on your Luna. Is it worth going back, grabbing your Tormentor here at some point so that you can... good scan from Shopify here. Kind of just guessing they might come through the Twin Gate after the Roshan.
It would be quite nice to get, because actually both your supports already bought their shard. So it's actually the cores who will get the shard. And I'd say the Mars Spear and Queen of Pain Silence are really good this game. Luna's is... I think it's fine. I don't think it's like... I don't know, maybe it's good versus the spiders when they're hitting you. Yeah, I feel like the silence on the Queen of Pain's good, though. For now, though, you might do it like after you're forced to back. For now, they're just going to try to get the tier 2 top. Looks like this one isn't going to be contested. Maybe... Oh, yeah, the BKB on Wind Ranger is about 500, 600 off. So probably just going to have to sack some towers while you try to finish these items.
Gunnar wants to go. Arena's out. They've got the Wind Ranger. A very easy kill. They thought for sure they were behind the Luna top, but it was all a lie. Hellscream going to try and cut the mid lane. They got to keep these towers alive. Otherwise, your base is in a lot of trouble. So tier 2
Luna
will be fine. But yeah, Luna is going to get to work on the top instead. Okay, Copy deletes a Batrider from the game. He's got an Octarine. I don't know when he bought that, but he has an Octarine now. On his way to the Aghanim Scepter.
Wops now made it to his team, who is just taking this tier 3 for free. It's been a little slow while they had to wait for the next creep wave, but now that that's down, the glaives are going to start bouncing around, and this is going to be the first barracks taken.
I like that he sends the illusion forward to hit the kind of like the buffer building. Oh, toss back. Yuma in a little bit of trouble. They're too afraid to fully engage, though, and I don't blame them. Like, this is an Aegis Luna. You've got so many heroes behind them. Gunnar, Inkswell to dispel, gets him out. Nice sidestep there to prevent the shackle. Arena's in 15. He has a BKB. He needs to be a little bit careful. Yamato's going to come in with that whirlwind. Gunnar trying to absorb as much of the damage as possible. There's going to be a nice overgrowth. Yuma dispelled, turns it around. He's got his BKB. He's got so much damage. 84 bonus from these Lucid Beams. He's trying to get some help from Scam, but it's not enough. Copy now going into the base. He's got that Sonic Wave at the ready. Will he delete this Omni? He's gonna try. He gets
In
him
the
a decent
fountain.
attempt to toss him into the fountain, but not enough. Nouns claim the lane of Barracks. They get 2 more kills, and an Aegis still available.
2 minutes, so they have time to, looks like, reset a little bit. Queen of Pain gonna come bottom, make sure that's pushing in. So once you finish the mid tower, you could maybe head over to that bottom, get both so that you can open up the entire enemy base. They also scout out an amplified damage rune. Wonder if Yuma will turn around to go pick that up. Maybe you skip bottom tier 2 with that amplified damage on the table and only a minute and a half on Aegis. Just go straight for the second racks.
Mid lane, again, the Inkswell. This time placed on the Luna and a spear back from Gunnar just to put him in the secondary stun range. But the idea here is you just protect your Luna. Like, you can't engage this hero when he's got the Inkswell on him.
Has fallen.
Yeah, it's really tough. It's not only the strongest spell, but it actually heals you too at the end based on how
Yeah.
much damage is done.
This is your last fortification you're gonna have on the side of Shopify. You do not have your auras on the Brood Mother.
You just have to
Fly.
give it up. 20 seconds?
Yeah, they're gonna try.
Dire's middle
Solar Crest out, and they're just gonna back, sit behind this Luna, as now the Glaives can get to work on the Raxes as well. And this is gonna be blocking the Blink Daggers. Like I was saying, I was gonna play this on the last one. He throws the illusion forward to the buffer building, so the Glaives might bounce to your Blink targets in the backside, things like the Bat Rider or the Tiny and stuff, right? So it's a pretty cool idea. He just did it again, right? So
Yeah,
Good
Luna
stuff.
also has the night vision on the illusion, so helps you get vision of the enemy base, which
True.
can be tough to place your observers in this area. So the illusion, very safe to just send forward, cancel the blinks, but also just see them coming even if they're not canceled.
all right, well, that is a 20,000 gold lead. That's a pretty good first Aegis, if you ask me, in terms of what you got out of it.
I think this is the desperation smoke, right? Like, we have to find some big kills right now or this game is just over. But unfortunately, Nouns has completely dodged this. They're going to get to reset, spend all their money.
Oh my god, he has an amplify damage. Gunnar has
Oh,
a
that was
sight.
still there from earlier, yeah.
This is a disaster if you walk into this on Shopify. An amplify damage on this Queen of Pain who just finished the Ags. Gunnar finishes up his Scythe of Ice as well, so you have so much control.
I want to see the Ags interaction just once. Like, I feel like this game's about to end soon, but please, copy. Go find the spiders, press Q. Like, we all want to see it just one time at least.
Dude, if anyone is near those spiders, they will die.
It's happening bottom, maybe. Copy, do it. Those aren't spiders.
Well, they'll just let the Grimstroke clean them up. They scout Yopaj. He gets the blink, though. Conda done. Level 20 talent up on Yuma. That Soulbind into just like the double Lucent Beam. For those of you who maybe forgot about this, this was very popular when like Luna's Conda build first came out. And Grimstroke was a little bit stronger of a hero, but if 2 heroes are grouped up on the Soulbind, it will just nuke them both, like, completely to death. It is a ridiculous amount of damage.
Dire's bottom tower.
That's the last tier 2. Now, you don't have to force this too hard. You can just keep slowly sending Luna illusions for now.
Yeah.
Roshan, it's a minute off, but one way you lose this is you commit too soon to the high ground. They kill you. Fast Rosh spawn. They get that, right? And suddenly they're back like 10k. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Nouns take this safe for the first win. Just hold this map. Wait for that Rosh. See if you get a pick off. Perhaps on
They got
Amaterasu.
it. That's the big one. He's silenced up. He's going to get repelled for the moment, but the arena comes out, and you cannot escape the Soulbind into the Eclipse. Yuma deletes these 2 heroes. Gunnar's going to jump in, look for more, pops the BKB. The double buyback is there, but the lasso instantly dispelled. He's just going to BKB TP out. He's gone. Oh, Copy just turns around with a Sonic Wave for fun, but gets caught from the lasso. Silence here will prevent the Tiny from helping him. Gunnar's got to rejoin his team, but I think, honestly, Nouns, they can just delete them. He goes in again. The Dagon is way too much damage, and Yuma still got the BKB at the ready. The Overgrowth catches Yopaj. He can't leave. This game is over. Nouns
One more for
crushed
Copy.
Shopify in game 1. 29-6 at 30 minutes.
That last fight was giving me Aghanim's Labyrinth flashbacks, man. The 3-second Queen of Pain Q, just constant screams going out. So much damage. I'm going to check the scoreboard, how much damage he did. Did not die once that game. I
12-0-9.
mentioned they don't have the best lockdown. Well, Copy, he had the same read, and he put it. Oh my god, dude! That dive in the tier 3. He's like, what are they gonna do to me? I would have dived the tier 3 with 200 health. It's fine. They can't kill me.
Yeah,
12-0-9.
Yep,
Highest
40,000
damage in the
damage.
game. More than
Ye-
double just about anyone else. Yuma 27 is the next highest.
I mean, double that of the counterpart Tiny, right?
Yes.
Like Tiny's sitting at 20,000 damage, a little over 20,000 damage, but this is the fear, like leaving that Queen of Pain in that you can grab on 24 when it's a decent enough Queen of Pain game. We saw them do this very similar strategy yesterday with the Mars Queen of Pain. It ended up knocking Shopify into the lower bracket, right? That was game 3. They might rethink the strategy, but as we expected, right? We thought Nouns might let the Broodmother through game 1 and see if they have figured out a way to deal with it, and it seems like this time they absolutely have.
Yeah, this is going to give a lot of confidence to Nouns and maybe make Shopify question it. But I don't think it was like too bad for them, right? That was a pretty close game up to about looks like the net worth starts really shifting at 20 minutes. So if you run the same draft, but maybe just adjust execution, for example, I think the lanes weren't as good as they could have gone. Hellscream ended up a little poorer than we usually see him, and this Bat Rider with the Tiny are a big part of making the plays in the early game. So when Hellscream has kind of a rough game, it really cuts down what you can do, right? I think they had a lot of the right ideas, but just got a little bit outplayed by Nouns, especially like I think in the early game, there was that really nice rotation. They find the Omni Knight kill with the Invis and then TP bottom, right? Catching Shopify rebelling off guard. Like Nouns just made some really sick plays in the early game that I think, draft aside, their execution was just a bit cleaner. To be fair to Shopify, right? The new team, right? I don't mean to make excuses for them, and I know they're not going to be satisfied with saying like, oh yeah, it's because we're a new team, but it is true. It's tough to make these really snap decisions as a new team compared to Nouns, which has been playing together for a year, if not more. Like some of the players have switched, but some of these guys have been playing together for quite a while now.
Yeah, this was a kind of a textbook Nouns game. Really excited to see what ends up happening in game 2. If Shopify are still going to consider going for that early Broodmother pick. At this point, the thing is like Shopify has been relying on first pick to kind of force people to ban the Brood here. But now that this doesn't seem like a major threat against Nouns, you either have to adjust your bans on Shopify, or like Nouns are just very comfortable taking second pick, and getting ultimate last pick for their core seems to be very scary. So a lot might change in the draft for game 2. I think that's what we can expect. But for now, we're going to go to a short break, everyone, and we will be back with game number 2 of Nouns versus Shopify in this Best of 5 Grand Finals. We'll see you after the break. Welcome back, everybody. We are in the grand finals here for the North American closed qualifiers of DreamLeague season 24. I keep almost saying 34. I don't know what it is about that number, but
Looking into
anyway,
the future.
yeah, we'll get there eventually. As for now, Nouns taking game one pretty convincingly over Shopify. So Shopify's got to come up with something new for game two. I'm sure that they've prepped a new draft, something that doesn't involve the Broodmother, or if it does, maybe a very different set of bans. So we'll have to see what they end up doing. What do you think some of the adjustments they can make are going to be for game two?
So one, you could just run a brand new draft, especially if you're not sure exactly where that last game went wrong. We saw them earlier today running a bunch of Nature's Prophet, for example. So you could try to go for something like that. I believe Nouns did not ban it out last time in that first phase. Yeah, I mean, maybe they shift their bans, but they won. So I think you can just run the exact same bans if you're second pick again. So maybe they switch drafts. If you do run the Broodmother again, I don't know if this tiny pick has been working out for them. I kind of like get what it's supposed to do. It is a very, I guess, stable is the right word to use for it. Where it's like, it's not really losing lanes. It's not really crushing lanes. Gets the blink dagger, kind of makes plays. But I don't know. I feel like Yopaj has such high potential as a player. Like if you can give him some better matchups, he can do more. I think what's happening though, as someone who has never been in a professional team and has no real insight onto this, I think Yopaj is the much more experienced player, right? They've brought in and Hellscream, two relatively newer players. Hellscream's been playing for like a couple years on some other teams, but Mangekyo, this is his first professional team. So they're trying to give him a little bit more comfort to his hero pool. And it's like, hey, you guys just got to like pick up the weight for now. Right. And so they're not being able to prioritize Yopaj, trusting that like, okay, if you get a bad matchup, you're more experienced at this. But it does feel like we're not getting the, the Yopaj we've seen in the past, who's just like doing what Copy's doing, right? He's like having a great time in the mid lane, then he's showing up everywhere, getting kills, diving tier 3s, getting out, right? Like Yopaj can do that too, but he's not being prioritized right now, which is kind of the reality when you form a new team. I know people are already going to be trash talking Shopify, but when you do come together as a new team and you grab new players, there was not a lot of time in the shuffle, right? So usually you'd have like a couple weeks, a month to like really boot camp, work it out. We're straight into it. It's just the way the Dota season is working out this time. There's actually a lot of tournaments, which is pretty cool, but it does mean you got to go through these like real quick changes. And, maybe the first couple qualifiers, you're still going through that and it doesn't perfectly work out. But as you play together more, you do start to open up a little bit more flexibility, and that'll put more pressure on Nouns to have to adjust. For now, it seems like, I don't know, like Brood's coming out, some kind of aura building offlaner. We've only seen him play a couple heroes so far.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think for the most part, it's been like the Visage, the Timbersaw, stuff like that. Or not the Timbersaw, sorry, the Visage, the Broodmother. But you're going to be forced to do something new. Maybe they can fall back on something like a Beastmaster, but like all of them kind of in the same vein of heroes in terms of, what they can accomplish in the game. I do worry, though, because Nouns has a large hero pool. Like this is one of the things that favors this team quite a bit is even if they like don't get like some of their like classic picks, right? There is a lot that they can fall back on. And they have a lot of different strategies, but a lot of times it tends to be more of a quicker game for them. Like they want to play to be taking Roshan or going high ground at like 20 minutes into the game. They want to play for early rotations as early as 5 minutes. Like that's just what they do. Like they are all over the map. They put pressure and they kind of punish teams for like picking weak lanes almost.
Yeah, it's also why it was important to beat the Broodmother, or maybe you could have just banned it, right? But Nouns, due to their kind of wide yet weird hero pool, right? They have some cheese picks. That means you want the enemies to feel pressured to like ban out more and leave the open picks to you. You're like, okay, now I get my pick of the broken heroes. But they don't really play Broodmother on Nouns. I can't remember the last time I've seen them do it. And so if they always have to ban Broodmother, then that starts to limit them. But by beating Broodmother, you can now potentially just leave it in the pool because you're like, well, I don't care. Like, go ahead and take your first pick Brood. However, as we get into the draft here for game number Two, Nouns actually has first pick this time, and so they are going to ban the Brood. I think the idea here is that when you take your first pick, if it's weak to Broodmother, right, you're already missing out on something that can counter Brood. Compared to when Shopify's first pick and they reveal the Broodmother, you now have 5 picks in a row to respond to Broodmother in some way. And that, yeah, there's a lot of respect to the Brood that like, oh, well, we'd still have 4 picks to address it. It's like, no, well, you know, I want every single pick to make sure I am not cheesed by Brood. And I think that's understandable. They also ban out the Timbersaw, the Sand King. So I think something, you know, Visage is the next thing we've seen Amaterasu play. We'll see if that one comes out here.
I like the slight adjustments to the draft here. So Nouns take first pick as a result, and they know that you can't really just like counter pick a Brood on 9 because they get the, you know, they get the ability to ban 2 more heroes after that, or 1 more hero after that pick. So they could get rid of the Mars, which seems to be, in my opinion, one of the best counters to this Broodmother. They get the Tusk in the opener as they ban out the Naga Siren. There is still things like the Shadow Demon, the Omni, the Marana, the Nature's Prophet. Like, there's a lot of heroes that they could go for. Not something that we've seen Shopify play recently, but that's going to be the Dragon Knight.
So this is interesting because actually this exact ban and pick sequence up to the Tusk was the same as one of the games from yesterday's series, and they responded with the Shadow Demon. But ultimately, they lost both those games. So it looks like one of the things they've decided to adjust is now, instead of the Shadow Demon, they're opening with the Dragon Knight, which Tomato is a very good Dragon Knight carry player, and I'm sure Yopaj can play in the mid lane too. I haven't seen him play it recently, but I remember in the past he was playing it. So Dragon Knight's he's not that hard. Everyone can play Dragon Knight. So you're giving yourself some flex there. I'm curious why. So are we going to see like the Shadow Demon banned out, or just maybe picked later? Last time they would pick Shadow Demon, Dragon Knight, and Luna would then get banned against Shopify. 2 of those cores would be very good with Shadow Demon. So I guess that's the idea here. You take Dragon Knight first, and it's like, you guys have to ban Shadow Demon, or we'll just grab Shadow Demon later, but you can't ban our Dragon Knight anymore because we've already got him.
That's a really good idea. I actually like that a lot. I think you could just ban the Shadow Demon here, and then consider the Luna still for Nouns afterward, and then try and pick some heroes that play well with the Tusk in either the 4, or like I said, if you go back for the Luna, you have your 5 position Tusk still.
Radiant team ban.
Lone Druid ban.
Lone
Dang it! I
Druid.
want to see this hero.
Maybe game 3. Maybe game 3. On Nouns, let's say they don't take Shadow Demon. Would you just grab Shadow Demon? Reveal your support duo, but it's 2 of the most broken supports in the game?
I mean, you definitely could. I don't hate it. I think it's not necessarily a bad thing, but
5 seconds remaining.
I think Shopify have a pretty decent opportunity to pick it right now. Unless they like don't want to pick it at all. A Gyrocopter ban. Are they going Enigma? What is the Gyro ban for? The only thing I can think of is Enigma. Is like that's like the classic one of the counters to the offlane Enigma. They grab the Shadow Demon. Okay.
Is it the Enigma? I'm not sure. We really don't see many Gyro bans. Maybe Shopify is thinking about the Enigma at the like 16-17 pick combo.
Yeah.
And then in theory, Nouns would then be able to pick Gyro at 18. But
What's the other Enigma, or what's the other heroes that like Amaterasu plays, right? That's what we're trying to figure out. And we've only really seen him play zoo type heroes. Enigma kind of fits the bill, so I wouldn't put it past them that that's kind of what they're gearing up for.
10 seconds.
maybe they're thinking about like Chen on Shopify. Like that's another hero that Gyro does okay against because you can just flak cannon down the creep army.
Okay, that's actually a good idea too. I still think Luna is not bad. I don't think you want to pick it here, but if you get some sort of flex between, or just pick Doom, that also works really well.
If they were thinking about the Chen, you now got the Doom to eat creeps. Not so worried in that laning stage.
Radiant team picked. Mirana.
Oh, stealing the Mirana away from Nouns, and that's a classic combo with Shadow Demon. But actually, you also have the Dragon Knight, and that means if this is a support Mirana, Arrow has multiple lanes you can go to connect on. But also the Solar Flare will be really powerful with a Dragon Knight and even a Beastmaster. So got some nice synergy going here.
So they do go for the Beastmaster. Like I was trying to think like what heroes are similar to what he has played, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Beastmaster fits. I like it.
10 seconds remaining.
Does decently well against these heroes. The like seeing that it's Tusk Snapfire on the supports, like you're not too worried about the lane, right? There's no Enchantress coming at you, no Crystal Maiden to shut you down. They will pick up a Storm Spirit though for copy, knowing that there's not the best lockdown besides like Blink Dragon Tail, but if this is a safe lane Dragon Knight, we don't see Blink Daggers all that often. It's typically like the Armlet, Mask of Madness, you know, BKB, Sanjin Yasha, stuff like that.
The mid
Seconds remaining.
DK could do okay there,
Radiant team ban.
but yeah, I feel like Tomato is such a good player with the Dragon Knight. You just let him take it, and it looks like they're gonna ban Puck. Maybe for a moment I was saying Huskar, but actually you already have the Doom, so that's fine to leave in. I think who's another mid hero who'd kind of wreck Storm?
I mean, Invoker probably, right? Alacrity is also really scary to have put on the Dragon Knight.
That's true. And also Solar Flare Invoker. We were talking about the right click Invoker build that he's been doing lately. I'd be up for that.
Yeah, I think
also
Invoker is
now-
probably a safe ban.
The gyro ban again now starts to make more sense too when you see that Beastmaster, right? The boars do suffer versus the flat cannon. Kind of forgot about that one. Which I think does go back to what I was saying, right? They're just trying to set up Mangekyo with some like comfort heroes, but decent matchups, right? Not a comfort hero and then you're hard countered. Also, I can't get over how small Storm looks standing next to Doom. I know they make the mid hero like the biggest, like scale wise, but he looks so tiny. Teeny tiny Storm.
It's actually just Giga Chad Doom. Everyone else is like
5 seconds
normal size. Doom is just like 13 feet tall.
Dragon Toad could eat Storm. All right, you need to carry here. There's a couple different carries with decent matchups into Beastmaster. Wind Ranger is available if you just want to go like with a classic. Nature's is actually also available, though I don't think you're particularly good versus Beastmaster. Like good enough, and you trust Storm and Doom to go find the Shadow Demon. Though I think Doom right now, if you can catch Dragon Knight before he ults, that's great. Otherwise, throw on the Beastmaster and maybe hope Storm solos off the Shadow Demon, and then you could go Luna.
Okay, they do go
they're
for
gonna
the
play
Wind
it
Ranger,
safe.
like you said.
Yeah, it's a very safe pick. Beastmaster should get what he needs, but it won't be able to like shut down a Wind Ranger.
5 games in a row, Tiny.
Do you think he's bored, man?
I can't even imagine what Yopaj is dealing with right now. He's like, Bulba, please let me play anything else. I'll do
Like,
anything.
you pull the team together. It's like, okay, guys, give me some of your favorite heroes. Yoposh puts a list of like 15 heroes, and he's like, I see you like Tiny. It's like, oh yeah, there's like some others on the list. Tiny. No, Tiny's fine. Tiny's good. I mean, it's a decent matchup into Storm, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I don't know if
absolutely.
it crushes the Storm. However, it is like a playmaker for his team. It does mean Mirana should be able to find ganks in any lane potentially. It is a position 5 Mirana, which I actually think I kind of like because the nice thing about Dragon Knight is you can leave him alone relatively early, and that means Mirana is then free to roam, be off the map, and it's much scarier. It's like, oh, where's Mirana? Like, I got to be really worried about Arrow. A Shadow Demon off the map, you know, scary in its own way, but not nearly as much as an Arrow connecting on you.
All right. Well, I'm excited. This should be a fun game. I think, again, I am worried a little bit about what copy is going to get done in this mid lane. There is always like the blink dagger timing from the Tiny, but from what I've been seeing, man, copy has just been performing exceptionally well.
Yeah.
If he is able to snowball anything in this mid lane, he will be an absolute menace. And you're going to have to kind of wait for like this blink dagger Tiny plus like the Mirana to try and find him over and over around the map. They have great synergies with the Mirana. I will say that. Like there's, 4 heroes that you can set up the arrow with. And I think it's always really important whenever we see Mirana from the support position that you have people that you can synergize with.
Agreed. Solar Flare will be really nice. If you can come out of the laning stage decently on Shopify Rebellion, like, you have some really strong synergies.
They've gone for this Doom once again, and we've seen the Doom hero be pretty dang good against Dragon Knight, but if you don't actually get the Doom before the Dragon form,
He doesn't
it
care.
essentially does nothing. So you got to be very, very, very careful about your Doom target and, when you throw it on these heroes. Smoke's popping in the mid lane here. They actually haven't committed a ward in the mid lane here for Nouns. Oh, there it is, finally.
The battle begins.
Okay, nothing too crazy. Peaceful start. Doom going for a very early creep block.
That's interesting. Sometimes we see the Dooms like cut the wave and just devour the range creep,
Mm-hmm.
to get it to push, but he's going to get a little bit of help from the Snapfire there to pull the wave back a little bit.
I mean, Dragon Knight's animation is like way better than Doom's.
Yeah.
So if you just have to like fight for CS in front of the enemy safe lane tower, we see Dragon Knights pick up a quick CS lead over Doom's. But if you do get the lane in a good spot, which as they arrow the range creep should push up, it becomes much easier for you. Of course, you do have to be careful of like the level 2 timing from a Dragon Knight Mirana. They're committed. They see what's happening. They're like, okay, just shove in a huge wave and maybe we can dive them.
Yeah, the full bore from Lelis is a lot of damage, and he did go Infernal Blade on Gunner as well, level 1. So they are getting some damage to stick into this Dragon Knight before, before that level 2 timing. We'll have to see what ends up happening. Gunner's trying to just pull this wave back any bit that he can. Meanwhile, mid lane, the first few waves should go very well for Yopaj here. Ooh, that's an... Oh, okay, you didn't get the die. Never mind. I was like, that's going to be very awkward, but Yopaj doesn't lose the XP on it, so ends up being just fine.
Storm this game is just looking for 6, and then he'll consider some rotations over, set things up for his team. So if he does lose a couple CS to Yopaj, not a huge deal, so long as he's not being killed and missing out on, a massive amount of creeps.
Yeah. Yuma needs to be careful of the Shadow Demon poison. Plus, Disruption is just super annoying against him in lane. So far, lane's looking pretty even. There's some extra CS on the Mirana, of course, thanks to, being able to arrow creeps. I guess Gunner is the one who's really struggling. Sitting at 6 right now on this Doom, which is not good. Like you mentioned, being able to kind of CS as the Dragon Knight near your tower, the Breathe Fire, plus, just the better animation makes it really rough.
Yeah, because Doom has one of the slowest base attack times at 2. I think like Hoodwink's the other one, right?
Yeah,
so,
Hoodwink and Treant are the only ones that are longer, I believe. Or is Doom's
so-
longer than Treant? I don't remember.
I'll double check real quick.
Yeah,
oh,
I know
Doom is
Hoodwinks is the
1.9.
longest. Okay.
Tree is also 1.9. So they're slow, even though Dragonite has better, like slightly less damage, but the animation's faster. At the pro level, all that stuff matters. You know, for the casual pubs, a lot of people don't even notice the base attack times and all that, but Tomato showing, right, like, use any advantage you get
Yeah.
to win a game.
Ooh, Dragon Tail into arrow, blood grenades out. This might just be the first kill. He's got double bracer though, cookie to safety. All right, 1100 HP on Doom at 4 minutes. That's quite nice. He's gonna need to get some extra regen out ASAP though. Instead, First Blood's top is Hell Scream. Pops fly on the Tusk. Most likely 5 Shadow Poison stacks, if I had to guess. Looks like it's level 2 Shadow Poison. And Gunner ends up dying bottom anyway. Just to a Breathe Fire.
Maybe get hit by an arrow. I see arrows on cooldown, so maybe from the trees or something. I'm not too worried for the Doom. Like, this is kind of expected that the laning stage would be rough. This is why people like Doom, is because you have Devour. All right, even if you have a rough laning stage, you will eventually get the gold you need to do whatever it is. In this case, phase into... I do think a pipe would be good, but because you're Doom with Devil's Bargain, could get that Midas first for a little bit and then sell it to finish the pipe, or do what a lot of Dooms do and not actually sell the Midas and use Devil's Bargain for anything and just keep the Midas and eventually get the pipe.
They just buy Midas, use Midas, sell Midas,
Midas.
buy Blink. You know, Blink Doom target, sell Blink, buy Midas. That's the combo, really.
Thinking of Lord of the Rings, it's like, throw it away. It's like, but why should I? Should keep it. Looking at Gunner again, but this time he's much healthier than the last time. But they did, you know, whittle him down. You don't kill him this time, but you do that again, maybe we'll finish up the kill.
They won't get it, okay. Unless he snipes him with another poison here. He's not going to. All right. Good attempt from Hellscream, but probably going to be just fine.
Oh, cancels the
that's
salve, though.
fine. He cancels the salve.
And a courier kill.
All right, this is
Morana's
rough.
here.
Drinking buddies.
Tries to give the move speed. Tanks the
Blocks,
arrow.
Tanks the arrow. Snowball to dodge the axes. But they're both in so much trouble here. Yuma's trying to run for his life. Gets the wind run off. A nice scatter shot. Scatter blast.
Tiny's making his way up here. I think Lels is in trouble.
Yeah, he's going to scout this rotation. If they see Yuma, this is a crash landing disaster. Ooh, okay. So the Avalanche going to connect. The arrow does not. Tusk coming back in. They're bringing a lot of heroes, and Storm Spirit is now on the way. Amaterasu at no HP. There's going to be a disruption. Now looking for Skem. Skem's going to go down. Amaterasu will be next. You lose the Snapfire in the process, but that's some quick stacks for the Storm.
Very nice. And he rotated second. So while Tiny was gone, he just shoved in the lane, made Tiny miss some XP. And then, like you said, shows up top, gets some stacks. They're going to be pretty happy with that on Nouns. That was some wasted time from Shopify.
That's a 7-minute wisdom room that's going to go the way of the Dragon Knight. He knows he can't be contested for this one. Gunner.
That's pretty nice.
I mean, they can prevent him from TPing, right? Just try to stay on him. Blood grenades out. There's the cookie on forward. Yuma's coming in as well. Pops that whirlwind. So you get yourself a kill for it at least. But I think they got both wisdom runes for it. So I think it ends up being
They did.
okay.
It's a little bit more painful to lose your carry for it, but
Yeah.
I think it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, Snapfire's barely level 4 after dying top lane, and Fly I don't think is in much a better position.
I think what will determine if it's okay is what you get done when your supports hit level 6 first, right?
Yeah.
If you can pay it back to the Dragon Knight, then it works out.
Mid lane. Arrow, dodge, nice snowball in. Do they have the damage? They're going to try. Great shards block from Fly. Actually just traps them both. I thought maybe they'd get Yopaj. Cookie off the mark thanks to the disruption. Yopaj trying to hobble away here. Yuma with the wind run cannot finish the job.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Oh man, those shards actually end up hurting quite a bit. I thought for sure that Tiny was stuck in there.
In the end, no one actually died. It's kind of crazy. So many heroes come mid. But both heroes having a really strong save in the Tusk and the Shadow Demon will make all these attempts harder than usual. Now Fly, turns around. Thinks better of going up there.
That's such a sick read, actually. I think he knows they're there. It's like, where else would they be, right? They're all missing.
Well, he's walking back now.
Okay.
Maybe he didn't know.
He catches a shadow poison. He's like, all right, now I definitely know they're there, guys. Careful. Very easy, very even game in the moment. A slight gold advantage for Shopify, just thanks to grabbing some early kills and a lot of damage out onto this Doom in the bottom side. A nice arrow. I don't think he can get out of here. He is stuck. Gonna go for the snowball, buy as much time as possible, but Fly, no way out.
Middle tower is under attack.
Very good play there from the Shopify supports.
Storm's headed bot. I wonder if they want to try zip into Doom. Dragon Knight ult's going.
They can definitely kill him.
It's tough though. He's so tanky that there will be times for rotations. So seems like they don't want to risk it. I do see a ping coming out now though, so maybe they are thinking about making their way over.
You don't have Scorched Earth for 20 seconds though, and you will need Scorched Earth for that kill. Chain Lightning, just 10 minutes too late, unfortunately.
Could have had a free laning stage. Yeah, how's the Ags coming on Beastmaster? Looks about 1,200 gold away. It's not too bad. He is at the top of the net worth. Clearing out some stacks right now.
Copy's just kind of wasting a little bit of their time as they chase after him here. They don't have that ward on the high ground anymore, so they're gonna have to be a little bit careful on the Dragon Knight to not get caught bottom. But while Nouns have been making these rotations, I'm sure you might have noticed Beastmaster's net worth is through the roof. He has cleaned up a massive amount of ancient stacks, both in the triangle and on the side of the lane, and he is now almost 6,000 net worth and just about 500 gold from an Aghanim Scepter. Smoke up, copy with this haste rune. Would love to get this kill onto the Beastmaster. He's fairly low. They'll be able to go through the towers here towards the jungle camp, and they got him. This is a nice gank. Slowing down this Ags is absolutely massive. Doesn't pop the Vortex, but the Mortimer Kisses are there. Now Hellscream's actually in quite a bit of trouble. Copy's going to come in, drop the Remnant, get the kill. He's low on mana, though. Needs to get to safety. Does make it to the other side of the river here, though. And Skem's going to try and chase as he bottles up. Blood Grenade's out. A Shackle will hold the Tiny at bay. And he will grab himself a Lotus. Arrow connects. Hold on. Copy. Toss.
I don't think there's enough damage.
He's still too tanky. He just pops the zip. TP to safety.
Tower is under attack.
He's out. Nicely done.
Not only is that 2 more galvanized stacks for the Storm, but he tried to use Roar to get away, which means you can't even go for a return kill as you respawn. Just gotta wait for the Roar cooldown. I guess he wanted to finish his Ags anyway, so
Yeah.
maybe not a huge change in game plan. But
Mage
overall,
Slayer.
very nice for Nouns. Forcing some rotations as well that net nothing in return.
We're going to see a Mage Slayer pick up on the Dragon Knight. I actually like this a lot. We've seen different builds come out from this hero. Armlet, not as useful against heroes like Doom, right? If you get doomed and you have Armlet running, you're kind of worried. That's a Monka W situation. But in this case, Mage Slayer, it's just going to reduce a lot of the damage that these spells do to you. You actually get a lot more survivability during that Doom. If you take less damage in the Doom, it's going to potentially leave you with just a sliver of HP to turn around in the fight. Nice dodge from Yuma here.
Radiant are scanning.
Did they catch that smoke at all, or was that just a good read?
I'm not sure. Maybe just a good read. There's a big stack for Yuma. He's got Whirlwind coming up now.
It's like, all right, Beastmaster 2 can play this game.
Yeah, they've been doing a good job of stacking this. It's a pretty big stack for themselves. This smoke made its way all the way bottom. Still hasn't found anyone. Might eventually find Fly, but
This guy's
that
too
wouldn't even
good.
feel that great. And he also
Dude,
dropped
he
an
is-
observer as he left, so he knows they were down there.
He's not level 6 yet.
All
The
right,
pre
so
15-minute Roche again, as expected with the Beastmaster on Radiant draft.
Yep. That's the earlier we were talking about the Wisdom Rune steal. Is it worth it for your carry to die for? Well, being unable to fight until 14 minutes when you finally hit 6 on the Tusk and have your full utility, it means they've already got Roche at 14 minutes. So I'd say in the end that paid off.
So Nouns actually read this kind of well, and they go for both Wisdom Runes during that. So they get themselves a little bit of a little boost in experience there for some of these starved heroes. So that's quite nice for them. As Gunnar does have that Midas, like you said, with the phase boots. He's just catching back up, as Doom does. But I don't
Will
think he
he
can fight
sell it?
Shopify is the problem.
Not until you get this pipe, not into the Beastmaster eggs. That's why I'm wondering, will he sell his Midas at some point to finish the pipe immediately? Because once you have that, I think you can fight. Maybe you don't want to fight into the Aegis, but
Radiant's middle tower
you know, if they're split up a little, maybe you can take a smaller fight.
They have a ward here that sees everything. They're going to go in here on copy, gets the Vortex. They get the first life without committing the Doom. That's huge. Shadow Demon's nearby, Dragon Knight nearby. They're just going to back away. They say, okay, we burned the Aegis within a minute of you picking it up. That's good.
It's not even a huge commitment, so...
No.
We'll
Ooh, copy. Does the arrow connect is the question. No, there's no arrow follow-up quite yet. He does have a Witchblade now, so copy is a little bit scary for these supports. And that little bit of armor goes a long way. What? Oh, there's going to be the roar, the blink in from Yamato as well. Quick cleanup there onto the Tusk. So a blink and the Mage Slayer is going to be the first set of items here for the Dragon Knight. And it's working quite well. I mean, this farms.
They're really trusting the Solar Flare to make up for the damage difference.
Yeah.
Because these are very utility-based items for the carry Dragon Knight. But getting 80 free attack damage and attack speed from your support, that makes this work. Otherwise, I think you would just... Like, you wouldn't die, but you wouldn't be getting kills because it's just so slow.
Yeah, at least not the big kills, right? Like, trying to go for heroes like Doom, Windrunner, or Storm, you probably would lack the damage on. But if that Solar Flare is running, I think you're right. You probably get the kills. Snapfire is actually really farmed this game. I'm just realizing.
are scanning.
What's he going for? He's going for... Okay, he's got currently a mech. Maybe he finishes the Guardian Greaves, but he could also just opt for like picking up something like a Solar Crest as well. So he's got some options, but the mech being done is kind of nice for the side of Nouns.
Yeah, and as you get the pipe on the Doom, I think that's when Nouns will start to feel a little bit better. Looks like Yuma just bought the Gleipnir as well, so you need that delivered. See if you can get out of this gang. I think Yoposh can see the random whirlwind
he saw
shots
the random
firing
shots,
around.
yeah. All right, he manages to get out though. Dude, that's interesting. If that is what would have killed him, that would have been really brutal.
Fortunately, does get out, and they won't know he has the Gleipnir. Maybe you can get a surprise Gleipnir kill here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Blink
attack.
Dagger done on the Beastmaster as he's going towards the Crimson Guard next. One of the classic items to deal with the Whirlwind Wind Ranger. They're going to go for a quick D-ward here. Fly should get it. The question is, will they go to stop him? They do. The Avalanche, the toss back, but the big roar on the backside. They've got the Storm Spirit, but the snowball comes through. Lelis ends up walking into the arrow, and there's going to be the Whirlwind chasing down Skem. The Doom's going to connect onto the Shadow Demon as well. They will lose the support and the Beastmaster, but can you get out of this? Gunnar gets himself a double kill as he finishes off Skem. Yamato, the Dragon Form's going to expire. Blinks in with the Dragon Tail. Pipe is available. He's going to pop this, try and survive. Yopaj just tosses him back in it. Gleipnir is out. Illusion Room to dispel by him a little bit of time. They'll be able to just disengage. Both teams don't want to lose anymore, but I think that's a pretty decent fight for Nouns. Like, they didn't lose any of the big heroes.
Yeah, if they had killed Storm and Tusk, that fight's totally different. But the snowball save on the arrow, huge to keep them alive. It actually hit Snapfire. If he had seen that and dodged it, then the ult would have come out sooner. That would have been even more one-sided for Nouns.
Yeah.
Yamato stops the Snapfire ult by jumping in, but Lelis just walks away. That's the damage issue we were talking about earlier, which is if you don't have Solar Flare going, your carry Dragon Knight is not that scary. This build is really interesting, though, because he actually got the shard on Yamato, because he's like, well, I need farming speed. I don't have Armlet Mask. Copy, just out of here.
He saw one hero and was like, uh-oh, there's more than one hero. He's trying to get the roar. The arrow is coming through. This is a massive kill if they can find it. Hiding in the trees.
Close.
He's just juking them back and forth. They will finally pop the blink, the stun, the Dragon Tail, everything they need to bring down this Storm Spirit, take away some of those galvanized stacks.
And I like the idea that Copy was making his way over to Fly. He's like, please, Fly, help me. The captain's call, and he's like, no, you can't be safe. I'm not risking my life for you. I think you can try, but in the end, you might both just die.
You don't
Instead,
have
you might get a
Doom,
return kill here.
but can they have the damage to bring this guy down? I don't think so. With maybe with the Mortimer Kisses you can, but
Oh, someone's got to tank that arrow.
yeah. Unfortunately, the arrow connects. Nicely placed by Skem. So, Mortimer Kiss is down, and that's a big part of your team fight for the side of Nouns. With Copy coming back up, you're a little bit less afraid on the side of Shopify, and they're actually just going to go grab their own Tormentor, it looks like.
Shard's pretty good this game for both teams. I think you really want this Shadow Demon Shard again. Maybe not. Maybe it's not that great this game. Hope it's not, because Skem got it on the Mirana.
Radiant are scanning.
Couple extra leaps, or I guess just the one, but...
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I always forget that Dragon Knight, in his dragon form, can cast the shard from even further.
Yeah, dude, the cast range is really far.
Yeah, it's a cool build. He's making use of the Mage Slayer mana to be able to use the shard to farm. Still a little worried about his damage, but he is getting a Sanj and Yasha next, and then maybe after that you pick up like a true damage item, and then you're kind of back on track at that point.
This is actually like the old carry Dragon Knight build, right? Like back when Mage Slayer was really strong, a lot of times it was Mage Slayer into the Shard and Blink Dagger, and you would just use the Mage Slayer like mana, like you said, and the Shard to clear like camps and waves, and you were pretty much just free farming. That's a little bit of a,
Tower is
you
under
know,
attack.
strategy of old, but it's working.
Working so far. We'll see if it continues to work as Whirlwind picks up in damage, and you maybe just don't have the same damage that the Wind Ranger does. Her BKB is about 800 gold off, and then that's when the Daedalus is coming out.
Long Roche spawn, 2.5 minutes. So that's going to allow it to spawn Dire side. They're looking for Skem here. Jump in. He just dooms him right away, but an avalanche from Yopaj will bail him out. Storm Spirit, he's somewhere else. Gunner's just going to try and TP. Cannot make it thanks to the disruption. He is just going to be food for the side of Shopify here. Meanwhile, Amaterasu just takes down Tusk. 2 dead on the side of Nouns, and they're just going to disengage. They got nothing left here. They had the ward, right? On the Nouns there? They did. Wow.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ooh, this is a really good smoke. Yuma. They see him again. He's going to pop that wind run. He's got to get out of here. He might be getting baited. Oh, yeah. There you go. Avalanche toss into the arrow. The easy follow-up. They got him. Nicely done from Shopify, finding a series of kills. And this time, it's going to be Yamato. Just blinks in, Dragon Tail into the fireball. A lot of damage here to Fly, but Drinking Buddies will be able to get away.
Dire's
Very
top
nice
tower
find.
is
It's going to
under
lead to a tier 2 here, which right now they're just kind of like waiting for the next Roche, and it's actually going to take another minute, which means it will be a nighttime Roche. And the fact that you have this top tier 2 for Shopify Rebellion makes it a lot easier for you to take it.
Backdoor protection kicked in on it for a moment, so they backed off, I think a little bit afraid. Dire, they do scan this mid lane. The blink in to the Avalanche toss. Gets Copy a little low, but a nice Drinking Buddies from Fly. He's got an Amplified Damage Rune and a BKB. Copy is going in. The disruption, where is it? You need some help. Gunner gets a stun on the Hellscream on the backside. They're looking for more. They're just going to be able to get the Gleipnir stun onto the Mirana, and now when Hellscream rejoins the fray, he can't go anywhere. 2 quick picks for the side of Nouns. Doom still available.
middle tower has fallen.
As Gunner's looking for a target. The question is, will he find anybody? Amaterasu would be the absolute best grab, but I don't think they're going to find him. So the question is, do you back for Roche? It looks like Yuma's circling it.
You want someone to TP in and push that lane in. Amaterasu, he's gonna be, if he keeps going forward, he's actually gonna walk into a ward.
And Gunner is right behind him.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
He's headed down. I mean, you know how far, if you're a pro player, you know exactly how far that ward goes. Currently just outside of it. That seems to have kept him safe.
All right. Shopify come immediately back to the top side of the map, which I really like because they want to try and take this Roche away from Nouns. It's Dire's side. It is falling super fast thanks to Disseminate from Shadow Demon. Just deletes 20% of Roshan's health immediately. And with this, Roshan number 2 is going to go the way of Shopify. Aegis into the bag of the Dragon Knight. Meanwhile, mid lane. Avalanche toss into the arrow. A lot of damage here for Fly, but Drinking Buddies up to the high ground. And a roar is raiding for him. Never mind, he's gone.
Tower is under
Nice find from Shopify.
I'm surprised Nouns didn't try to go to the Roche sooner
agree.
while Shopify was still dead. They don't have the best Roche lineup, but
Dire's
I
middle
think you can
tower
still do it before Shopify gets there.
It would have been hard. I mean, the thing is, like, you could have just at least baited it. You have decent fight around the Roche pit, right? With Doom, Mortar Makissis, stuff like that. Copy, speaking of which, gonna try and find a solo kill here, but the pipe comes out. Gleipnir's out. Yuma with this whirlwind, now looking for an opening, but he's got to close the gap and get in range of Amaterasu. The cookie connects. They wanted the Mirana. They get a much bigger kill, and now Yuma will be forced to BKB and TP home. Copy, though. Ooh, he had a haste rune. Never mind, he's out. Lelis not going to be so lucky, but that's a pretty worthwhile trade.
And not only is the trade good, but this is the Aegis time, right? And do you really want to push when you don't have your Beastmaster? Maybe not feeling so great about that, I say, as he... Okay, never mind. He's just clearing the way. I thought he was about to keep going. Yeah, it means you're just wasting time on the Aegis. By the time Beastmaster's back up, you've got 3 minutes left, which is still a good amount, but this is where you do have to be careful not to feed another kill over to Nouns. Now you're just dragging out even more time. Dragon Knight did get an MKB, so now he really will start doing quite a lot of damage, especially with the Solar Flare. and now he'll have the true strike against that Wind Ranger.
The prize is mine.
Copy.
Disseminates. Damage is absolutely absurd. That is 100-0. That Storm Spirit is in trouble.
Very nice. And that comes off the play of they're checking that cliff for the sentry, but they don't actually deward it. It makes Copy think, oh yeah, they don't have vision here. We checked it earlier. It walks right into that.
It's also the Conda reveal, it looks like, too, so that was quite nice.
Getting to work on this tier 3. 15 seconds till Storm is up. Backdoor will kick in a moment, but the next creep wave is just around the bend. I wonder if there's a little bit of an early fortify. Well, actually, their wave clear on the creep wave is actually really good. They just throw ice shards and full bore, and it's dead.
Radiant are scanning.
2 minutes left on the Aegis. You have about a 4,000 gold advantage. If you
Doom?
can get this last tower, it would be amazing.
Doom sold his Midas to pick up a Shiva's. So that's
I
really
like
strong. Pipe Shiva's versus Beastmaster Dragonite really hurts the damage and the healing.
You don't want this Dragonite. You got to find someone else. The smoke might pop on Lella's top side. They're trying to get... Okay, they're pinging something. They're like, yo, someone's above us. Instead, they're just going to grab Skem here. Quickly down in the mid lane. There's Yopaj, though. That's a much bigger kill. If you can close the gap on Gunnar, break his Blink Dagger, they do. Gunnar just needs to get in range for the Doom. He's got him. This is a big fight here for Nouns to take. Like you said, they lose the gem, and they get 2 kills. A very worthwhile smoke. And that should pretty much delay the last bit of this Aegis.
Yeah, they'll have like 10 seconds left when Tiny's up. That's not nearly enough time to do anything with. Good on Nouns. Survive the second Roche without losing any of their high ground. Though their tier 3 is a little battered. Over half its health gone.
It's like, how does he still see me? Yes, it's Gem. Copy needs to be a little careful. The Blink Dragon Tail into the response. There's again, this Dragonite does some serious damage now. You've got to respect it. So he's going to go all the way back to the fountain. Lelos will do the same. They're going to post themselves up here for this last push from Shopify, potentially.
That was just a Blink Dragon Tail. If you actually have Solar Flare going, that might actually just be like a solo kill.
I think he might need a Lincoln's at some point on the Storm Spirit.
That's what Wind Ranger's gone for. And interestingly enough, for her damage choice, rather than the Daedalus versus these high armor heroes, she went Lincoln's as a universal hero, so that's pretty solid. And then she's going to go Revenant's Brooch, which is going to turn all her damage to magic to bypass this armor. Pretty cool idea.
There are 2 avenues for the Wind Ranger, right? You either play for crit damage and go the Daedalus because the enemy team doesn't have a ton of armor, or you skip Daedalus since you can't crit with Revenant's Brooch, and you go the Revenant's Brooch if the enemy team has a lot of armor. So it's a really cool idea, and a little bit will be absorbed by the pipe, of course, as well as the Mage Slayer, but the other heroes, it's pretty overwhelming how much damage the Revenant Brooch Whirlwind can do. So we'll see. I like the idea of this game. We'll see how it works. After the Revenant's Brooch, I'm curious what he decides to build. Because again, you can't crit with the Brooch at all. So, Copy, mid lane, Avalanche tosses there. They've got him. Nice drinking buddy save there from Fly. The jump in here from Gunnar. He didn't pop the Doom. He was waiting. That's a really long roar. Cookie up to the high ground. He turns around, gets it onto the Beastmaster. Here comes Yuma, the Whirlwind. The Lincolns will tank the stun, but this fight, it's going nowhere for Nouns. They're too afraid of the Dragon Knights.
I think
that will be Doom down.
Yeah, I've used too many abilities. It was too awkward of a fight. They didn't feel comfortable committing. But you didn't lose anything. So as long as you back out, it's kind of okay. But I think Shopify is going to try to force this. Well, they know there's no Doom.
Copy sees this rotation. He's just role-playing as a ward here. He's gonna pull Yopaj up. Yup.
Dire's middle
Have fun. I mean, he'll be able to blink in a moment, but always a classic. They actually see Yuma running bottom here on this Wind Ranger. He needs to leave.
He doesn't know, though. Why would they have a ward there? He sees Tiny. Okay, he's going to start his TP right away.
Lincoln's.
Lincoln's!
Yeah.
Oh,
This is
saved.
massive. It was so close. If Hellscream was even a fraction closer, that was the disruption.
Massive escape. They won't know exactly where, but they might suspect there's a ward somewhere in that area if they were following the Wind Ranger like that.
attack.
Well, with that successful dodge, it does mean Doom should be up for the next fight. There's 30 more seconds. They wanted to find something with Roar, since Roar is such a lower cooldown compared to Doom. But looks like, well, this tier 2 doesn't look like it's being defended at all. So I guess you finished opening up the base of Nouns.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is Dire's bottom tower.
After Revenant's Brooch, I think Scotty would be cool. There's a lot of healing.
You know, I was
From
actually thinking about
Shopify?
Scotty, but I wasn't 100% sure of, and I was like, maybe I'll sound stupid if I say Scotty, but I don't know.
I'll agree
I'm
with you, but I'm a support player who's never built Scotty, so what do I know?
Dire
I don't typically see anyone build it on the Wind Ranger, but that's because very rarely do you go the Revenant's Brooch build.
Yeah.
Now,
I
you
think with
could
Revenant's
opt.
Brooch, it's okay.
Yeah, with Revenant's Brooch, it might be okay. I agree. So I'm a little bit curious. Wow, he greeted out for the Parasma instead on the Storm Spirit. So it's a sick pickup for sure. Dude, they both get out of this. Whoa, my gosh, Nouns, you're making me sweat here. These escapes are so close. But as I was saying, Nouns greeted out for the Parasma on copy, and with this, it means that Lincoln's is still pretty far away.
Yeah, if he's free, he'll do a lot of damage, but high risk of being killed very quickly. But he's trying to be patient in the way they go in. They're trying to let Gunner find a pick first. Easier said than done, but if that happens, then that does allow Copy to just kind of like wait and choose when to initiate. Roche is 1 minute off. Whoever wins this fight most likely will get it. Unless it's one of those weird, long, dragged out, no one dies fights.
You see the ward? Gunner goes
Eva's-
in. Sees, oh, the avalanche comes out. He's saved thanks to the shield rune, so he gets the blink to safety. Yamato with his own BKB. Gunner goes in, gets to stomp the Dooms out. That's where you want it. Gonna prevent the Tiny from doing much. The backside of the fight, they take down 2 supports, but they're gonna buy back the Dragon Tail.
taking so much damage.
Can they bring down this Wind Ranger? They can. That's a massive find for Shopify. Full disengage now required for Nouns. Reflected stun here from Lelis. He's going to try and bring him to the high ground with Fly. He does. Amaterasu looking to chase. Cookies to the low ground. If Nouns can get away, this is huge. Fly cannot afford to die here. He just bought back.
Poppy trying to
It
stay
doesn't
close for
look like he's
drinking,
gonna make it.
buddies. Yeah, no chance. Oh, so much damage coming in with the solar flare. 1 Roar and that Wind Ranger is dead. This is the downside of this build, which is the Lincoln's protects you a little bit, but it's not nearly as much survivability as the Daedalus Satanic build, where you can full heal right after and you have so much extra strength.
Yeah.
But I mean, it makes sense why Wind Ranger went for this. If Tusk was alive, right, that's where you get Snowball saved after the Roar, but the Tusk first to die in that fight.
It was very close. I like the thing that was a little bit odd is the Wind Ranger kind of goes in from a path that like Nouns can't help from, right? So she just jumps right in without being able to see where this Beastmaster is, and I think that's where it's a little bit like unfortunate. Like if she took a different angle into this fight, like came from the top side, maybe it's a little bit better, but it just happened to be a pretty unfortunate rotation there. And a really good play from Shopify. Good positioning just in those tree lines. Baiting the Tiny, who had a shield rune at the time.
That's where a little bit of RNG, right? No guarantee that he would have a shield rune, but that saves him from the Shivas, which would have canceled its blink. And then he was so far from his team that he would have had, been in some trouble there. But fortunately, is able to just blink out, and they were already set up, so they had a good position for that fight.
Free Aghanim Scepter for your DK, so not something we see all that often anymore. It just gives you the Black Dragon, so he's going to have 60% cleave now, as opposed to 50%. Do you get anything else from this, honestly? I don't even remember.
Don't you still get the magic
resist? A little bit
resist?
of move speed and magic resist, is that it?
Which is quite nice versus the Revenant's Brooch build.
Oh, he actually gets a lot of bonus attack. He gets 40 more damage as well. Okay, it's actually owns. Holy heck. So 45 bonus move speed, 140 damage. Hold up. We got
Maybe
other
you
things
don't get the
happening.
magic resist, actually. I'll try to keep an eye on it.
I'm looking through the stats. Actually, I don't think you do, actually. Bonus splash damage, attack damage, and movement speed, and cleave. So, very cool.
I don't know the tooltip, but that's never stopped Dota before.
That is true.
I'll try to keep an eye on it.
The Dragonite is coming in for this. He's going to Drinking Buddies away. They need to leave. Overwhelming Blink stun. Going to get absorbed by the Lincolns, of course. But just look at how much damage this Dragonite is doing.
The free movement is also very nice versus Ice Shards.
Yeah.
No longer have to worry about that. I don't think he's getting extra magic resist, by the way, so.
Yeah, okay. I feel like that was removed from the ult specifically because it was
Yeah, when
too
they did
strong.
that big rework.
You're not going anywhere.
All right, it's a 15k lead thanks to that new free Aghanims from the Roshan. And you're in full control of the map right now. Gunner's trying to kind of just split push the top side, but they can be there pretty quickly. And I don't know if you can stay for this wave. It's going to be close. He needs to blink out. Oh, he's actually got a really good jungle creep, but they find him. He is stuck, nowhere to go. Right on the ledge, 1v1 against the Beastmaster, but gets a little bit of help there from the
Not
tiny
respecting
mid
the
lane.
1v1. Revenant's
This
Brooch is making
hold on,
its way
this
through
is
the
the Revenant's
auto.
Brooch. It's doing a lot here. Hellscream's coming in to try and save him. They break the Lincolns and just 4 or 5 auto attacks. Yuma goes down. Oh my goodness, way too much damage. They go ahead, pop the BKB on the Storm Spirit to take down Hellscream, but this Dragon Knight is too big. 4 dead for Nouns with now buybacks on the important heroes. This is probably just GG.
The Snapfire buyback. 70 seconds, no Wind Ranger. This
If
is
you're-
looking like it's it. I think they have a banner too, just in case there's like a fortify.
If your
it's on
team
Shadow
was
Demon.
closer, initially when you go for the Dragon Knight there, like even if it's just the Tusk, you probably kill Yamato on his first life at least, or at least force the BKB and you can back. But it took way too long. We saw the Revenant's Brooch idea at least, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, we just didn't get to see a great whirlwind with, like, once he had that build. A lot of the fights at the end were just a bit scattered. It was a close one, though. It really came down to the execution, which I personally think is always the fun kind of game, right? Rather than the, just stomp and snowball, which is, that's fair, very legit strategy. But when it really makes its way to these late game scenarios and it's all about how the fights take place, where's Shadow Demon, where's Tusk, who's found first, right? These are the very fun fights, very exciting, and great on Shopify Rebellion for getting a win back here, making sure they can keep the score even for now.
Yeah, and this is super cool. This was a great adjustment to the draft. The first pick, Dragon Knight, not something that we see a ton. This is, something teams like to pull out occasionally in the draft, but overall first does quite well. I felt like a lot of times, as is with Doom, the hero kind of feels a little underwhelming in games, right? Like we don't really see a lot of like really big Doom like ultimates that like really turn huge fights. It's mostly like, if that hero was almost anybody else, it probably would have died anyway. But I love the way that Shopify played this map, just making so much space for the Dragon Knight, getting to his real critical items. It's good stuff.
Yeah, I like that choice to grab that that Dragon Knight as a response pick to the Tusk, clearly showing what they've learned from the last series they played against Nouns.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm not fully set on the Doom, just because we've actually seen games where Doom gets picked first and people take Dragon Knight because they're like, yeah, the lane's fine, and then sure, I don't heal, but I'm so tanky naturally, I don't die to Doom, and as long as I've pressed R before jumping in the fight, I do everything I need to. So yeah, like the idea is kind of there, but Tomato is such a good Dragon Knight player. I don't know if you can take a hero who is like, oh, maybe it goes my way, maybe it goes his way. Like, I think you need a harder counter in the laning stage, or just something easier to execute. I mean, just critiquing though, because like at the same time, it was still a very close game. That Doom pick almost worked out, along with like the rest of the draft. It's not just like a single pick, but that will be what these teams are thinking about now as we go into game 3.
Yeah, this was a really cool game from Shopify, and I think they've got to be pretty happy getting that victory under their belt. Not going down 0-2, it like puts you in a really scary position in a best of 5 grand finals. So we're basically back to the best of 3, and we'll see what teams come up with as they get creative for the draft in game 3. So we're gonna go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back in this grand finals of Shopify versus Noun. We'll see you after the break. Welcome back, everybody. It is game number 3 of Nouns versus Shopify, and this best of 5 grand finals about to begin. Currently tied 1-1, one apiece. Shopify with a really slick draft here in game 2, letting Nouns kind of get some of their comfort stuff, but Tomato's Dragonite once again does not disappoint. Absolutely owns this game. What do you think we can, like, I don't necessarily want to say like what we can expect of this game. What necessarily went wrong for Nouns in this last one? Like, where did things kind of start falling apart?
I think there were just some late game team fights that Shopify just took a little bit better, especially around the Roche pits. I think Shopify ended up with just about all of them. There was one in particular that I think Nouns should have had the Roche. I think the second Roche, they had just gotten a pick off. I think they could have had that one, which would have definitely helped them out, change the momentum of this game. Instead, Shopify ends up with that one, and then even the third one, which Nouns was trying to contest, but the quick blink out from the shielded Tiny, right? Then the Tusk gets killed right away, which means he can't save the Wind Ranger when she gets roared. Just these like small executions, these like critical team fight moments, which is, very hard to pull off correctly, right? This is the hard part about Dota. But I do think you could play the exact same drafts and have a different result. But of course, I think you will also adjust your draft to make it a little easier for yourself. However, I think this was a very important win for Shopify Rebellion, because prior to this, the only time they beat Nouns was with that Broodmother, who's like a little bit of a spicy pick. And it's like, oh, can I only win with Broodmother? Because then they beat my Broodmother, which means now I can't win with anything. But they proved that's not the case. We managed to get a win with our Beastmaster in the offlane as well. So as they counter out our Broodmother and ban it, like, we can still do this. And I think that's an important piece of confidence to get back after losing 3 games in a row to Nouns without that Broodmother, especially with that third game being the Broodmother. It would be a big blow to the confidence to then lose a 4th game and then be down 2-0.
Yeah. As we're going to get into this third game draft here in just a moment, Nouns did win the coin toss, so they're going to grab first pick. Shopify will be Radiant. The real question, I think, on everybody's mind here today is, will Yopaj play Tiny for the 5th game in a row? Or 6th game in a row?
It worked this time. He lost the first game. Yeah, it'll be his 6th game of Tiny in a row. People out there like, oh, hero spamming so boring. I don't want to do it. Here's Yopaj, 6 Tiny. Yes, sir. Yes, Captain. One more time. I will crash landing Tiny.
Anything for you, Bulba. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I hope even if for the sake of the meme, I hope he gets to play Tiny again. He is looking very good on the hero, but it would be hilarious if for an entire day of competitive Dota, like 6, 7, 8 games potentially, he's playing Tiny in every single one. That would be fantastic. This would take me back to the Abed Storm Spirit days, and I'm just ready for a new meme.
Well, let's see what we got here. Maybe that's the secret. Maybe they should just be taking out the Tiny. He can't play another hero, guys. He can only play Tiny.
Surely.
Well, so far, bans look to be quite similar. Nouns does have first pick once again. Let's see if they want to take out the Naga Siren again. Yup. All right. We going to do the Dragonite again? Yup. What? Today we're seeing a lot of repeat drafts.
All right. The real question is, what changes? And I think the Shadow Demon ban is a good adjustment. They get rid of the Mirana as well. And this does mean a hero like the Luna could be picked up if they want, instead of the Wind Ranger, because the Shadow Demon, like you pointed out, a very annoying hero for someone like Luna to play against.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I think that Shadow Demon just got a lot done for them that last game. It does mean maybe like Visage could come in. Yeah, there you go. That was their ban last time. So this is another hero that we've seen Amaterasu play. Scary hero. They're going to need a strong 4 to pair with it, and Tusk is already taken by Nouns. So
10 seconds seconds remaining.
Do you just grab an early Luna? I feel like Luna does okay versus Visage, and Luna Tusk would be a strong lane. Make sure it can't get stolen by Shopify Rebellion, since they could grab the Luna and run a Dragonite mid.
Hear me out. Enchantress Bristleback.
I'm up for that. 1 out of 2 already right there.
Yeah,
Bristleback
I
has
think-
some flex as well.
I think there's potential for it because we've seen the Bristleback lane absolutely own Visage. I think the Enchantress is the big one here that I like, just because she is such an aggressive laner. Dude, so on it today.
Look at you go, man.
Put me in there, coach. I'll coach these teams. I've done the
Now
draft
pick
prep.
Tiny.
Give me Tiny. Yeah, right. Oh my. Honestly, it's not a bad Tiny game. We might be seeing another Tiny pick here.
10 seconds.
Yeah,
remaining.
maybe. I'm trying to think of who we've seen Hellscream play that has a lot of damage. We saw the Bat Rider against the Enchantress earlier. And I think that lane could have gone better, but Enchantress got that 2 kills to start, had that bracer, right? So maybe you just run it back again and don't give 2 kills to the Enchantress. That would already be a stronger start. Let's see, who's Omni Knight still in the pool? Enchant can actually remove the ult if you're not repelled. That's kind of annoying, but it's only 1, so maybe it's okay.
I like a aggressive 4 pick or something that can cause pain for the Bristleback. I think you need to start addressing him with at least one of your support picks, right? There's no Shadow Demon that can go the Aghanim Scepter, which we saw earlier. I have stumped myself even.
Now, hear me out. If you're willing to not pick Tiny, which I know it's pretty disgusting to even consider.
I don't know why you would say
We've
such a
seen
thing.
a lot okay, forget what I was saying because it's not going where I thought it was going.
Huh?
Are we doing a support Visage? Or, wait, this is Hellscream. He plays some weird stuff. Could you do support Doom? Because you just need the Doom for the Bristleback.
I was gonna say, if anything, I would prefer a support Doom over a support Visage.
And then you just eat the Enchantress creeps.
But then you're running like 5 position Dark Willow with a Dragonite lane? Is that okay? Is that okay?
Mid?
Mid Doom.
Could-
Easy clap. I mean, Nouns also are probably sitting here like, what is going on? We haven't seen anybody but Amaterasu play the Visage. And this is not a hero that you're just like, oh, yeah, anyone can pick it up. Unless you want to go like the really bad facet, of course. Which,
Easy mode Visage in a pro
yeah,
match.
you know, you're just like, oh, I guess I'll go faithful followers or something and, you know, make my hero worse. But,
Yeah, I don't recommend that.
yeah, probably not the case.
This hero does really well with the... Like, it's an aura hero, right? You want the tempo with the death toll. You're not going to quite get that same value from a support. I've seen it in a pub game, but, you know, like, I don't think it's going to work in a pro match. I'd rather see the support Doom. And I think Hellscream's the kind of guy who feels pretty comfortable with it. I mean, it used to be a thing, right? So it's certainly been practiced. He maybe hasn't played it as recently, but if the main idea is we need an answer to Bristleback and this Enchantress, like, Doom fits that. You don't need a ton of farm to do those 2 things. Q, R. You get that at level 6.
Now
Well, they are burning through this reserve time, and they will just pick up the Luna. They're going to move the Bristleback lower in priority. Which, I mean, that's still pretty good, I think. I'm okay with this. I don't think it struggles too much in lane against the Dragonite, right? If this is a Dark Willow there, I think Tusk Bristleback actually have a lot that they can do to kill the Dark Willow.
remaining. Radiant team ban.
So what is this? You need the mid for copy now.
Give him Tiny,
Radiant
bro.
team ban.
Don't ban the Tiny. Don't do it, Nouns.
I mean, I genuinely think it's Doom or Visage support, right? So I
Yeah,
really think they need a
it's
mid.
Doom 4. I think you're right.
And I think like Tiny is actually a playmaking mid with a lot of burst, which is kind of good versus like Enchantress and Bristle.
10 seconds.
Okay, the
mean-
idea I was going to throw out earlier was the Primal Beast, which has a break on the Aghanims. And Primal Beast is like kind of in a decent spot in the meta. That's the hard part about dealing with the Bristleback right now, is that there's not a ton of really meta breaks outside of Shadow Demon, who's so meta that he's banned every game, so he might as well not be
10 seconds.
really available in many situations.
So here, do you ban? Like, do you go for something like a ban on Huskar, and then pick like your Invoker, or do you want to ban out the Viper because it could just be problematic for your game?
What if you really leaned into the
Nouns
right click and
Esports
went
turn to pick.
Nature's Mid?
Invoker ban. Yeah, I mean, that'd be cool. That is something Copy likes to do. It's a little greedy running Bristleback Luna Nature.
It's so greedy.
You know? Maybe now Copy just plays it really aggressive.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I think you need a playmaker. I think Nature is kind of that, but also kind of, you know, on the greedy side, like we were saying.
Radiant
Maybe like a Pango. Oh, an Earth Spirit.
All right. Incoming Huskar. I'm kidding, of course. He's picking Tiny. There is no doubt in my mind.
10 seconds.
Two
remaining.
rocks in the mid lane.
There is Earthshaker, which is a potential pick here, actually, into the Earth Spirit. It's not bad.
What if it's actually one of these heroes in the mid lane, though?
Like a Doom mid.
Yeah.
But I mean, then you're just like last picking a support. Is that good enough?
Is that Doom 4 good enough, man? I don't know.
Oh,
I'm just throwing out ideas. I'm just a talking head.
I feel like Viper actually is pretty good here.
Pretty good lane versus Earth Spirit, break versus Bristle, Enchantress. I'm kind of up for it. If you don't have a good game, though,
Yeah, it's over. You have to win the
Yeah.
lane. You actually have to win the lane and snowball.
Choose your
Okay.
oh, they want to
Angle
match
here.
the rolling.
Who can play this game?
Okay, so Amaterasu took Visage, so it's
I mean, has to, right?
Skem. Do you want to be the Doom?
Dude, it is time for the carry Doom of Tomato.
And the what? Support Dragonite?
I don't know. I'm joking. Obviously, there's no way he's not taking the Dragonite. It's got to be
Unless-
Pango mid, carry Dragonite. That's the only way this works. Yeah, Pango for Yopaj. Tomato Dragonite. Hellscream's going to take the Doom. Based on these lanes, it has to be Doom 4.
I think it makes sense. Like Q on the Enchantress
10
creeps.
seconds
What?
remaining.
Skem's got it.
All right. He really needs to find a powerful jungle creep. But the reason I wanted Doom on 4 is because he can eat the Enchantress creeps, right? Like you were talking about. And Scorched Earth is decent enough damage to give you Soul Assumption stacks. But all right.
Okay, here's a thought though. So Bramble and Throwing Shade will do more damage than I think a support Doom can do to help you get kills with the Visage. And earlier, the main thing you need from the Doom is the Doom for the Bristleback.
Yep.
And the Q for the Enchantress is like cool, but many games are played where there's no way to deal with the creeps, right? And you just deal with it, and pros know how to do with it. So if all you need is Doom, you need very little farm priority on that Doom. I think that's the idea of putting him in position 5, along with the fact that this is, again, the Dragonite who can be left alone really early. So you could go jungling Doom, which a Dark Willow cannot, and just farm up to hit that 6 sooner and counter that Bristle. Also, apparently, Hellscream's a Grandmaster Dark Willow player.
Oh, I haven't seen this loading screen yet. This is cool.
This is the TI one.
Yeah, unfortunate. You had to buy the compendium to get it.
It's a cool loading screen.
Prepare for battle.
God, what a waste. Anyway, game 3. I almost forgot what game we are, of Nouns versus Shopify here. This will be a spicy one. We've got the 5-position Doom. I was curious. I was like, Gluttony at least is one of those things where it does upgrade the abilities that you get from the Devour, which is nice if you can find the right one. Now, if you don't, it feels a little underwhelming. And I was curious, like, maybe he swaps to the Doom duration facet, because like you were pointing out, you really just need to get the right Doom target. And Doom duration is pretty sick, but looks like it is just going to be Gluttony. We'll see how this ends up going. I feel like the innate is 100% useless on support Doom, and that's why we don't see Doom played as a support anymore. He literally does not have an innate. If you're
I actually
support.
completely forgot about that. Yeah. But fortunately, it doesn't really matter because the Doom here is really just about the anti-heal and silence mute versus, or not mute, the silence versus the bristle. Gluttony's kind of cool because you don't want to leave the lane too much, you know, at the start. So now you can actually like build up charges, go eat 2 creeps, and then stay in the lane again for however long.
Yamato bottom lane. He's gonna go with the breathe fire here to reduce some of the damage. Shards from Lelis are off the mark. Oh man, if you were just more patient with those shards, that's probably first blood. But a really good juke there from Tomato.
What is happening?
I don't know. What do you mean?
Is this a position
Wait.
5 Visage? Is Skem playing offlane Doom?
Yep. Yep. Look at the items. Did they click the wrong heroes?
No. I think Amaterasu is like, guys, I just play Visage in every role in my pubs. I don't care.
Surely they didn't misclick the heroes, right?
Misclick as in I didn't mean to pick Doom, or?
Yeah. You know, Amaterasu first picked immediately, right?
Maybe.
There
I don't know,
was
this is a
time,
wacky one.
There was a time when Nouns accidentally picked the Meepo on Gunner, and they were like, oof. You know, and just lost the game because of it. But here we go. 5-position Visage. Not something we typically see.
I mean, can you not swap in Captain's?
No, you cannot. Once you pick a hero, you cannot swap. That's why it gives you the are you sure? Are you sure about that?
I guess we did have some shenanigans with that before where people were swapping to like confuse matchups, which I thought was kind of like a 5-head thing, but I also understand why that's kind of like, but this is very interesting. We'll see if it's an accident or not later.
I'm sure it's not, right? There's no way. Amaterasu's just like, guys, I don't play Doom. I play Visage. Good, we'll figure it out. So Skem's been upgraded to position 3. Amaterasu's been downgraded to position 5, I guess. I love this. We'll see how this ends up going. Doom, not an overly complicated hero, I'll be honest. So it's worked, baby.
Amaterasu's a
Never
god.
question
Let's go.
Amaterasu ever again. He still goes death toll. He gets first blood bottom lane against Gunner. This is sick.
I'm surprised he didn't get a stick actually on Amaterasu, considering it's a bristle and you want mana. But whatever, maybe he's got one now. He's got 3 clarity. What is happening? I don't know, Dota. What is this?
All right. I'm getting some confirmation that there was, in fact, a misclick on the hero picks. I love Dota, man. That's good stuff.
So I wonder what they wanted then. They wanted the Doom off lane, so Amaterasu would go play that, and Skem would take the Visage, I imagine.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. It's one of those things, like, we will find out eventually. Like, But yeah, that is definitely not what I expected. Just very funny though.
I mean, this stuff does happen. Sometimes the misclicks are in the game. Sometimes the misclicks are in the draft.
I mean, hey, Insania won TI after doing it, you know, so.
5 years from now, look for Amaterasu on the TI
Amaterasu
stage.
wins TI 20. What year was it right now? 29. Huge.
All right, well, how's mid going? Pango, few CS lead over the Earth Spirit in his counter pick. Doing okay for himself, but both kind of getting what they
They
need.
have a hurricane. Uh-oh, Skem gets pulled back onto the tower. They were actually trying to go for a dive here with a rotation in from the Visage.
Has been killed.
And that's going to be a quick kill. Earth Spirit's going to head back
Courier
towards mid.
Got confused because he went through the twin gate. That's unfortunate. There was a stick on that courier for Amaterasu. Currently still sitting on 2 clarities. Could you not? So, misclick aside, wouldn't you just still run Visage offlane then? And Doom 5? I mean, apparently not, right? I'm sure they decided to go with what they thought was best, but I feel like Doom 5 is acceptable this game. Like, I think you can do it. Just do Visage offlane.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what the alternative was. Like, was Skem supposed to play the Dark Willow? But then why not, like, instead of putting Doom... Like, because it had to be... I don't know. I'm not going to think too much about it. I'll try and get some clarification later. Great roll-in from Compy. They bait the Shadow Realm from the Dark Willow there. And Compy will just kick that Dark Willow to death. Gunner bottom lane taking a lot of damage here. He did go the Snot Rocket facet, which is kind of sick. And that is -9 armor on the Visage. He needs to be very careful.
It's pretty tempting. I thought he might try to go for the dive and get the Soul Assumption onto Gunner. Maybe the raindrops were back up and he knew it.
We don't really see Snot Rocket that much, but I think from the offlane perspective, I like it a lot more, and I'm surprised we haven't seen more of it.
Well, it's been a lot of carry bristle that you and I have seen lately. I do like Snot Rocket. I think it's interesting. The negative armor and the slow. The last time we saw it, I think... Was that with the Omni that bopped the Mirana? Maybe that was just regular nasal goo.
Dragon Tail onto Gunner. Nice drinking buddies to save, but here comes the Rolling Thunder in from Yopaj. Gunner gotta try and dodge this one out. Shield crashes there, but he can't make it out. Nice kill. As Lelis will be next. Rolling Thunder comes to an end, but the Breathe Fire catches him, and it's a double kill for Yamato. Right before 7 minutes, they should be able to get that Wisdom Room. Fly is already making the rotation over for the others, but they've got plenty of heroes coming in. They are not giving this up. So Fly likely going to go down here, plus the rune. Wait, jump in here on Copy. They actually get both Wisdom Runes and a huge Magnetize. Wait a minute, Nouns. Can you chase for more? Copy's got to roll in a moment. Gonna maybe go for it. Does not connect. All right. Well, I thought for sure they were going to get both Wisdom Runes, but instead goes Noun's way. And now Gunner is looking to dive Yamato here up to 6 Nasal Goose stacks as there is a Lelis Tusk coming in from downtown. They are going to hit this guy really hard, but they need a little bit more help. This tower does some serious damage. Great shard block.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I'm not quite 6. Otherwise, maybe you could go for a Doom play. Still just 5 and a... It's not 5.5. It's more like, I don't know, 3/4.
Oh, that's an Eclipse rotation. That's very nice. Yuma got stunned up, so he couldn't grab the last hit. Lelis cleans it up, but a very nice movement of the Luna through the Twin Gate to secure that one. Do you think she sticks around here to try and take the tower, or do they even need her?
She'll just jungle for now. Can I see her options? She doesn't really know what's happening top.
Yeah, there's no way
So-
for her to farm.
Yeah. Well, I guess actually there's a ward here I didn't see, so they do know Doom's over here, so she'll probably make her way back over at some point.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Or maybe it's up to them. Like, it depends where they want Yuma to sit, because now that this tower's open, right? This used to be the old thing you would see, is that the carry would stay down here once you take this tower. Nowadays, there's like so many avenues to gank them that you see the carries stay in their own safe lane for a little longer, which does seem to be what's happening here. Yuma comes back as the wave is pushing into his tower, and he'll just be left alone here and jungle up his own side while his team tries to invade that enemy jungle and maybe go for mid.
I like the smoke to the bottom lane here, but I don't know if they're going to find anything. The Bristleback would be cool. Getting Gunner would be nice. And it looks like the smoke's going to pop. He's going to try and chase after him. They both get... Oh, what a sidestep, actually, but I don't know if he's making it out of this one. Doom comes out. The Snot Rocket's going to start throwing these slows onto these other heroes. He might live away because of this, actually. They
time
can't
for some
chase
NA
him.
math.
Hold
NA
up,
math?
he's out. Hellscream, however, not looking as lucky. Nice stomp. The Magnetize continuing to go. Yopaj, though, comes through. Roll on in. He's trying to keep the Magnetize ticking, but Copy's in so deep, and he's going to get chain stunned down. That is not a trade you want to make. And you don't get the tier 1 tower either, as the Dragon Knight comes in to stop this Luna's push.
Heard of me?
Looks like they're going to deny it, so at least it will fall in the end, but
Radiant's top tower.
only getting some of the gold. Maybe just a little bit too deep there. Didn't think the team would rotate. Probably trying to force something as they go on Gunner, but turns out they just gave up on Gunner and went for Copy instead.
Gunner. It's funny because he just walks away from everything because of Snot Rocket. It's actually incredible.
It's also maybe pretty good for the Luna, who's going to be doing so much glaive damage, right? You're actually reducing everyone.
Dire are scanning.
I really like it. We'll get the Aghanim Scepter on him soon, which is quite funny because if you like try to lay attacks into him while he's popped the Bristleback, like Goo and Quills just start going everywhere.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are
Mid
scanning.
tower, they're doing their best to push it. The Catapult will get taken down though.
I was trying to see
Smoke?
a solo
No,
level,
dude.
actually. Well, he's almost 5, I guess, but both
They're so
supports under-leveled for Shopify.
Come on, they've got to see this, right? Wow, there he is! Jump scare! In the roll from Copy, but they're not going to do it. He's a little bit too tanky on the Doom. He's gone just double bracers and a phase boost. They're going to be able to drop the Magnetize in the Vessel, kick him back. Snowball is there to dodge the stomp. He's going to drop the Doom, but he gets the roll out at the last second. Gem's going to survive this. The question is, how much more can you get now? Yopaj looking for Lelis off the back of this Rolling Thunder. Tries to pop the Drinking Buddies. He'll be able to get a little bit of distance away. But the slow comes through. Nice shards block. Yamato needs to get in range for this Dragon Tail. Lelis, it's looking kind of scary for him at this point. Terrorize comes out. Dragon Tail connect. Or the Terrorize connects. Meanwhile, Luna just snipes Skem in the jungle. He ends up just walking up, hitting the Eclipse, and finds the kill.
You kind of needed something going for you. It seems like these last couple fights, Shopify Rebellion was starting to find their footing. And big thing to get there is the level 6 on the Dark Willow. And I assume the level 6 on Visage support, you still take familiars? I don't know. It's so weird. You gotta, right?
Rolls in. Copy. He's got the Vessel. Needs to throw that charge out. He does. Nice Terrorize out from the Dark Willow. But Amaterasu's pretty much got nowhere to go. And the kill will go to Yuma.
I will be very impressed if Shopify manages to win this with potentially a misclick. Weird lanes. Because right now, Doom is struggling. Visage kind of rich from Death Toll, but very underleveled. I don't know, like at the pro level, being out of your comfort zone on your main roles, like core carry to mid is like one thing, 4 and 5 is one thing. A support and a core swapping is so rare.
Yeah.
We used to see like old Liquid do it, but like that's the last thing I can think of. Like Boxy playing Enigma would sometimes be like support.
Smoke pops, but they've got the ward to scout this. They will know immediately. And, well, he doesn't actually check the high ground, which is interesting. I thought for sure he would.
Dire are scanning.
Weird. Okay, he only gets the sentry there. Lelis.
Maybe waiting for his courier. He can use ice shards.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. He just uses ice shards to check the high ground, right? Am I missing something? They have to know that the Doom saw them, right?
Well, they don't seem to know, and the rest of the team's coming over.
All right, he's gonna know now. Lelis, drinking buddies away. He's gonna be safe, and now they're gonna lose their... Wait, did they not sentry it? They didn't. Okay, they missed it. Top lane. Looking for the Dragon Knight, but this guy is fast. He just walks on out of there. Copy cancels his TP. Gunner has his Ags completed. Gonna go back for the pipe, which I like a lot. I think they do need one this game for sure.
Amaterasu's still kind of going a similar build. Has the drums queued up. He's starting to farm a bit with familiars. I don't know. At some point, do you just play off lane again?
I guess, yeah. Well, they're gonna be able to just find the Enchantress here. Plenty of damage thanks to the Rolling Thunder and the Dark Willow. Roll in from Copy, doesn't find anything. They get the clean disengage again. Surely they will know about this high ground ward, right?
Tower is under attack.
They don't. And now it might cost Yuma his life. He is playing in a really awkward spot. He needs to back away. Hellscream walking forward. Gunner will be the one that he finds.
All right, he's out. I'm trying to think where does this start coming together? Luna's working on her BKB now that the Manta's done.
Is under attack.
Hype on the bristle will make you strong. Like, when can you bring this to Shopify Rebellion? Because there's a part of me that feels like the later the game goes, the less the fact that like Amaterasu played 5 and Skem played 3 matters. Because all heroes kind of get richer as the game goes, and that's where the players start getting back into their regular comfort zone.
Yeah, I agree. The fact that there was a misclick on the hero and it ends up with like a 5-position Visage is unfortunate, but if you manage to stall this out for like 10-15 minutes and Visage is able to just kind of farm up, I feel like you're gonna be in a pretty okay spot. He's just gonna go for the Boots of Bearing after the double bracer here. Mid lane Copy, gonna get caught. Really nice Rolling Thunder in. The Doom comes out. Dragon Tail as well. They will snowball to dodge out a little bit of this. Gunner walking in as well. Does have that Aghanim Scepter, just trying to get some Quill Sprays to try and blow up this team with the goo. They take down one onto the backside, but Gunner's in deep. He's just getting a lot of use out of this Snot Rocket. It's just hitting everybody. He's gonna go down, but it's gonna cost him Yamato in the process. 4 stacks of the goo on Skems. He's trying to hobble away. They will finally expire, and he's going to be safe. Yuma finds a little mango for his efforts there. A 3 for 2. Not a bad fight from Nouns.
In the end, the majority of damage from
They're looking for Stem, though. And they got him. Nice dive there. Terrorize doesn't make it in time. The TP in from Yopa should help him at least bring down Lelis, unless he can get a drinking buddy's friend. He's trying. He's so close. Up to the high ground. Soul Assumption's got him. A good attempt, but well played from the Visage to make that rotation in. Now Yopaj actually needs to be a little bit careful himself. Yuma, Manta dodge. He's still there. He's stuck there, but okay, yeah. Swashbuckle's down. He's fine. Less stuck than expected.
Yeah, the Dragonite, like in that last fight there, actually the most of his damage was done by Fly. So like as everyone's focusing Gunner, Fly is just quietly sitting there throwing out those impetuses with the Dragon Lance, something we've seen time and time again.
Radiant are scanning.
So he's gonna start scaling, and if you're focusing up on these tanky boys, the Bristleback, the Earth Spirit, you have a good backline to do a lot of damage.
Yeah. Yuma is closing in on his BKB, which will be very nice. He's got that Manta to help him with this push. And an Amplified Damage rune for Copy. He is really struggling this game on the Earth Spirit. Every single fight is just Yopaj initiating onto him. The Chain Suns are there. Lelis again will save with the Snowball, and with no Doom this time, he's going to make it out. And now he's got his sights set on this Dark Willow. Do they have detection? They don't need it. Kill goes to Yuma. A nice find. Great saves off of Lelis with this Tusk.
That's why we see Tusk so often in these bans and first picks. There's just so much utility. Drinking Buddies for your mobility plus the Snowball save has opened up your itemization this game. Solar Crest for the Luna, since Fly is he's a little more interested in damage this game. Lelis is
That
going to have
died
to
instantly.
buy the support. That's a good shard. It's actually really annoying for Pango, right? If you can trap him in that shard, you can kind of get stuck as you bounce around a bit.
Top tower has fallen.
Are they thinking high ground? They have the BKB on the Luna.
I mean, you can at least chip at it for now. I don't think they want to commit. Yeah, they're going to back away. I was like, I'd be okay with them looking for the mid-tier 1 or the tier 2 tower first. Like, you've got this catapult. They're going to tank for the moment with this creep wave and try and grab the tier 2 Gunner, just clearing up the top wave as well with the Luna illusions. But you need a BKB on this Dragonite to get in this game, and he's not quite there, and I think they know that.
His bottom tower is under attack.
And then you fall back for your own Tormentor and Roshan. They're going to try to steal the Wisdom Rune first, and now they're going to leave this area. I guess that's why they were poking the high ground, because they wanted to hang around for that, but it's like, oh, what do we do, you know? We've already took the tier 2, so poke the tier 3 a little bit, get the Wisdom Rune. I thought they would fall back, but they're still sticking around this area. Maybe once this last tier 2 in the mid lane.
Blink Dragon Tail into the Rolling Thunder, and a Doom once again. Copy not having the best game. Ice Shards will hold Skem in place. He's got a TP, but the Lucent Beam is there. Terrorize not going to bail him out. A 1-for-1 trade, once again, taking down this Earth Spirit. You do have a scaling Enchantress, though. So despite all of this, Fly is quite large. Dragonlance on his way to the 4-stat. Might have a full pike, honestly, on his courier. Wouldn't surprise me if he does.
I think he does.
He does.
So.
That is a full pike. Okay.
Radiant are scanning.
Here's the Aegis.
Dire's middle
I guess you can go back for your other shard. You do want it. Fly's maybe asking his teams, like, come on, guys. I'll have the have Sproink can do a lot of damage. But looks like they don't want to give any space over to Shopify, so they're just heading over to that mid lane tower right away.
I mean, both of the support shards are really good, but they already got the Tusk ones, so yeah, I'm with you. I feel like at least getting it either Earth Spirit or Enchantress is solid. They're going to look for the Tusk here on the top side of the map. They have a blink soon, but nice dodge there on Lelis. Does not get caught in the brambles, and now they are looking bottom. Skem is right here, ready to go. Hits the War Stomp, but you got to be careful, man. The Luna does a lot of damage.
They don't have everyone here, but I guess Shopify doesn't either, so...
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Uh-oh. Gunner. Gonna keep his back turn. As the tier 3 tower is gonna... Well, surely it's gonna fall soon, but Gunner actually taking a decent amount of damage here. Yopaj has the shield rune. They do hold off on the siege, as they force all of Shopify back into the base. And that's ultimately what Nouns want out of this Aegis.
Still 3 minutes and 30 seconds on this Aegis, so you got time to get this tier 2. And at this point, it's only 23 minutes in, but it's a Luna. So if you lose this fight, Drinking Buddy's Luna, she's going to destroy your base.
They managed to
They're
find the
looking to
Doom.
Skem first.
Copy's like, I'm getting revenge on this, dude. I'm tired of you dooming me this whole game. Quick kill to Gunner as he just blasts him down with the Bristleback. BKB now done for the Earth Spirit. So that'll help him out quite a bit. There is still the potential of getting immediately blank stunned by either the Doom or the Dragonite or the Pangolier, but he could BKB afterward, and that might keep him alive.
Yeah, I like this. They're going straight to the top 3 that they already whittled earlier. They have the Dark Troll Summoner, so there's some extra
that's
damage
tough.
here.
It's a lot of damage.
Creeps
creep
need
wave.
to get here. Okay, backdoor's back down.
Amaterasu's familiars died instantly.
Still level 1 familiars.
Yeah. Well, they're going to have to be careful. You're taking a lot of damage inside that fireball, as well as just the Mage Slayer from this Dragon Knight, so you got to be a little bit patient here. Rolling Thunder in from Copy doesn't quite connect onto anything. They're looking to just get this lane of barracks and back. Yamato gets the Dragon Tail. Drinking Buddies. He's rooted. He can't help. They don't want to chase. A disengage from Nouns as they take the melee barracks. That will refresh the fort, but a little bit of time left on this Aegis.
So much junk on the floor in these fights. There's red glaives bouncing everywhere, bramble, fire, ice shards. There's so much junk everywhere.
Copy, going for the roll, see what he can find. There was a ward that barely scouted them, but they managed to dodge it out for now. The chase continues. Who do they find? Nobody quite yet. This tier 3 bottom, it is protected with a backdoor, but I think... Where did it crash? Oh, the catapult. There's just a rogue catapult.
See, you can't even see it. I'm telling you, there's so much junk on the ground.
All right, Amaterasu's just dead. Ran down from Gunner here.
It's your last fortify.
Yopaj needs to be careful. Copy goes in, doesn't quite connect with the Doom immediately from Skem. Terrorize, doing some big work. Dragonite comes in on the backside as well, getting some damage, but Snowball is going to buy him some time. And Gunner letting the quills fly, letting the Snot Rocket just stack up on everybody. Yuma's Aegis, 40 seconds left. It's going to get popped. Copy's back in, rolls in, hits the Magnetize. It's going to attack 4 of Shopify. And Gunner just standing his ground. He says, you want to go in my care? You got to go through me. They're falling one by one. The Eclipse doing so much work. And just like that, Shopify forced back into the fountain as they buy back on 2. This Snot Rocket on this Bristleback is actually very problematic. Yopaj pops the roll up, trying to get away. Great shard block's going to keep Hellscream in place, and the Quill Spray will finish the job.
Yeah, I mean, we usually think of Dragonite as being very strong versus physical damage. Currently sitting at 32 armor with all his bonuses, but I clicked on him in that fight, and he was at 0. That is such a big difference in how much physical damage you will take from this Luna, who has a Crystallis and these glaives bouncing everywhere because the towers are down. It's a really cool combo, actually. They call it.
And they GG. As soon as the Mega Creeps come out, they know this one is not happening. Nouns will take a lead now 2-1 in this series over Shopify. An unfortunate hero misclick. It turns out a little bit of a miscommunication on the hero that Amaterasu was supposed to be playing. He assumed it was the Visage, but it was definitely supposed to be the Doom. And so Skem's like, I guess I'm going 3-position Doom this game. We'll see. So, yeah, it happens, you know. A lot going on.
Yeah. Part of me wonders if you should just at that point do Visage 3,
Yeah,
but I don't know. I'm not gonna be too critical. That's a mistake that happens like once in a blue moon. It sucks. People will meme on it, but it's just the reality. You play hundreds to thousands of Dota games. Like this kind of stuff is gonna happen here and there, right? We think of Insania misclicking the gyro instead of banning it, right? Like how many other times has that happened? It's rare. It sucks when it happens to you, but it is what it is. So hopefully Shopify won't let this get to them. It's unfortunate. It puts them in a 2-1, right? So there's some pressure here, but I don't think you worry too much about that. Like, look, guys, that wasn't us. That literally wasn't us. Like, we're not even playing our main roles, and we kind of made them work a little bit for it anyway. So, like, just round to it, right? Don't even sweat it, guys.
Yeah. This was a fun game. It's cool to see the Snot Rocket Bristle finally come out. I've thought this was an underrated facet for a while. Like, it on paper is very good in terms of how much utility you can get out of this in the fight. Like, we all remember the old Ags, right? It was like game ruining when the Bristleback just ran around throwing snot at everyone. But yeah, to be able to throw out like 18 AoE minus armor is pretty cool.
Yeah. It's in particular cool with the Luna. I really like that. The glaives bouncing everywhere. Because sure, you affect everyone with a negative armor, but if you're just a single target hero, then like whatever. The other 4 heroes that have like negative armor don't care. But Luna, or maybe like Wind Ranger with the Whirlwind, that could have been another cool one, right? Just making use of that AoE Snot Rocket. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, very cool game number 3. We'll have to see what happens in game 4 as we are going to go to a break, and we'll be back with Shopify versus Nouns in this best of 5 grand final. Stay tuned, everyone. We'll see you in a bit. What's up, gamers? Welcome back to game number 4 of Nouns versus Shopify in this grand finals for North America. It's been an interesting series so far. We've seen some cool stuff, some interesting picks, some oopsie accidental picks, but you know, here we are, game 4. Zach, are you excited for this one?
I am, because this misclick has opened up a very interesting potential storyline, which is that if Shopify ends up winning, Nouns is going to really kick themselves in the butt for essentially getting a free win and then still losing, which, it feels weird. Like if they win, then it's also like, it's kind of awkward. Like you should have been like one more match there, but the potential for Shopify to beat Nouns now, like it's kind of spicy.
It is. Yeah, it would be definitely a little spicy, but I will say I thought the draft was actually kind of cool from Shopify as a way to adjust what looked like a pretty rough start to the beginning of the draft. Like you and I both talked about, we're like the Enchantress Bristleback that comes out here is going to be very problematic for their opener, and they're like, yeah, just pick Doom, which when we saw Visage Doom on the same team, we're like, what is going on here? Like, what is the plan? And apparently Shopify also didn't know what the plan was. So, unfortunate, but I like the way that they tried to adapt to it. I would be okay with them doing this again, but people playing the correct roles, So I'm curious to see what's going to change in Game 4 in terms of the draft, but we'll see.
Yeah, I would have been interested to see it because Visage support really is not that popular. So I assume Skem would have been on the Visage, like what his plan would have been compared to Amaterasu, just kind of like, okay, I'm a support now. I buy wards, right? Like YOLO, I'm curious what that would have been because we pretty much only ever see offlane Visage.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have to have the Doom versus the Enchantress. I guess it just works out really well, right? Like you want Doom, you want to deal with Enchantress, so it's like 2 for 1. But I don't know if it's worth it to pick the Doom and then end up with the Visage support is all. But it's like purely conjecture. It's not me like questioning their decision. It's like I literally, who knows Visage, right? Like anyone outside of the pro scene does not know Visage. No pub player plays Visage. There's 3 of you. There's maybe 1 in the audience, right? Like no one touches that hero. So I would have been really interested to see it.
Yeah, I think this was... there was a moment where I was like, oh, I was trying to reason it. I think what I would have liked to see is to just run the Doom as the 4 and your Dark Willow as 5, and just kind of roll with the punches there. I think it would have been better to roll with something like that than to kind of force your offlane Visage player into a weird role that he definitely has not played. He's the one with like the least amount of experience on the team as well. Whereas, Skem, he's been around for a while. He can make something work, I'm sure.
Yeah.
We'll see, but I don't know. It's time to jump into draft. We've got game 4 already now underway. A lot of similar bans, but this time the Mars ban into the Brood first pick and an immediate Kunkka. This is a complete different take on the draft.
Yeah, so this time you have the Tidebringer, which it won't one-shot the spiders, at least until you get...
10 seconds.
Maybe you scale up in damage, though Kunkka nowadays is typically an offlaner, so you're not going to one-shot them, but you'll soften them up, and you're not too scared of being killed by them because of that. But also the X mark onto Brood into the full combo is another way to get her killed, similar to Arena, which is to trap her there so she can't just like run up and down cliffs, through trees, all of that. You X mark, chain stun, hope to kill her in that time. Otherwise, then she does just kind of like run away.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I will say
10 seconds remaining.
we have not seen a lot of success with Kunkka lately.
5 seconds
The
remaining.
hero seems to kind of fall flat in a lot of games. I think for the most part, the Aghanim Scepter is just very strong, and that's why we see people go for this hero. He's a little bit annoying in lane as well, so I don't hate the idea of the Kunkka. I'm just curious what you pair it with, because I think it's going to need a strong 4.
See, it'll at least match the auras that Mangekyo has been building on his broods. So one team won't have the strict advantage in that sense. But of course, the timings will matter a lot.
I like the Snapfire ban a lot. That was the fourth position I was thinking. I was like, that one's probably your best, but good ban from
10
Shopify.
seconds remaining.
A lot of supports banned out, so you need to. I think both teams are going to want to look to grab the remaining supports here. We're talking Dark Willow, maybe Omni Knight,
Nouns
Dire
Esports.
team
Turn to
pick.
pick.
Enchantress. Okay, the Mirana that they used as a response to the Brood before, but gonna grab it now. Could be the carry Mirana, could be the support. Okay, there's your Luna Omni Knight. A strong timing already coming out here. Broodmother building the auras, leave Luna alone, hit that like 2-3 item timing, have an Omni Knight behind her with like maybe a Solar Crest.
10 seconds remaining.
Looking really strong. So you got some flexibility on the 4 support going forward, and then
5
just
seconds remaining.
probably a tiny again for the mid lane. You just need like some
Don't
active
say it.
hero for Shopify. It's like, come on, man, 6 game, let's do it. Tiny one more time. But just whatever playmaker they want, someone who will just set things up, make the space to allow Luna and Broodmother to hit their timings.
I'm curious where you want to go with this. I like the Mirana being a decent counter to the Broodmother. The earlier game, they went with Grimstroke because they had a Blink Initiator like the Mars. You don't get it this game. They go for the Elder Titan for Fly. So that is a neat idea. You get a lot of spirit damage from the spiders. Dude, what if this is just carry ET for Yuma? How sick would that be, actually?
I would love that. I
5 seconds
don't know we're gonna
remaining.
see that when Mirana's right here.
Yeah, true.
It's at least this synergy is nifty because one, there's like a whole bunch of combos for Mirana X, and now the sleep is so long you like throw it in. Reminder: Omni Knight's repel
Dire
is
team pick.
immunity, not a dispel. So if the sleep
Yes.
lands, like you don't actually do anything about it. All right, definitely a
Exactly,
carry.
Grimstroke anyway.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, carry ET would be sick, but
ET or
he's-
Mirana carry, yeah.
yeah, I think you just carry Mirana and then your support duo right there.
Dire
ET
team
Grimstroke.
back.
Yeah, there's your playmaker.
Esports. Turn to ban.
Huskar him. Okay,
You have
Quap
to ban
first.
Huskar. They will
I think
absolutely
so.
do that.
I think so.
It's not like great into heroes like Luna and Broodmother, but it would. The last time we saw Huskar in a Storm Spirit, Storm literally just jungled for like 6 minutes. He just didn't even bother coming to the lane at all. And they ended up winning that game, but it was mostly because your side lanes also steamrolled, so Huskar just never really got to do much.
Nouns Esports. Turn
But
to
I
ban.
feel like with Nouns, they have a pretty interesting draft. Like they could get aggressive.
What do you need now? A 4 support
Dude, I'm
for
telling you,
Shopify?
this is carry ET. I'm calling it, bro.
That'd be pretty sick.
10 seconds remaining.
Carry ET versus Brood
5 seconds remaining.
4
Gets the
Mirana, or
cleave
would you do
talent.
5 Mirana?
I think you would do 5 Mirana. Well, I don't know.
Grimstroke
You could
Kunkka
put
sounds like
Mirana-
kind of an awkward lane, though. I
Yeah,
gotta
so you
say.
could put Mirana with the Kunkka for the X Torrent into Arrow and stuff. Yeah, so maybe it is just Grimstroke ET lane. If that ends up being the case, otherwise it's ET and a Mirana carry. Dude, Yuma, I mean, I'm sure has at least dabbled in the arts of an Elder Titan carry or the idea of an Elder Titan carry.
5
They've been on
seconds
Dark Willow
remaining.
as well as the Bat Rider, and those are Hellscream classics. He's played a lot of them here today.
My concern about ET as a carry is just it takes time. Like you
Yeah,
need the
need items.
Ags, you need like Mask of Madness Echo, and he's a slow farmer. This is looking like a very fast lineup from Shopify. I guess you have like some heroes who could delay, like Grimstroke and Kunkka have like pretty good wave clear. It just seems like a bigger risk than is necessary when he's such a good carry Mirana player who would hit her timings faster. But I'll to your credit, Solar Flare Mirana for carry ET sounds absolutely disgusting.
Dude, hear me
in the
out.
late game with 800 damage, and then you get all this extra attack speed for free.
Skip the Ags on ET. Just go straight damage. Like, just build like tank items and damage items, and then go back for an Ags later. Like, you don't need it necessarily first item. You can build like some damage or farming items early, but
5 seconds remaining.
we're not seeing it. We're just I'm pretty sure it's gonna be Yuma's Mirana since he has played quite a bit of carry Mirana, but it would be very funny. So we'll keep the dream alive here, hopefully. The tiny ban, they're like, all right, Yopaj, you don't have to play against the tiny. I'm surprised though, because like we said, Invoker and Huskar are both still in the pool. Alacrity
Invoker's looking
tiny carry,
good.
or Alacrity Elder Titan carry.
Muerta.
All right, that's the 4.
The idea here with behind Muerta 4. I assume ET5. So I mean you'll be a range hero who can poke. But do you really like I feel like Broodmother's an offlaner. You want to either give her a strong start because you're a really strong 4 support, so you can like just like win the lane for her. And then you want to be able to roam away to leave her and get space. Muerta's like decent in the lane when she's strong, but the roaming is kind of awkward.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what you do to shut down the storm here. I feel like you should pick an Invoker. I feel like that's the most straightforward hero, but we'll have to see. I think they're definitely going to weigh some additional options.
I think Invoker's good because one, the matchup's good. The Tornado's good versus Omni ult. I kind of catch Broodmother. Maybe not the greatest wave clear in terms of dealing with spiders. So if you want someone else, I don't know, like who's a Ember, 5 years while you hit every single spider.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's the strongest matchup versus Storm. Like I feel like you really want to punish the Storm. He's like the only playmaker for Shopify. If you shut down Storm, you're forced to go with the Brood, which is kind of okay, but she wants the auras first.
Mm-hmm. I'm feeling Huskar, man. It like Copy's been just waiting. Just give him the Huskar. Oh, okay. Earthshaker. Well, now we're definitely
Kind of
all
cool
in.
too. Yeah.
Dang it! It's Yuma. It's Yuma on the Mirana.
You knew, dude. You built it up in your own head.
I know, but part of me is like, just maybe. There's the slightest chance you go momentum Elder Titan carry.
You
it
played
would be hilarious,
yourself.
but nah. I mean, it's too good for Yuma to get his Mirana here.
Come on, Lola. Switch to fine art. You know
I mean,
it's the
he's
right
still
fast.
going to get a lot out of the Elder Titan anyway. As a support,
it's a
right?
good
Like
one.
that's the idea. So it should be fine.
Yeah, strong laning hero, good combo with Yuma, and we still, well, you could still see the solar flare combo with the ET, right? If he decides to go for some of those damage facets, the game goes late enough, we might see him still do some crazy damage this game.
I'm not 100% sold on the Shaker mid yet. My main thing being that like it's similar to the Earth Spirit last game. I feel like it's exploitable if it doesn't have an amazing start.
To be fair here, though, Omni Muerta are not really good roaming heroes, so it's not really easy for them to come help the Storm outside of just teleporting in and doing like a bottle refill or reacting to a dive. So this is a pretty isolated one-on-one, at least from the side of Shopify, and it's not great. That Earthshaker should get a lot of denies on the Storm, slow him down. The Blink Echo later, we saw some really good micro from Mangekyo, keeping away the spiders from himself. But you have to be really good about it because there's that Mirana interaction with the Shard. Now the Echo threat as well. Just a lot of pressure onto
And
him. We'll see
Grimstroke.
if he can live up to that Grandmaster. True, the Grimstroke would have been even scarier with the fine art. One day I'll see it.
All right. For those of you that might just now be tuning in, welcome. You're here at a good time. It is game 4 of Nouns versus Shopify in the grand finals qualifier for DreamLeague season 24. Amaterasu knows. He's like, yeah, there's a ward here, guys. There's no way that Earthshaker would be there without placing a ward.
I'm excited to see what they see in the Muerta. I don't really see what it is, but I know they've got to have an idea for it.
We haven't really seen Hellscream play much outside of the Batrider and the Dark Willow, right? So this is going to be him on another one of his specific heroes. The silence is pretty good,
Begins.
but
For sure.
yeah, it's. I don't see like the obvious synergy this game for the hero, right?
Yeah, a lot of times when Muerta was really popular, you were picking her early, so you could at least threaten, like, oh, it could be carry Muerta. But for your last pick, I guess a lot of supports were banned. At this point, you're just like, oh, what do you like, dude? I guess. It'll be annoying in the lane. See what else you can do from there.
Top lane. Good harassment out here from Skem. Actually,
He's actually dead.
he went boots first. Dude, okay, Skem, I see you. 360 MS on the Omni, just walking at them.
All right, Skem did not have a great time playing Doom off lane. He's like, they bullied me. Let's switch it, guys. I just want to punch him as Omni Knight.
That's cool. That's a sick way to start this lane.
He has the omnipresent facet too, so I mean, as he chases you, he's going to do slightly more damage each time. You really do have to run from this hero.
Yeah. Boots first, Omni 5. That is sick.
What a baller build. It's like, oh wait, I'm not off lane again. Right. I'm supposed
Oh,
to
my
do more
bad.
defensive items.
I mean, once they get more levels here on this lane, it's not going to be nearly as, difficult for Nouns to lane this, but you need to get to that level 2 on this Grimstroke. Skem, nice dodge there with that repel, and now he's just going to
Gunner's
chase
not
after
getting
Gunner.
away.
Ooh, who's going to die first? Skem gets the kill. You're missing the Inkswell with it. It's a very easy turnaround.
Dude, Skem's such a baller. Just running at people. This is the thing you got to do with Omni Knight, though. He's not nearly as good at just passively healing like a hero like Treant. So you kind of have to commit to this trade where they want to run from you. And you actually see Lela's got boots to try to avoid this. Didn't expect Skem to also get the boots.
Sorry, he got a Windlace now, so Skem's even faster.
Let's see if Lelis got a Windlace. He did.
He's like, I see what's going on here. Time to get Tranquil Boots and Windlace. That's how we play this lane now.
Yeah, the thing is, Omni Knight's really good versus Grimstroke, at least in the lane, because Inkswell is so telegraphed. And if you try to activate it instantly, it's like, all right, dude, you just stunned me for 0.2 seconds. Like, sick Inkswell, So it becomes very hard to use Inkswell. And that's why he should have gotten fine art. Just max this Q. You would never see it coming.
I'd have been for it.
Curveball around the trees.
Very good use of the calling, preventing the ability to channel on that well. I don't know what those things are called. What's the well called? The Lotus Pool?
The
That's what
pool.
it's called.
I should be able to play in the pool.
Ooh,
Skem
top lane.
finally paying.
Yeah, Skem finally dies, but you trade for your Kunkka. Lelis gets a little bit of damage out, but you're very happy about this once again for Shopify. Mid lane, not looking so hot. Copy. Yeah, he's got him.
so-
Right on the edge. I thought for sure he was out of range.
Well, that's exactly what you wanted out of your counter pick here. Storm is CSing all right, but being solo killed is huge. And looks like in the bottom lane, they run down the ET. The lane so far has been going well for Yuma, so good on them to find a kill.
That'll take the wind from their sails.
Well, I'm curious which... I mean, the funny thing is about Shaker is when you get level 6 in the lane, if he beats the Storm, which he probably will now after the solo kill, Storm can't play in the creep wave ever again because he will just walk up and echo the wave. That is always like the hilarious, like, I beat you to level 6, what can you do?
I mean, what you do is he's at least level 5 on Yopaj, so if forced in that situation, he'll just go jungle,
Yep,
and it won't be
exactly.
too bad because you at least have level 3 static remnant. But it does slow you down from when you could potentially gank with your 6, right? Like by like a minute because you're in the jungle instead of the lane.
Yeah, that's kind of exactly what's going on here. Yopaj is going to stack the hard camp. Copy will get level 6 here off this wave.
I love watching the creeps fly around. It is so funny.
Yeah. Do you think he knows about the stack?
Maybe. I mean, you have a rough feeling Storms do this, right? Like, even in a winning lane, you see a lot of Stormers do that. Skem, he's
the
going to be the
echo
target
off
of the
the
Echo.
hard camp. Oh, that hurts. There's a stacked hard camp there. We're just waiting. I'll farm the hero with it. That's cool.
Yeah, it's a position 5, but you honestly don't care. You're just looking to use the Echo as soon as possible because you really just want to get to that Blink Dagger when you start being more active, or like Aghanims, depending how your game's going. So just like the quick single kill Echo is fine. Fly gonna fall in the meantime. This Morta pick's working out. They've found this ET twice now.
Six-minute Lotus
Power
is
rune.
up. And the power rune. Bottled haste rune for Yopaj as he is level 6 now. So he is going to make his walk to the top lane. Finding Kunkka would be massive. I think they might have seen him on the ward, but he TP'd out. So Yopaj will not be able to find him. They're like,
Both
yeah,
of
there's a
them-
ward top lane guy somewhere.
Actually, they kept looking, and I found Lelis here. Scan connects, so they knew someone was waiting around. Lelis thinks that it's a ward, but just felt like he had a haste. He could do it after the scan connected. And Omni now gets that D ward in the mid lane too. Successful rotation for Yopaj, which is pretty important since, like, if you just try to sit in the lane, Copy will just deny you. So, starting to make some plays. This is the strength of the Storm, who can do this sooner than the Earthshaker, who is going to queue up the Blink, but that means you got to wait for the Blink before you can really make these plays, whereas Storm is going to try to do so now.
I'm really curious how early Yuma's going to get the shard. Nice repel into an Eclipse, but Gunner will be able to walk this one off. They're looking
Back
like they
top
wanna,
again.
Yeah, as I say, it looks like they want to try and find Gunner, but
I know he's
They
low.
have-
They might dive this.
they're going to go now.
He
for
doesn't
sure.
have his boat.
Yeah, I mean, Yopaj is playing tanky. X into Torrent, cannot connect. Of course, dodges it with the Ball Lightning, and Lelis nowhere nearby to help, so really nice done. That being said, Copy finds a quick little solo kill onto Hellscream in the mid lane. As the 8-minute rune will spawn top. That's going to favor Shopify as Yopaj be able to bottle up the illusion.
He does have Echo and 14 wand charge. You got to be a little careful as this creep boy walks in.
Yeah. He has the Omni at least behind him. But you're right. That Echo will hurt very badly.
Meantime, while we looked away, Amaterasu did hit 6, so this hero is going to start ramping up. And it feels like we're a little worried about the lanes for Shopify, but
Their lanes are great.
yeah, it's feels like everyone got what they needed.
This, like, this offlane Brood is crushing the Mirana in terms of net worth. And the counterpick of the Mirana doesn't come until Shard. So it's going to take a minute for this hero to come online, and she's going to need a lot of space.
Thinking about going for Fly, but he's just a little too fast. They don't want to go too far.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Copy's using another Echo in the triangle where there's a bunch of stacks. That did get him his blink timing.
I mean, that is such a fast blink. He has no Echo to do anything with it, but he will at least have, you know, level 4 enchant totem plus tons of Ooh, arrow. Off the mark there, but Yopaj just cleans up a couple creeps.
Yeah, the nice thing about this blink though is that the Inkswell, so in the lane it was very tough to use versus the Omni Knight, but now it'll be easier with your Blink Earth Shaker. You can fissure out of sight, blink in, totem stun. For example, there you go. That's why you don't need the Echo. The supports just can't deal with a core Earth Shaker and max totem. The Inkswell I don't think even got to do its burst damage. It did a little bit of move
damage.
speed. Yeah.
Yeah, that is the El Clasico off the Earthshaker blink timing. You find a support, you delete the support, and then they're like, "Hey guys, he's got a blink dagger." All right, Yopaj with an amplified damage. We're trying to get some stuff done. Oh, the Soulbind, the leash onto 2. He can't quite go anywhere yet on the Storm Spirit, but they're gonna get a nice turnaround thanks to the silence from Hellscream. He's gonna hold him at bay, but Yopaj, he's low on resources. The X is gonna connect, but there's no follow-up. Yamato here in the mid lane. And with all 10 heroes... Oh, well, Gunnar just gets the spiders. I was going to say, with all 10 heroes here, I think you're okay with that on Shopify because you can just go back to your lanes fairly easily with this Broodmother.
And you're faster at resetting. That's a party here. Now, let's see if they can punish the Brood, who they know would have gone here on her own. Even if the other heroes are trying to get here, they would be slower if they weren't smoked like this. Do you find a Storm?
No, they
Not quite
do.
fast
I mean,
enough.
the Scanned connected. They were definitely ready for this one, and Copy is just gone all alone. So deep on enemy territory, and Yopaj jumps in, gets the Vortex here to pull back Fly. They're going to get themselves a second kill here. As Yopaj is now on a killing spree. Lelis, I want to say, should get out, but you never know. All right, no Blood Grenade is there. Does not have Inkswell mana, so he's dead as well. Amaterasu will just run him down.
Gunnar, not enough damage on his own to kill a Broodmother with 2 bracers and an Ironwood tree, so pretty tanky, 1500 health. Just gonna let her go. I'm not sure if you should jump this Storm there, because both your smokes break, so you kind of know, like, you're both trying to make plays. I'm not sure if you want to jump when there's an Omni Knight, right? If it wasn't for the Omni Knight, the save hero, then, like, maybe you just do it, you're getting the jump, but even a successful jump, like, that does stun the Storm, Omni's probably there to save.
Yeah, I think you probably also have to fissure first into the blink because your enchant totem is pretty easily dodged by a ball lightning, right? Like it's not a super fast one. You either have to blink echo or you have to fissure from the high ground then blink. So a little bit unfortunate there for the side of Nouns, but we're up to a 4,000 gold lead all of a sudden, and Shopify's duo core of the Marana Kunkka is incredibly struggling right now.
Dire's top tower is under
They want to push this to a game 5 after what happened in game number 3.
Very easy kill there off the back of an Invis rune for Yopaj.
Yopaj up to 8 galvanized stacks. Pretty nice considering he was counterpicked by that Earthshaker. And although Earthshaker is doing pretty well, I feel like Yopaj is getting done what he needs to do. And this is why a certain team has always loved Storm Spirit. But he's a pretty stable pick outside of some of the more extreme matchups, which they did ban out.
So it's about 1,200 gold away from that Maelstrom. Luna is, what, 2,300 gold up mid lane. Yopaj, again, protected by the Repel Copy, just goes up onto the high ground, deletes. Okay, that is a great turnaround. And Yuma, he's been aggressive, just lead by Hellscream and Yamato. They're ready to go. Children, back here for your Gunnar pops a blade mail, trying to chase after. This is Luna. Lincoln, stun from Copy, great here. There's going to be the X, however, the stomp as well from the ET. They just need a little bit more damage, and it's going to come from the Shaker. Really good turnaround here for the side of Nouns. They were, I mean, like I said, they were 4,000 behind, but this is some much-needed gold for Gunnar. He gets a lot out of this fight. Yuma, not so much, though.
Yeah, I got baited. It was pretty cool. Hellscream was standing like right at the edge with Luna behind the tree. So Yuma jumped in straight into an Eclipse and got killed before he could leap back out. A pretty nice bait in the middle of a fight. Another smoke by Shopify. They're really going fast here. They are not leaving the side of Nouns.
Dire are scanning.
Last time there were some 6 spell combos, but those are all on cooldown right now. Whereas Shopify has much lower cooldown than their active trio. They're gonna find Gunner.
Pops the blade mail. Fly comes in as well. They have the repel at the ready. Great fear. In comes Compy. The repel instantly. Let's get Yopaj out of the chain stun. The question is, they have vision. Low on mana though, they won't be able to chase.
Hype on the Brood done. Gonna work on the Greaves next. They should have an advantage here where they've got the auras compared to Nouns. But it does depend how the fights break out. Ooh, not quite able to connect on that totem on the Omni.
Yeah, I don't think he was expecting that to pop that fast, but X will pull back Yopaj. Silence, however, from Hellscream doing so much work here. Regen does not come out in time, and they just rip right through this Earthshaker.
So on the previous fight, if you don't get the Omni, he'll just repel save whoever you're trying to get. In that case, it was the Storm Spirit. So you got to focus the Omni, but it means the rest of his team is there to pick and choose their own targets. And it's not easy to kill an Omni Knight either. Like, he doesn't even have a Bracer, and he's got 1,300 health.
They made an attempted gank at the Luna, but it is nighttime. She's got the bonus vision. It's going to be way too hard to make that gank connect.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Just once this game, I want to see the Blink Echo on the spiders or the Star Storm onto the spiders and have it kill the hero. Like that, it's just give me it once, you know?
Yeah. Another thing we could hope to see is that the Slugger, even if the spiders are on their own, potentially you can knock them into enemy heroes and they'll do a lot of damage.
That is true. That is
Dire's
true.
middle tower
Little shotgun blast. Gunner might be breaking the smoke up here.
Oh, gets the blade mail off, but they have so much damage. I don't know. Ooh, he almost kills Hellscream actually in the process. But now they're looking for more.
Top tower is under attack.
Yuma's
Yeah,
desperately trying to finish off this stack.
They're actually going to run to copy here. I don't think he's getting out of this.
Well,
Got the Inkswell. Can you get the blink up?
Oh, they just barely
What?
off the mark with the calling.
He is not supposed to be able to live there, but a great escape to make sure you don't feed more gold over to Shopify, because we're kind of at that tipping point. It's a 5k gold lead for Shopify, starting to hit some strong timings. Any extra kills you give over might cost you game number 4 here.
Yopaj just going straight Parasma. Knowing that the
pretty
Omni
sick.
is just going to stay behind him the whole game, like he's like, yeah, whatever, I'll just go straight damage. Oh, arrow pullback, but yeah,
Radiant's top
it's such a
tower
hard
is
kill.
under attack.
Yeah, you know if Omni's not in sight, it's so dangerous to jump to Storm. Like, that's exactly why Storm is playing this way, because he knows it's very difficult for them to choose me as the target. The Shard is online for Mirana. Maybe we'll get to see the spider interaction. For now, it looks like Shopify's going to head top. Start this Roche here. I don't think there's any way for Nouns to contest. Although Nouns, like, the strength they have in team fights is the spell combo. Roche could have been one place to do that, but then you just don't do Roche on the side of Shopify, and Nouns can't actually do Roche.
All right, well, there we go. Aegis into the backpack of Storm, and they come... Oh, this is a huge kill if they find it. And they absolutely will. Dang, Yuma not respecting the ability to twin gate that quickly.
Не хочу тебя типнуть.
Well, Aghanim Scepter done on copy. Parasma on the Storm, though. This is such a massive damage boost for this hero.
Radiant's bottom tower
Timings.
is under
Ags, I guess you wait for on the Kunkka.
attack. Radiant's
I like that.
bottom tower has
Lelis already queued up an Aghanim. So, I mean, when you start falling behind, you better copy the enemy carry. That'll help you out. Luna's a really good one to get. You get a share of her aura. The moon glaives for yourself.
fallen. Dire are scanning.
Stupendous.
Fly's gonna pop the smoke here. He's not gonna make it out of this one. Storm will make very quick work of him. Copy? I don't think you killed this by yourself. I think you need some help, yeah. He's gonna pop the wisdom, sir. Gunner?
With Gunner, I think it's doable.
All right. Okay, there you go.
And who did that go to? To Gunner.
Goes to Gunner.
That's pretty useful. The tidal wave can force the enemy into a strange position, especially the Omni Knight, who comes in to try to save someone with Repel, but you actually push him away.
He's got a Greater Lotus as well in his backpack. Yopaj is just
Radiant's middle
1300 health, but he's like, I got Omni. I don't care. We'll be fine.
Radiant's middle tower
Last outer tower. I mean, this is so scary. Luna and Broodmother, if you lose a fight near your base, that's it.
What a better way to set up the Marana Shard Starstorm combination into the Broodmother than to just let them get to your high ground, you know?
So smart, dude. You're right.
It's like that Fart Studios game the other day where they picked Pudge so they can try and hook them into the fountain at 30 minutes.
You don't get to do that if you win the game, so...
Shout out to SVG who absolutely bodied that game.
Poppy showing the bottom lane. Might be the target of a zip gank in just a moment here. Oh no, he blinks in.
He gets away for the moment. He might be fine. Like, Ags on Storm is okay. The really nice saves though for Amaterasu.
Not Aegis though.
They get the sleep. He just full heals basically, and now you've got to run. Yamato comes in, pops that Eclipse, just gonna do so much damage here to these heroes. The Air Splitter just tickles. 2 dead, and you said it. If you lose your heroes right outside the high ground, this game will quickly come to a close, and that is what we're looking like. They're gonna be a nice pull back in here. Yamato saved, but that ult completely wasted by the stomp here from Fly. He chose to hold him back. They really want to get this this Luna, and looks like with the Mirana's helping the drags back from Gunner, they get him. Okay. Wait a minute, some signs of life. It only costs you the buyback on Fly. The big kill there onto the Luna. Be careful not to extend too far. They do see Yopaj though. Stomp arrow. Can they keep Skem from coming in? Oh, Skem makes it in time for the save. Yopaj is going to make it out, but they might be able to bring down this pesky Omni Knight with the auto attacks here from this Mirana. Yeah, stomp into tidal wave pushback arrow. That was kind of cool.
Unfortunately, by bringing it close to the arrow, the stun duration gets reduced, and then that's why he's able to zip out of there. But still, a very nice play, and you're continuing to repel Shopify from your base, dragging this out, which is essentially the game plan for Nouns. And Mirana, we talked about her sometimes where your lane can be good, and then you drop off.
Are scanning.
But now with the 15 talent, 90 leap attack speed, like she's starting to get to that point where she's strong. Solar Flare getting close to that level 3. I mean, still a little bit away, but it's a hero that does a surprising amount of damage the longer the game goes.
Yeah. Oh, Hellscream run! Oh my goodness, not again. Hellscream goes down. Skem gets the shard.
Thanks, man. I appreciate the sacrifice. I'll totally heal you with this. The Omni Shard's pretty useful, especially
It's
for like Storm who's zipping in, and it can be hard to stick near him. Like that extra heal on the shard's kind of nice.
See a lot of spiders. He's done a really good job at, again, like you said, microing these away from the actual hero, not giving the enemy team an opportunity to try and just burst them down, right?
You know, this sound effect though, the fact
Yeah.
that it reapplies every time they walk into range. A little micro gonna go scout with his spiders. This is the first time he's done this, I think, this series.
Tower is under
Yeah.
attack.
Right, another smoke. Seeing if they can reclaim control. Gunner just gonna throw the ult to clear the wave.
Like, don't worry, guys, I got it. All right, that's an interesting way to do it. Catapult's gonna do a little bit of chip damage there to the tier 2, but Yopaj is here to clean it up. I mean, you actually, it's not that bad of a way to kill that wave, right? Like, Gunner just needs to get what farm he can. He's managed to catch up a little bit. And Boat's cooldown's not super far. They get BKBs picked up here for Nouns. I'm curious if there's any other BKBs coming out here soon. Luna has hers, obviously. We've seen. Yopaj is going to go Kaya Sanj.
Shopify right now is just trying to hold the map. I don't think you want to push without the Aegis because you really do need to respect the spell combo from Nouns. That's what the Aegis is really helpful for because you only have one spell combo. You throw it all out to get the kill on the Luna, and then boom, she's back. So if you throw without the Aegis and then they get the Aegis, like your whole lead's gone. So you just have to play safe now, look for pickoffs, and if you don't find anything, you just wait for the Roche. If you do get the pickoff, you can try to go up, and looking for copy right now. Well, maybe it's going to be Gunner who walks a little too far up.
That's, yeah. They're going to go for the play for this 28-minute wisdom. They get on top of Copy. He's got the BKB, but there's so much damage coming in from the Luna. The boat comes through as well, doing some work. Storm Spirit leashed up. Earth Splitter kind of connect as well. It does. The silence is there. Can they finish him off? Copy goes in. The huge Echo finds 3. They grab like everybody that they needed on the side of Shopify. The stun's going to prevent the TP out from Hellscream. And they will grab themselves another kill. The Soulbind, the Repel will not get you away with that.
Fortunately for Shopify, Roche is not up. Otherwise, this would be a complete recovery for Nouns. And in fact, I'd say they're in control. It was still huge in catching up. I think that was like a 5k gold swing, but it is pretty much the maximum Roche spawn time. I don't know if Shopify should have tried that. At the same time, I don't know if you would really expect every hero to be there. Except it was a 28-minute Wisdom Rune, which I think it's become more standard for teams to expect these types of plays and to go for them. And that's where you get funneled in, right? It's like going high ground in a way. 3 heroes get caught by the Earth Splitter, which then get caught by the Echo.
Bruh.
Boat hits everything.
Grimstroke has Ags.
Oh, get your own Luna now.
You have your own Luna now. I was going to say, the reason that fight was so good is he got the Soulbind on Luna and Storm. Right? Like, that is why the fight is so good. They can't get away. It sets up for a perfect 3-hero Echo Slam, which I looked at Luna's death summary. I think it was like 1,600 damage came from Earthshaker's like Echo combo. So now you're going to be dealing with that and a Luna illusion during the whole thing. So that's going to be quite scary. They actually smoke up. They do have the Soulbind up again. Echo, not for about 15 seconds, but they see the Luna. Will they make it in time is the question. She's close enough to her team. It's pretty scary.
I think if you can leash...
Power Rune. Amaterasu just walks in. They actually miss a few of the spells. They will be able to pull him back in. The X, the Torrent is there. The Tidal Wave pulls in Skem, but Storm Spirit just goes in super aggressively, and they don't manage to get the Soulbind onto anybody, so that's going to be okay. Pompey for now on the backside of the fight, trying to just play this one out. The boat's going to catch Yamato, but he pops the BKB of his own, copy with his own, the Tor, the great Echo Slam onto Yopaj. Does he get the finish? He's so dang low. He needs one more auto tech, but the Purification comes in. He stays alive. Luna dies right to... She just dies solo to all of Nouns, though. Oh, wait. It's the Luna illusion, isn't it?
It was... I mean, it was a kind of a sick combo. It was like Torrent, boat stuff into the Luna illusion with the Muerto right next to her, so the Glaze were bouncing. The Spirit was on top of them, so they were all affected by that. It was a really long, drawn-out fight, but ultimately they finally find the illusion they want, which is this Luna, and the fact that she's so farmed is now working against her. And this Solar Flare, Mirana, so from behind, Mirana, instead of going for Gleipnir, got the Maelstrom for the farming speed, got the BKB, and then went straight Crystallis because she knew she needs the damage. Okay, forget all that. Skem?
He's going to get saved for the moment here on Yuma, but there's the Fear onto the Grimstroke on the backside. The Soulbind on to do is doing so much work. The Stomp doesn't even come out from Fly, but they get the job done. 2 big kills for Nouns. Dude, look at this Omni illusion. It's so fast.
Illusion. Oh,
dude, he's so slow. Hellscream actually can't get away from this thing. He has to ult. Yopaj comes in. They're going to buy back on the Omni Knight, but Yuma hiding in the trees here for the moment. They're going to buy back on the Grimstroke now. Gunner, he's going to need some help. The Tidal Wave's going to pull them down into the trenches with him. Gunner likely to die. But can they get Yamato? He's going to BKB very aggressively. Yuma needs to be careful. You can't stand your ground here all by yourself. He's dead. The Crimson Guard doing work as they buy back on the Kunkka. He's going to rejoin his team here in a moment.
I think you gotta go. I don't know if you should be hitting this Brood.
Inkswell from Copy. They want to go for him. Here comes the boat. Pulls him back in, but on the backside of the fight, Yopaj looking for an entry. He's just trying to distract them on Gunner, buy as much time as he possibly can. The Stomp out again. They don't want to reveal where the Luna is. They jump in, but they manage to find Copy. The stun comes out. There's going to be the Echo Slam. The Tidal Wave to pull him back, but Yopaj is okay, and Copy goes down in the process. The buyback on the Mirana. Here comes the Earth Splitter. Yamato is going to need a little bit of help, but Mirana, does she not have TP? She can't make it out for the fight.
Did it get canceled? It's on the 64-second cooldown.
He must have canceled the TP when the Earthshaker died or something. I don't know. He tried to use it.
Yeah, I think Nouns chased a little too far. Part of this is because they never took this tier 1 tower earlier, so everyone who's buying back can rejoin the fight so quickly. If that's down, then it's a completely different fight, right? Then it's only like 3 heroes in the fight at a time. But Shopify is able to reassemble their whole team, get back in it, and now ultimately claim the Aegis, which means that spell combo we've seen win Nouns the last couple fights isn't going to work.
Fly trying real hard to get out of here. He might make it. I'm shocked he actually survives this.
Everyone's tanky nowadays, as they say. He did get the Dandelion Amulet. That extra magic shield is very helpful versus Storm's damage.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, Yuma's now at the 20 talent for the 20% critical strike. I mean, this is where the carry Mirana gets really scary if the Omni ult is not in play, which we saw come in that last fight. She had max Solar Flare going, but that's when Omni hits the ult, and you're just kind of stuck waiting if you don't have some form of Dispel, which currently there is none.
Oh, that's awkward. The Tormentor fail. Just wastes a lot of their time. Fly's got to go get a ward place if they want to try and take this Tormentor at all.
Are scanning.
Because here comes the smoke from Shopify, and they're going to go straight towards that Tormentor spot, towards that 35-minute Wisdom Rune. Question is,
A
are
little
Nouns set up for this
scary.
in time?
This is where they lost last time. They're scanning it to check how many heroes are here.
Gunner's gone. It gets pulled back with the X. He actually just continues to chase her a little bit on Yopaj, but they will just go ahead, try and take this Tormentor. Arrow, pull back. Luna's in a little bit of a weird spot. Does have the Satanic, though.
And the Aegis,
Off
3
again.
minutes.
Here comes the illusion from the Grimstroke, but very quickly cleaned up. And they will just go ahead and finish off the Tormentor, secure it for themselves. It's going to go to Hellscream. Which I'm curious, how many reactive retroactive stacks does he have for this now? On
He's at 6, which means he got 3 kills earlier, right?
Okay, yeah, that's not bad.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Copy's pretty close to an Octarine if he wants to buy out. He's just farming on the enemy's half of the map for now. Though he may need to get out of here pretty soon. Sells the bottle, finishes the Octarine. That'll help provide a lot more lockdown in these fights. How long are the Aegis now? 2 minutes. So, I'm sure they want to push the high ground with this. There's nothing else to go for. I don't think there's any more key items to wait for.
I'd
I think
imagine-
BKB is being delivered to the Brood, and I'm guessing that's what they were waiting for.
Yeah, I was going to say, with the triple BKB, I think you just need to go and try and push the objectives here.
They really want a pick off first. I think they'll probably wait for the last minute of Aegis before they do it. They see copy from a ward they had earlier.
Immediate
Immediate
BKBs.
BKB.
I don't even know if he gets out of this very easily. That BKB is going to expire. He gets rooted, feared back. Copy's just dead.
And he bought out the Octarine. I'm not sure if Shopify knows that, but there is no Earthshaker for over a minute. This is looking like a game 5.
Did he have it in his inventory? If he had it in his inventory, they know for sure he does not have buyback.
Yeah, he had it.
Yeah, so I mean, if they click him at the top, they're going to see, oh, he bought an Octarine. All right.
Shopify trying to play it safe. You got a minute of Aegis time. Got the
Banner's
banner
gonna
drop.
go down. I mean, you can technically drag the creeps in away from the banner, which is kind of nice. Storm's going to go in. Try and find an opening to get the Grimstroke. That's an amazing find if they can actually bring him down. Yamato actually popped the BKB for this. He's going to get X
He's
dragged
X'd.
back in. Oh, what a Manta dodge.
dodge.
Dude. Manta dodging the X. That is unreal. Or was it Repel? Was he
No,
Repel?
Repel was still on cooldown. It was still
Okay.
on cooldown. So he had to Manta dodge that. Otherwise, his team might actually still be able to take that fight, but it's really risky. I think Solar Flare was still around its max value, so you might have at least lost the Aegis and forced a bad fight. Earthshaker respawns, and then you're just in a bad spot. But successful defense from Nouns, despite losing that Earthshaker. Their tower takes a good chunk of damage, but it's still up. A balloon on Hellscream. I don't see anyone take this. What the?
Really? He immediately gets rid of it. He's like, I take
All
it
right,
back.
that sucks.
I want ninja gear. I don't think I've seen a doubloon ever in a game. That item is pretty bad.
Copy. Better get out of here. They're looking for him again. He still won't have buyback if he gets killed again.
Does get a useful jungle item here. I'm curious which one he's going to get. Yep, have a camera. That's very
That's
nice.
a good one.
That is indeed a good one. You can see why this guy's a Grandmaster Brood player. He's playing into 3 hard counters to this hero. He has 3-1 and 15, and he has not once died to like an Oopsie Echo or Stroke of Fate or the Marana Shard, right? Like every single time, he's fine playing into these counters. He does not seem to care at all.
Yeah, looking to make a name for himself as this Brood specialist, which he may not get to play Brood very much in the future, but it will really open up the draft for any team he's on when every team, even if it's not a Brood meta, is like, well, you know, that guy, he's really good with that hero. I don't want to deal with it. It opens the draft up so that you get more broken supports, right, in this game. For example, if he's banned out. I mean, he's not this time, but if you look at Shopify Rebellion's drafts, they're often opening with Tusk or Shadow Demon. And you might ask yourself, like, how's that happening every single game? It's because of this Brood.
Dude, he just is so hard to get the hands on this Luna. Well, I say that. They're actually doing a decent chunk of damage, but in comes the saves again from the Omni. Repel will, of course, get him away.
I don't know if they knew Hellscream wasn't there. Otherwise, they might force that. It was a 5 versus 4. Hellscream was all the way in the top lane. No easy way to get back to his team. Fortunately, Omni Knight with that Repel just means that it's kind of a get-out-of-jail-free card.
Radiant are scanning.
Ooh, I didn't even notice. They have a gem on Gunner. That's kind of nice. Try and take away some of the wards around their base here. They have a lot of vision planted bottom side here from Shopify.
Yeah, they know that
Daedalus done.
Shopify is just trying to restrict them right now, and you need to be able to get out of your base a little bit, right? But if every time they see you, they come and kill you, yeah, that's, you know, you're screwed. So you have to buy this gem. You have to make sure you can safely move out at least a little bit. For now, Brood's ratting the bottom tower. It's down to its last third of health. 2 towers really softened up. Just one bad fight. Both of them will fall so quickly.
Do you think Elder Titan goes like the cleave talent?
I hope he does. I don't know if he will, but I want to see it.
I mean, he's just sitting on like plus 300 damage there, so. I mean,
Not only
natural
is it
order
the
radius is
Brood,
also quite good, but you know.
yeah, there's like the Brood, and then the Solar Flare. You know, like this is the damage potential. I really want to see it, but you know, maybe it's too much of a pub meme.
Yeah. Natural order radius is just such a ridiculous talent. You know, I don't think I've ever seen a support Elder Titan not go that one. So we'll see. Echo Saber picked up on the Broodmother, going for the Harpoon. I mean, definitely a good item. I feel like this late into the game, it's kind of underwhelming though. But if he does manage to use the Harpoon to like reposition like one of these supports, like maybe that's good enough. 3 ninja gears for the side of Shopify. Very nice.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
I mean, I guess you're not playing around your spiders. You're playing around yourself. I wonder if there's an interaction I don't know about. I kind of trust him, right? He's a Grandmaster Brood. If he thinks an item's the right one, kind of want to trust him on it. Otherwise, yeah, maybe like a Hex or something would be something we see a little bit more often.
Ooh, they're gonna go in. Jump on top of Gunner here. He does, of course, have the Luna's dead. Wait, what?
Death summary, arrow into death.
Oh.
Pain stunned all the way.
And it looks like Compy's gonna be able to find Hellscream here as well. He pops the ult, but it's gonna be really hard to get away from this constant stuns from Compy. One more a little spell there from Lelis to finish the job. So he just hits a random arrow and that's it, huh? Scam was not close by.
Didn't see if there's... It looks like it's just a random arrow. Maybe like around a tree line or something. But then immediately the follow-up chain stun from the Earth Shaker. ET was there providing the aura. Earth Splitter did the finisher. Just 100 to 0 chain stun. That should open up Roche. I think they just scouted it, right?
Yeah,
Head over. There's
they
no
need
way
to
you want to
take
buy
it.
back for this. But this is going to be the refresher and the cheese. This is such a big turn for Nouns.
Dude, getting
Who does this go
refresher. Refresher, I have to imagine, goes to the Shaker. It's either that or it goes on Gunner. Like, the double boat is actually kind of wild. It's a ton of damage in the fight, but anytime you have the option for a double Echo Slam, it feels pretty good.
For now, looks like Yuma has it. A double Solar Flare, actually. I mean, a lot of the damage from Mirana is Solar Flare. Maybe having a second option is pretty good. And Copy actually has a refresher queued up. We'll see if he wants to buy it out or save up. He does have enough money.
Right, the insatiable hunger shard there now for the Brood Mother. That's a good one. I like that.
This is kind of why Mirana has always been good in... Well, I won't say always, but there's always a strength to her, which is that the arrow being such a ridiculous stun, right? You just throw it out, and even if you miss 90 of them, you need one to hit, and it can change the game, which is exactly what we see here. An arrow hits Luna, and suddenly you kill her, you get Roche. Still a 10k lead for Shopify, but considering how this game is going, 10k at 45 minutes is really not that big of a deal. It's all coming down to how the fight actually breaks out. And I mean, that's what we were talking about, right? These are the exciting Dota games. These are the really tense ones. This is living up to be the good old NA qualifiers with Nouns and Shopify.
I can't even tell you how many of this exact series we've cast this year. Like, it's ridiculous. I think so many, like every single qualifier for an NA tournament that we've done has been like Nouns versus Shopify Grand Finals. I think 3 or 4 of them in a row went to all 5 games. I think the last one we did, Nouns like 3-0'd it, which was like the first time in a while where we had seen like, all right, the Nouns is like operating at a higher level. But here we are, man. We are only one bad team fight away for Nouns to pushing another game 5. So it's going to be a fun game.
I mean, it kind of goes both ways, though, right? Like,
Yeah.
if you get killed, last time Nouns chose to get Roche, but now they have it. So another winning team fight is them taking your base, which fortunately there are 2 tier 2s still available. So you can only get the top lane or go straight for the end, which might be possible with Solar Flare. But otherwise, you have to at least go through the tier 2s before you can get the rest of the base.
So Copy, he's just going to buy a refresher himself. He does have level 25 talent, though. So this Shaker, very low cooldown enchant totem, I think, right? Is that the one he took?
Yep. Minus 1.5 seconds on enchant totem.
Very cool. Thank you for the Luna illusion. Just going to go scout with this now. Take advantage of that bonus night vision. But they cracked the tier 2 in the mid lane, and now they can look for top. It's 45 minutes. No one has cracked the high ground, right? Shopify almost did it once. It was a good defense from Nouns. They forced out a fortification. Bottom lane, you got to deal with this massive wave here. The Blink Echo from Copy. Does he get him? He's so low. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, Storm stuck around for just a split second too long. And Copy punishes him for it.
And this is what I was saying with the death timers, right? That was at your own base, but it's a 90-second death timer, and you can shove out lanes, push out, and still make it to the enemy's base. Where there is a couple heroes smoked up. I was just there in Ninja Gears. Like, I thought they were looking for a play, maybe while Earthshaker was bottom, if they could catch anyone top. They are moving up here. Maybe it's Shopify Rebellion being caught out. Scam!
He gets the ult off, but I think he can chase. Well, never mind. He's going to back away the Luna illusions. A little bit too much.
Yuma's looking. Oh, there's a ward here.
Yeah, he's a ward. He's going to die for this, and that's going to be the gem as well. He's
Well,
like,
that's
I
a
at least
painful
got
one
the
to
D
lose.
ward, I guess. I don't know. 90 seconds sidelined on this Omni. I think this is his old dieback timer from a previous fight, which he has not died since.
Dire's top
Oh, that's probably true. Yeah, his death timer is only supposed to be 70 seconds, so hasn't died since the last time he bought back at the Roche fight. But again, you kill him out of the base, but you have so much time to walk in. Get to work on this tier 3 top. They've got the banner.
Aggressive banner, too.
Yeah, they want the vision. That's sometimes why you see the more aggressive banner placements. It's because it does have a decent amount of vision.
The arrow spam's coming out. I'm surprised he took the 3 times arrow. I don't remember what the other talent is at 25, but
250
Oh,
Starstorm damage.
Okay, yeah, the multi-shot arrow is probably better. We saw what happens when you get like a stray arrow and onto the Luna, right? So
Yeah, I think that's why pros like it. It's just literally tripling your chances that you hit a lucky arrow and win the game off that.
cool. They find Hellscream. They actually find the Luna. She's gonna have to BKB right away. Yuma turns it around, pops the BKB. The Satanic Luna is doing way more damage. The Soulbind holds him down, and the Earth Splitter's there. Copy. Echo number 1. Echo number 2. He takes down the Storm. He takes down Hellscream Skem. Trying to make his way back into the base, but he can't be done. 3 dead on Shopify. Make it 4. Double buybacks coming through, but I don't know. Nouns might have punched their ticket to DreamLeague
I think this
season
is it.
24 as the Fortify. It's available, but they're going for the throne. They want to end this game.
There's no more buybacks. I can't see a way to hold this. I don't know if they ever use Refresher on Mirana. I mean, you could have Solar Flare again if you want. I think she did use it earlier.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to do what you can here on this Broodmother. The BKB Vortex out from Yopaj, but there's just way too much damage from this Mirana at this point. And this is it, man. Shopify, a valiant effort, but once again, knocked out by Nouns. Congratulations, as they will be the NA representatives at DreamLeague Season 24.
Very well deserved. I think this last game showed one of the strengths of Nouns that you often see if you look at their drafts. Maybe you don't win the lane, you have to play from behind, but they frequently give themselves some way to do that, where it's like, if we hit this wombo combo, we're totally back, boys. And that's what happened here. They fell behind. They had to play very defensively. It was really rough for quite a long time. But Shopify Rebellion was so scared to push the high ground because they knew that threat was there. And it finally happened at, I think, the 35-minute Wisdom Rune, or maybe it was the 28-minute Wisdom Rune, where they thought, like, oh, we can get this Kunkka. They all rushed in. They got womboed. That's what started to give Nouns the chance back into this. Still a very close game. They still had to land a lot more combos, but very well done from Nouns. They do not crack under pressure. I mean, sometimes you just lose, that happens, but
Yeah.
they always look for a way to win. And, sometimes, like here.
Yeah, it looks like it was the 28-minute Wisdom, just looking at the graphs. But, I mean, you're right. That was like the first point to get Nouns a little bit of breathing room. Late game, the Mirana versus Luna. The thing is, Mirana's single target damage is substantially higher. Luna does more like AoE hybrid damage in the fights, but when it's 1v1, the Luna versus the Mirana, just popping the BKBs and the Satanic, the Mirana's going to win every single time thanks to that Solar Flare, thanks to the amount of critical strike damage that she can do as well. And you see it, right? He just stands his ground, and Tomato can't really do anything. Add in the fact that you've got like Earth Splitter, you've got the Elder Titan auras like as well behind you. It's overwhelming.
Yeah, Copy found a big Echo as well. What was that?
Yeah.
Storm and both supports, I believe.
Storm both supports,
to keep them on the side, which otherwise maybe they can help out the Luna, right? Because as those glaives start to build up, it does make the difference. But you need the rest of the team. Like you said, if it's just the one-on-one, at that point, that's where the Mirana is pretty insane with the Solar Flare and all the attack speed and damage talents. It gets pretty crazy.
Yeah, this was a super fun series, and it seems to always live up to the hype with these two teams, right? Like they're so fun to watch. They have a very interesting like meta in terms of like how they like play this one out. But yeah, Nouns once again take it over Shopify. I think this is the 3rd or 4th time in a row now that Nouns have knocked Shopify out in a best of 5 grand finals. So it's starting to get a little frustrating, obviously, for Shopify fans. But, we'll see. There's always more tournaments to be played.
Yeah, I mean, with that said, this is a very recently formed team, right? I think some of them are still technically on trial, so maybe there will still be some shifting around. But they did pretty well, right? For a group that literally just came together, it was
Yeah.
pretty close. They had a very convincing win versus Nouns. These games were quite close, right? Even though they weren't able to close it out, and that's going to sting. But Nouns was the far more experienced team as the not only having played as a group, but also each individual player on Nouns has more experience in general than some of the brand new players on Shopify. So I actually think it's quite encouraging if you're a Shopify fan that your first qualifier, maybe it's a little hopeful to think like, yeah, you're going to win it, right? But I hope it was a great learning experience for them and that they will start to figure out like, these are the drafts that work for us. These are the things that don't. We won't have that awkward misclick of heroes, right? Like that one's going to sting a little bit, but it happens. I think there's a lot of chance here to continue molding these brand new players into like true competitive veterans to eventually have a shot to bring it back to Nouns in the next qualifier.
Yeah, give credit where it's due. Nouns didn't crack under pressure. Really well played from them. And congratulations, of course, as they will be playing at the main event for DreamLeague Season 24. But that is going to do it for us here tonight. My name's Cryptic. I've been here with Z Quixotics. I want to say before we go, though, I hope you gamers are excited for tomorrow because you get to look forward to Crownfall Act 4, the new hero Kez, and I'm sure another juicy surprise you guys could look forward to. So until next time, everyone, have a wonderful evening. We'll see you soon.
Bye, everybody.